Yay. Back to February 5th. Unlimited Blade Works. Faker. Ugh. I'm dreaming. Using a thin connected circuit like a blood vessel, I see memories I can't reach. It was his memory. At least it isn't mine. This is someone else's story. It's so long ago that he doesn't think about it. A memory so distant that he doesn't even try to recall it. A memory so old that he can't even remember it. They are the heavy shackles of a contract set in stone, unable to be changed or retracted. It's not like he wanted anything. Rather, he was the type of person who could not stand many things. He could not stand if there was someone crying near him. He could not stand if there was someone hurt near him. He could not stand if there was someone dying near him. That was the only reason. And for only that reason, he tried to save everyone within view. He was so clumsy that it would make you nervous watching him. But he would accomplish it in the end and change many a fate. To that end, his life was full of blessedness. The awkward, inelegant battles he fought had meaning. For as much as he was hurt and stared down death, he was equally able to save people. But there was one pitfall there. Everyone within view. Yet you cannot wholly look upon yourself. So in the end, he was not able to save the most important person of all. Himself. I don't know how it ended up like that. No, it should be the other way around. It was a wonder it didn't end up like that sooner. So there was a terrible disaster. Many people died and many more faced death. There was nothing he alone could do. With so many deaths and inevitability before him. Let me make a contract. I shall give you my life after death. I would take compensation now. Yes, he made a contract with a mysterious thing known as the world. Throwing away himself to save all those living here. The birth of a hero. That's it. There's nothing after that. Even if he is called a hero, it doesn't change what he does. From the start, his objective wasn't to become a hero. He merely needed a hero's power as part of the process. Even then, his ending came quickly. A savior is nothing but a nuisance to those who are not saved. He understands his own powers and the extent of the world. He accepts there are those that he can and cannot save. And so he wanted those within sight to be happy at least. Others decried it as hypocrisy. There were many who despised him for his narrow-mindedness. Even then, the way he silently pursued his ideals was something he should have been proud of. But in the end, he faced an uncompensated death, as per the contract. And in the end, he reached that place. He had friends and a lover, but cornered by his ideal, he lost it all. With no place to go, carrying the voices of resentment within him, he continued to fight. He knew of his fate, heading toward death, but he used that to try and perform the miracles that were beyond his capacity. But that comes to an end. He arrives at a hill of swords. The end of his battle came to a mound with rusted, ownerless blades. Alone after all. Even then, there was nothing to regret if he was able to save everyone within view. He smiles with satisfaction and lets go of the sword. My body feels heavy. I feel awful as I wake as I'm immediately assaulted by a headache. I wonder if it's because of my injury from yesterday. My right arm still slightly hurts. I mutter while getting up. It's already past 6 a.m. Crap, I should be making breakfast. I jump out of bed and change quickly. Fujine and Sakura have morning practice. They leave at 6:30 a.m., so I won't make it unless I hurry. After I see them off, I drink tea with Saber after breakfast. The morning goes by in a whirlwind, and before I know it, it's past 7 a.m. I'm gonna get going. Take care while I'm gone, Saber. Yeah, I learned from yesterday. I'll ask for your help if I go after an enemy. I wave goodbye to Saber and leave. The morning air is peaceful. But the school that I'm about to head to is completely different. Alright. I brace myself as I go down the hill. Tasaka is right and proper master. I need to step up or I'll make a fool of myself. I greet my classmates when I get to my seat. Along the way, I make eye contact with the unexpected person, and I'm momentarily at a loss for words. Are you serious? It's instinctive. I storm towards Shinji. Shinji, you!
Yeah, Enya. どうしたんだよ。今朝は随分と物騒じゃないか。何？僕が休んでる時に何かあったの？
Cut it out. What did you do to Mitsuzuri?
三つああ、綾子ね。何でも家出してたらしいじゃん。僕も今朝道場で聞いたよ。昨日信徒の方で見つかったんだってね。
None of this is funny, but Shinji laughs. The look in his eyes tells me he's delighted by mocking Mitsuzuri. Don't play dumb. You're the last person who talked to her. I'm asking you what you did to her then.
はあ？何をしたかって？ただの世間話。それよりさ、聞いたかいエニア。綾子のやつ、そこいらの路地裏に転がってたんだぜ。フラフラでさ、制服もボロボロだったって話さ。いや、何があったか知らないけどさ、ちょっと聞き捨てならないよな。普段から選ぶってるあいつがさ、どんな風に捨てられてたか興味あるよね。
Punch him.
どうしたんだよ。そんな怖い顔して。冗談だよ冗談。本気にするなって。それに綾子は保護されたんだろ。家で療養中だっけ。ま、あいつが帰ってくる頃には噂話も広まってるだろうから。
Punch him anyway.
何かとやりづらくなるだろうけど。
Punch him harder. Hey, are you saying you told everyone in the Kyudo Club about this?
さあね。けどもう1年の間じゃ有名だぜ。伝言ゲームじゃないけど、昨日のうちからくるくる回ってたらしいからさ。
Oop. That was not what I meant to click. Boop. Boop. I can feel my fists clenching and clamp down on the urge I'm feeling. Did he go around telling everyone such a story? Mitsuzuri is a girl. Everyone knows she's strong, but even so, regardless how strong she is, rumors like that have a way of eating away at anybody. Did he go around telling everyone knowing about? It's being kept from everybody for a reason, but he's deliberately spreading rumors to hurt her. Shinji, you. I grab his shoulders.
そう睨むなよ。僕は知らないって言ってるだろ。身勝手な思いつきで言いがかりをつけると後悔するよ、エニア。
Shrugging out of my grip, Shinji goes to his seat. The homeroom bell rings. I can't stand staying here. With a glance at Shinji, I'm forced to make my way back to my seat. Or stay standing here. The day ends. School's over and the student body heads home in waves. I could have further interrogated Shinji, but I didn't have the kind of proof to corner him. Even if he was in the woods, I don't have anything if he just says he wasn't there. I need conclusive evidence first. It's not certain whether he's a master or not, but there's no doubt has something to do with the incident Mitsuzuri gone missing. How to identify a master? I can only strip them and look for command spells, huh? I'm sure no master's going to allow me to do that. It's almost time. I'm sure Tasaka must know of a good way. I stand for my desk. We're already planning to meet in the hallway after school. I meet Tasaka and look around the whole school. According to her, there are several sigils that help set the bounded field throughout the school. Tasaka has already been erasing them for the past few days, but it seems that new sigils are created or keep coming back up, preventing her from completely eliminating the bounded field.
結界自体はもう貼られちゃってるから、私がやってることは効力を弱めているだけよ。それでもやらないよりはマシだし、不完全なうちは相手だって結界を発動させないでしょ。
So she says, Tasaka, can I ask you something? I call out after he eliminates the sigil hidden on the rooftop.
何？まだ屋上に違和感を感じるの？
Oh no, this is about a different matter. There's nothing strange here anymore. I think we're done here.
そう。なら生きている時刻はほとんど消せたかな。エミヤ君、魔力感知はできないくせに場所の異常には敏感なんだもの。まさかこんなに早く校舎内の時刻を消せるとは思わなかった。
Tasaka's in a good mood. Well, I'm glad that I was able to be of help, but I don't feel up to it right now. Hey, Tasaka, can masters recognize other masters? Like, does their presence change even if their servant is hidden?
別にそんなことはないけど、そうね。何も細工をしなければマスターの識別はできるでしょうね。マスターはもともと魔術師がなるものだから、魔力を探っていけば魔術師は見つけられる。加えてサーバントなんていう破格の使い魔と契約してるんだから、隠したって魔力は乗れるわ。エミヤ君は鈍感だから気がつかないけど、私だって魔力を残して歩いてる。魔術師が見たら一目で私がマスターだってわかるだろうし、私だってマスターを見れば識別できるんじゃないかな。
Really, but Tasaka, you wouldn't know that I was a mage. Why is that?
何？それ言っていいの？
Tasaka's voice shifts. I have a bad feeling about this. No, it's fine. I think I figured it out just now.
賢明ね。まあそういうことよ。魔術師じゃなくても微力な魔力を持つ人はいる。魔術師はね、一定以上の魔力を帯びたものしか魔術師って認めないの。
Yeah, I figured that was the case. Well, then how about me now?
それが全然変わらないのよね。まあ不完全な召喚だったっていうし、傷を治す以外はセイバーとのつながりは薄いんでしょうね。まあエミヤ君は特例だからそういうこともありでしょう。
And Shinji isn't a master. Even if I can't tell, Tasaka can identify a master just by looking at them. Then she should be able to sense the lingering magical energy if Shinji is a master who formed a contract with a servant. Okay. You said that we have to look for masters, but it should be easy once we start. We just need to follow the trail of lingering magical energy, right?
そうでもないわよ。例えばの話、魔力を隠してしまう道具を持っていれば敵には悟られないもの。まあサーバントのデタラメな魔力を消せる道具なんて少ないでしょうから、そんなマスターはいないと思うけど。
And even if someone near you is a master, you won't be able to detect them if they have a tool like that.
どうかな。ものによるけど、どんなに隠しても近くにいればわかると思う。サーバントと契約している以上、どうしても世界との摩擦は起きるから。身近にいてもマスターかどうかわからないってことは、そのマスターはサーバントを使っていないってことよ。まあ例外はあるかもしれないけど、9割方はそう考えて間違いないと思うわ。
We go back to the classroom. There weren't any clues we could find about masters, but Tasaka seemed satisfied that we were able to erase most of the sigils. She said something like the enemy won't be able to stand having their plans messed with so blatantly, so it won't be long before they give themselves away. You're patient. You said it won't be long, but we don't know how long it'll be from now, right?
そうこんな結界を張るやつだもの邪魔されて我慢できる性格じゃないわ私の見立てでは明日よ二度目は黙ってられない性格でしょこいつ
So that's how it is.
そんなもんよさて私は用事があるから先に帰るわ明日の決戦に備えていろいろ買わなくちゃいけないしそれじゃあまた明日それと今日は早めに帰りなさい寄り道なんてしたらダメだからね
Oh, you're worrying about me?
違うわよ協力関係になったんだから勝手に脱落されちゃ予定が狂うじゃない今のはそれだけのちょっとした確認事項
She's babbling. But that contrast with how she normally is tells me just how flustered she is. Yeah. I think I'm starting to really get a beat on her.
ともかくエミヤ君は無防備すぎるんだからあんまり軽率な行動はしないこと私は例外で他の連中は即命を奪いに来るんだからね
Tasaka looks away and tries to leave. Oh. Seeing her leave, I suddenly... Tasaka, is Archer by your side right now, too? I asked something meaningless.
いるけど何あいつに話でもあるの
No, not really. I was just wondering if you two are getting along. Tasaka looks back at me in wonder at my sudden question. Then...
そういうことええ心配無用よあいつひねくれてるけどいいやつだものああ見えても子供っぽいし付き合っていく分には楽しいわ
Snickering, Tasaka disappears down the stairs. I'm still not over what happened to Mitsuzuri, leading me to the archery range. It's set off from the other school buildings and looks empty. Club activities are over, so I don't think I'll find anybody there. I guess I'll go home. I turn around and head to the gate. I also get a message. Cry me a river, cry me a river. Beyond that, on the way to the exit, Shinji Matao stands there as if to block my way.
いや、今頃お帰りかい？最近は物騒だから、生徒は速やかに下校するんじゃなかったっけ？
I don't have the confidence to stay calm facing Shinji here, so I try ignoring him and walk past.
友人に挨拶もできないぐらい疲れてるわけか。まったく。呪国潰しなんて地味なことしてるからそうなるんだよ。
He sounds like he's grinning. Hearing that, I immediately jump back and brace myself. Destroying sigils. For you to say that, then... I keep myself on alert and glare at Shinji.
ああ、そういうこと。お前がしらみつぶしにしてくれた結界はさ、僕が仕掛けた保険なんだぜ。それをあんな風に消されちゃ、こっちは怖くて学校に来れなくなるじゃないか。
I see. So this is how naive I am. When I saw him in the woods, I knew he was a master, but I didn't try to confirm it because I wasn't prepared for the truth.
待てって。そう構えないでよ、エミヤ。うるさい遠坂もいなくなったし、男同士ゆっくり話し合おうじゃない。知っての通り、喧嘩は嫌いなんだよ、僕は。
Talk things over. You don't want to fight?
そんなのあるもんか。見たところ、エミヤもマスターなんてものに無理やりさせられたんだろう。僕もそれと同じでね、魔術師でもなければ戦う気もないっていうのにマスターにさせられたんだ。で、目下のところ誰とも戦わないで済む方法を探してる最中ってわけ。だからここでエミヤと争う気なんてないんだ。
I see. Then what's up with that bounded field? You're saying you don't even want to fight even though you have that thing set up?
バカだな。あれは欲しいんだよ。学校には遠坂っていう根っからの魔術師がいるだろ。あいつはマスター同士の戦いに躊躇なんてしない。となると、魔術師じゃないマスターとしては防護策を持っておかないとやっていけないじゃないか。あの結界はそれだけのものだよ。誰かに襲われない限り発動させることはない。
His story makes sense. I still don't know the details behind whether Shinji really is a master or not, or how he got to this point. But for now, I'll buy it. If Shinji says so, I should give him the benefit of the doubt. But before that, Shinji, are you the one who attacked the female student yesterday? I need to solve this problem.
昨日のことか。あれは仕方がなかったんだ。僕のサーバントはじゃじゃ馬でね、放っておくと人を襲う。僕はマスターに選ばれただけの人間だ。遠坂みたいな本業じゃないんだから、言いつけを聞かせることも大変なんだよ。
Then what happened yesterday was just an accident, right? Your servant did it herself?
ああ、これからは気をつけるよ。僕も自分の住処で事件なんて起こしたくない。あいつには僕を守ることだけ徹底させるさ。
You swear that's true, Shinji?
ああ、嘘を言ってもしょうがないだろ。隠しておくこともできたのに、こうしてわざわざ告白してやったんだ。エミヤ、僕のことを疑ってただろう。むやみに襲われたら行き着くところまで行くしかなくなるからさ、先にこうやって正体を明かしたんだ。
We're gonna logic our way through this.
僕は誰とも戦いたくはないからね。
I can't take what he says at full value. But if he really wants to avoid fighting, everything would work out. Okay, I'll believe you. If you're not going to do anything, I won't do anything to you either. That work for you?
いいね。エミヤにしては物分かりがいい。けどそれじゃあ困るんだ。こうやって話し合いに来たことをもう少し理解してくれないかな。
Shinji holds out his hand as if he wants to shake hands. So that means
僕に協力しないかエミヤ。お前は知らないだろうけど、もともとマトウの家は魔術師の家系なんだ。まあ、父の代でマドウは耐えていたけど、知識だけはまだ残っている。どうかな。素人のくせにマスターになった君にとっては頼りになる存在だろう。
the Matao line is a family of mages. Tasaka didn't say such a thing. No, she must have excluded him as an outsider if the blood died out just as Shinji said.
どう？遠坂に頼らない。僕たちが手を組めば聖杯戦争ぐらい生き残れる。こんなの考えるまでもないと思うけど。
He holds out his hand. His proposal isn't wrong. It makes sense, and it's an option. However, Shinji, does Sakura know that you're a master?
はあ？なんだ。本当に素人なんだな、エミヤ。いいかい？魔術師の家系は長男にしか秘技を伝えないんだ。長男以外の子供なんてただの予備に過ぎない。そんなのに魔術を伝える意味はないし、手間も惜しいんだよ。あんなとろい女に窓を伝えるもんか。マトウの秘技を継いだのは僕だけだ。
I see. That's really good. Sakura isn't someone who should be involved in all this. I need her to be smiling happily in life. Shinji, if you promise not to do anything, then I won't do anything to you either. There isn't a problem with it like that, right?
そう。協力はできないってこと。
There's no need to, right? If we both aren't going to fight each other, there's no need to cooperate. If you only want to protect yourself, then you should have the church take care of you until the Holy Grail War is over. You know that, right?
なんだよエミヤ。 君もしかしてこの殺し合いに勝とうだなんて思ってるの？
I don't intend to die, nor do I want to murder anyone. But I'll fight anyone who attacks me. And I can't just ignore those who will try and bring disaster to our town. And I don't plan on killing anyone. But I have to see this Holy Grail thing for myself. In order to do that, I have to survive until the end, right? I turn away from Shinji.
そうかい。あくまで戦うつもりか。まあ、僕には関係のないことだけど。それならさくらを巻き込むような真似はしないよな、エミヤ。
Obviously not. You're going to hide this from her too, right?
もちろん。けど、兄貴としてさ、これから殺し合いを続けるってやつの家に妹は置いておけない。お前が戦うって言うんなら、聖杯戦争が終わるまでさくらは家から出さない。それでいいよな、エミヤ。
He does have a point. As long as I'm fighting alongside Saber, the Emiya household is also dangerous. Alright, I'll tell Sakura. That's fine, right, Shinji?
オーケー。後輩思いの先輩で助かった。正直、お前がいつさくらを人質にするかヒヤヒヤしてたからね。いや、これで当面の悩み事は解消されたよ。
So we're done talking here. I'm going home then.
ああ、ご自由に。けど分かってるよな、イミヤ。ここで話したことは僕たちだけの秘密だぜ。こっちはエミヤを友人と見込んで秘密を打ち明けたんだ。それを人に話すようなことになったら。
That must mean he'll activate the bounded field if I tell Tasaka about him. Again, we don't need to, like, he was just talking too slow. Yeah, I won't tell anyone. But it's a different story if Tasaka finds you herself. I'm going to help Tasaka as much as I can. I won't stop her from fighting you if she finds out your identity. So if you don't want to be found, you should keep your head down. I locked at the front gate for real this time. The school building in Sunset. Shinji sees me off without a word. There are only 2 sets of shoes at the entrance. Fujine's heels and Saber's loafers. I'm worried, so I go to the living room without announcing that I'm home. Briskly, I make my way down the hall. As expected, Sakura isn't in the living room. Instead, I spy someone that looks suspiciously like Fujine doing something that might be cooking in the kitchen.
あ、おかえりしろ。何驚いた顔しちゃって。なんかあったの？
She puts down what appears to be flour. If I didn't know any better, she looks like she's been mixing something. Oh, well, yeah, I'm surprised. Everything's so different than usual. Actually, I don't remember how many years it's been since I saw Fujine doing something like cooking.
いつもと違う？あ、そっか。さくらちゃんのことね。
Uh-huh.
さくらちゃんなら帰ったわよ。お家の人から電話があって呼び戻されちゃった。
I see. Shinji must have called her. He didn't need to worry, but I guess he wanted to take care of it as soon as possible.
シンジ君？まあいっか。
After tilting her head as if she's not satisfied, she goes back to what she was doing. It bothers me a bit. It's not completely dark yet, so... I don't remember what the right answer here is, but... Okay, here's my thought. Sakura being called away is already suspicious, right? Because if it was Shinji, he would have had to have gotten home before we did, and then done it there. Fujine is just like a default gray area, nothing matters. Saber is like a possible plus Saber moment. But I do want to do the Sakura thing first. It may be a bad idea, but I still want to check. Yeah, I should go check on Sakura before the sun sets. Fujine, I'm going out for a bit. I don't know what you're up to, but I'll leave dinner to you.
はーい、いってらっしゃい。夕ご飯は美味しいカニ玉だからね。
Crab egg Fu Young, huh? Well, I guess even Fujine should be able to make that. I head up the hill as the sun sets. As it's still winter, it's setting early. I need to hurry and go to the Matao household so I can check up on Sakura.
あれ、先輩、どうしたんですか？こんな時間に家に来るなんて。
Oh, well, I just felt like it. I was just passing by, so I thought I'd drop in.
ついでですか？わかりました。そういうことにしておきます。
She seems fine. My flustered state must have been funny as Sakura smiles. Her expression is genuine, and it doesn't look like she's been harassed by Shinji. Sakura, I don't have any business here, but what's Shinji doing? Is he home right now?
兄さんですか？いえ、今日はまだ帰ってきてないみたいですけど。
Not home yet. Then who called my house? Didn't Shinji to tell you to come back here?
さあ、私は藤村先生におじい様が待ってるから家に帰りなさいって言われただけですから、よくは。
I see. But is it true that Shinji hasn't talked to Sakura at all? Shinji's her brother, after all. He would never involve such a good sister in this battle between masters. And there's one thing I have to tell her so I don't involve her in this mess.
安心した。
先輩、
それでさくら、
急なんですけど。
しばらくの間だけど、
しばらく
手伝いは遠慮してもらえないか。
お手伝いには行けそうにないんです。
That was confusing for my brain. I know why it happened, but like that was very, very confusing. We stare at each other blankly. 10 seconds pass with us just goofily staring at each other.
ちょっと残念ですけど、先輩からそう言ってもらえて助かりました。しばらくは家にいて、夜は出歩くなって言われているんです。
Yeah, that's right. It's been dangerous lately. So we should have done so earlier. See you, Sakura.
はい。しばらく先輩のお家に行くのは遠慮します。張り合いがなくなっちゃいますけど、我慢すればすぐ元通りですから。それまでできれば弓道部の方に顔を出してくださいね、先輩。
Sakura bows and goes back to her house. I managed to make it back before dinner. I tell Saber, who is angrily waiting for me at the entrance, about what happened today and how we eliminated the bounded field at school, as well as Tasaka anticipating the counterattack tomorrow. I don't tell her about Shinji. I don't want her to consider him an enemy until his true intentions are clear.
話は分かりました。では夕食にしましょうか、シロ。先ほどからタイガが食事の支度をして待っています。
She must be hungry as Saber makes her way quickly to the living room. I see. I haven't eaten anything since she's made since I was a kid. I'm half worried and half looking forward to it. Man, who would have imagined that it was going to turn into such a disaster? It's time for the long-awaited dinner. On the table, there's a crab fu young that Fujine made for the three of us. It's a simple dish where there's rice in a bowl and one serving of an omelet on top of it. It looks like there's a yellow lid on the bowl, which doesn't really look that good. But it should be the rice. It should make the rice taste better since it's in the bowl. It's like a cutlet rice bowl or tempura rice bowl. There's no way to be bad because the topping's flavor seeps into the rice evenly. The only downside is that the flavor would be rather mild, but it's a luxurious problem to have. Well, dig in. We all bow and start to eat into our bowls, but there's not an ounce of softness in the egg foo young. In fact, the strange texture is more like that of a main dish. This isn't an emergency or anything. This is more like okonomiyaki over rice. Wow, did your family really teach you how to make this? Uh-huh. I wish she realized her mistake at that point. Until now, I thought that being able to make an omelet was a basic function of every human being was born with. A crab foo young is only really an advanced version of an omelet. So it was my mistake to assume that Fujine could mess up something like that. That's right, Fujine can't even cook an omelet. Then, her voice a little filled with disappointment coming from my side. Saber? I slowly turned to her. And that's saying something. Yikes. It's hard to tell, but Saber seems mad. After making a second dinner... Oh. The nightmare of a dinner ends, and it's time for our strategy meeting. But I've already reported to Saber about what happened yesterday. Since it's likely that there will be a battle tomorrow, we might as well prepare. Yeah, I'm sure it's frustrating for you, but I sit tight for tonight. I don't intend to fight needless battles. The more than anything, we're not in a place to be able to fight freely. I'm inexperienced as a master, and Saber has a limit on how many times she can battle since I'm not able to provide her with any magical energy. Given our situation, it's not a good idea to be aimlessly looking around for other masters. Saber stares at me. She doesn't even need to tell me. I brought Saber to this dojo with that in mind. I know. Do you remember what happened last time? We had a match since you told me I was slacking off for coming home late. Actually, it was less of a match and more of a one-sided beatdown. That was a good lesson. No matter what I do, there's going to be those I can't beat. That was never more apparent than when I fought you. With that in mind, I think it's important to train with you. I don't know how effective it'll be, but I should be able to survive a little bit longer in battle if you're hard on me. Yeah, please train me whenever we have the time. For today, that'll just be until we go to bed. I take the bamboo sword on the wall. It's 8 p.m. There's still 4 hours until bedtime, so I'll train in my heart out. Hold on, Saber. I stop Saber since I feel like my life's in danger. Because as Saber turns to me... Christ. She's going to kill me. So she is mad about dinner? What? That was Fujine's fault. And even though you complained, you ate all of it.
ておきますが、あれはやむなしです。今後それを忘れぬように。
Oh. Saber disappears. Oh man. So I have to go through 4 hours of brutal torture. Grudges over food sure are scary. Ouch. Saber never went easy on me. I crawl into bed. My body's covered in bruises and pain relief patches, and I'm sure it'll all be sore tomorrow. I'm tired. Really, that's an understatement. After training with Saber, I did my daily strengthening routine, so I'm tired both mentally and physically. Saber and Fujine are sleeping in a room nearby, but I don't even care right now. I'm just exhausted. I'll sleep for now and prepare for tomorrow. No alarm clock, by the way. Come. Oh, sorry. Am I dreaming? I must have dozed off. My body's asleep and I can't even lift a finger. Then this has to be a dream. It's a dark night. There's a weird ringing in my ears. My legs are still asleep, but I'm walking downhill. Come. It's cold. The wind is stabbing my cheeks. I must still be in my pajamas as the rest of my body is ice cold. This is unusual for Fuyuki. It feels so cold that I ought to wake up from discomfort if this were a dream. Come. I walk through the empty town. The ringing in my ears doesn't stop. Ignoring my shivering body, my feet are moving towards somewhere. Oh. I try to scream, but I notice that my throat is frozen. This isn't a dream. This can't be a dream. But I still feel like I'm asleep. My limbs, they aren't following my orders. They're walking as if manipulated by something. Come. Oh. This must be the final destination. My feet move faster as they climb up the stone steps. Come on now. Come here, boy. When did she have the time? The ringing in my ears turns into a voice. Ugh. No, that's wrong. The ringing hasn't changed at all. It has been repeating the same word over and over. Come here. What fills the inside of my skull is a female voice full of magical energy. I see the mountain gate, something on the other side, and if I cross that gate, I won't come out alive. Ugh. I don't know what it is, but my hazy mind screams for me to flee right now. Go back. Go back. Go back. Stop. Wait, what? You can still make it wake up right now. Go back, wake up. Just don't listen to that voice. Oh, I'm able to wake. My hazy thoughts become clear, and my will finally returns, but it's too late. There we go. Okay. My limbs still don't obey me as they go through the mountain gate. The only certain thing is my mind. My body does not listen to me, and it walks into Ryudo Temple, not going against the voice. Is this a dead end? It might be. The temple is covered in darkness. In the center stands something with an inhuman magical energy. The figure wavers like a heat haze. A dark shadow that reminds me of a grim reaper strips off the layers of darkness, and the figure turns into a magician that one would see in those old fairy tales. She sneers. It seems that my body is under her control. The feet that won't listen to me freeze at her command. My consciousness wavers. I can't move my own limbs at all despite the enemy appearing right before me. Yes, that is an enemy. There's no doubt or hesitation. That is a servant. A heroic servant who excels most in magecraft out of the 7 servants. The caster class servant. I moved my frozen throat with all my might and somehow managed to glare at my enemy.
その通りよ坊や。ようこそ私の神殿へ。歓迎するわ。セイバーのマスターさん。
The cool voice is mocking me at the same time. Ugh. I try to pour strength into my legs, but my body doesn't move at all. Damn it, what the hell am I doing? I've been lured here, and on top of that, I can't move a muscle. Ugh. I concentrate on my limbs with all my energy. Whatever trick this is, Caster's Magecraft is robbing the freedom to control my body. Then if I can extract her magical energy...
自由になれると思って。可愛いこと。そんな方法で私の呪縛を解こうだなんて。随分と優しいのね、あなた。
What? I concentrate everything I have to search through my body. Caster's magical energy. It seeped into my body to take away the freedom from my limbs. I peer into my own body, but I keep my eyes focused straight ahead. It's not that difficult if I stay calm. Every night I focus on finding the magical energy and circuit within me. I just need to repeat that and identify where Caster is poisoning me from. Even if I can't get it out of my body, I can focus it into one of my limbs so I can move the other 3. Huh? What even is this? Caster's magical energy isn't mixed within me. The only tainting element is one small point in my chest. Yet my whole body is acting abnormally. There's nothing wrong with my flowing blood. But the blood vessels themselves are screwed up. It's like my heart is locked up. Is the red spot on my chest Caster's magical energy? My body is completely stripped of its authority, and with just one word of curse. No way. So I was cursed by Caster in my sleep. Even if I was asleep, it should be impossible for me to be captured by magecraft that was activated so far away. Mages have a resistance. It's the power to repel magecraft effects that hypnotize, bind, or coerce. As long as one is a mage, the other cannot easily be manipulated by other mages. It's a fundamental law. Mages have magic circuits. The circuits running through the body not only make magical energy, but they also have the ability to repel external magical energy. It's difficult to interfere with the bodily functions of someone who has working magic circuits, and it is hard to control even a mage several ranks below oneself. As a magic circuit repels external magical energy, the spell is destroyed before it can be completed. For that reason, indirect magecraft that has those coercive or binding effects has a low success rate. Even if the target is not a mage, the magecraft can be repelled unconsciously if they have a magic circuit. In that regard, an intervention of just attacking with magical energy like Tasaka does, where you make a weapon in the world and attack after completing the spell, is the most efficient magecraft. Something that strikes physically works on the other physical things. Regardless of whether or not someone is a circuit, you bleed if you're cut. That makes this something else entirely. I'm guessing if I were in close proximity, such a spell would work on me. If I had met Caster before somewhere and had the spell cast on me then, it follows that she could affect me at some distance. But I never met Caster, nor do I recall having a curse cast on me. This is our first meeting. Without moving from here, Caster cast a spell all the way at my house and captured my body. The word witch pops into my head. She can control my body from more than a few kilometers away, which shouldn't be possible if we're both mages. A caster can manipulate anybody in town without moving from here. Ugh. My spirit weakens. As the magecraft is complete, there's no way for me to dispel it. I can't do anything unless Caster releases me or I get some outside help.
理解できて。あなたを縛っているのは私の魔力ではなく、魔術そのもの。一度成立した魔術は魔力という水では洗い流せない。 液体と固体のようなものよ。形を得たものに水をかけてもその形は崩れないでしょ。
Not immediately. The shadow gets closer. The bluish-purple robe melting into the night, sneering.
けれど例外もあるわ。例えばそうね、あなたたちが編み上げた魔術など、私にしてみれば泥の建造物に過ぎない。そんなものかける水流が多く激しければ形になっていようと簡単に洗い流せる。理解できて。私とあなたたちの違いはそういう次元の話なのよ。
Oh, really? That's why you brought me all the way here, huh?
ええ、マスターたちは皆小物だけど、その中でもあなたは飛び抜けて力不足でしたから。何しろ町の人間たちと変わらない高魔力ですもの。そんなマスターを見つけたらこうして話をしたくなるのは当然でしょ。
She snickers. Demonstratively, she is the superior here. I'm just the prey. Ugh. A chill runs through me. She wants to speak to me. Yeah, right. No, she's just gonna kill me.
ほらまた誤解。安心なさい。殺してしまっては魔力を吸い上げられないわ。この町の人間は皆私のものですからね。殺さない程度に生かし続けて最後の一滴まで差し出してもらわないと。
Her laughter echoes in my ears. What? I feel as though I'm missing a piece. A missing piece fits inside my head. Did she just say she's going to drain the magical energy from everyone in this town? Castor, you involved innocent people in this?
あら、知らなかったの？あの小娘と手を組んだのだから当然知っているものと思っていたけど。そう、まだ知らなかったのね、あなた。
Castor's lips curl into a delighted smile, as if she's thinking about how she'll cook the prey she has caught.
なら教えてあげる。私、キャスターのサーバントには陣地を作る権利があるのよ。魔術師は工房を持つものでしょ。それと同じよ。私はこの場所に神殿を作ってあなたたちから身を守る。幸いこの土地はサーバントにとって鬼門ですからね。陣地としては優れているし、何より魔力を集めやすい。初めはあまりにもあなたたちの魔力が少なくて加減がつかなかったけれど、今は程よく集められるわ。ほら見えるでしょ。この土地に溜まった数百人分の魔力の貯蔵、有象無象の人のかけらが。
Then the incidents happening around this town are...
ええ、ここは私の神殿だと言ったでしょ。なら供物を捧げるのは下界でうごめく人間たちの使命ではなくて。
The unknown coma incidents happening in this town. I didn't think it was that many, but she said hundreds of people. If I look closely, in the swirl of magical energy in this temple, it looks as if it's made up of thousands of souls. Castor! I put strength into my limbs, but there's no change, and Castor just stands there mocking me.
さあ、それでは話を済ませてしまいましょうか。あなたもずっとそうしているのは退屈でしょ。
A voice whispers in my ear. At the same time, the enemy that I couldn't see until now fills my vision.
セイバーのマスター。
I'm gonna get rid of that notification. I hate it.
あなたからはその令状をもらってあげるわ。セイバーは消すには惜しいサーバントですもの。彼女にはあの目障りなバーサーカーを倒してもらうとしましょう。
Castor raises her arm. A finger inches forward toward my arm. Take my command spells? Is that possible? I think Tasaka said you would need to pull out the nerves in order to take command spells.
そうよ。まずはその皮を剥いで、 それからレイジを私のマスターに移植する。けれどレイジは所有者の魔術回路と一体化しているでしょ。レイジを剥奪するということはあなたから神経を引き抜くということでもあるわ。
Casually, Caster speaks of something horrifying as if it were small talk. What? Pull out my nerves? So she's gonna rip out the nerves of my body? If she does that, I'll...
ええ、正常ではいられなくなるでしょうね。けれど安心なさい。命まで取りはしないから。
I'm getting pinged left and right. What is happening? Just a channel going nuts. Okay. Got it. I desperately put strength on my limbs to the point that I might get dismembered, but nothing changes. If my limbs don't move, and I'm a prisoner about to be executed. A bewitching sneer. The fingers that glow ominously slowly reach out for my left hand like a crawling spider. Okay, there is an interlude. I was about to say it's either bad end or it's interlude. I'm not sure which. How long has it taken for her to notice something is wrong? She wakes up from a strange premonition of a spider's web that makes her way to the hallway. At first, she thinks that might be coming from her master. The abnormality came from Shiro Emiya's room before snaking outside. Saber sighs, her golden hair swaying. It's good that he's enthusiastic, but his body won't last unless he rests. And when she decides to go warn him, she realizes her own mistake. She confirms her suspicion and gasps. The abnormality isn't coming from Shiro's room. Under the moonlight, a string thin as her hair runs through the darkness. The single string goes into Shiro's room from outside the house. It's so thin that even the bounded field here didn't catch wind of it. There's no time. She transformed into an armored knight and swiftly heads out. Her feet run through the quiet streets. Nothing will stop her. She knows where she must go. She only has to follow the string, the pulse of her master. All she can do is run as fast as she can. It makes no difference whether her destination is her enemy's territory, nor how many death traps await her. She has sworn to protect her master. Anything that might come is negligible. A mountain contaminated with the abundance of magical energy. Ghosts fly around in the skies like crows. And the leaves and the trees are covered with unseen blood. Within the collected magical energy reside these stripped-down souls, and the stark mountainside will consume those that approach. If there is a place in this world where death is assured, this is unmistakably the perfect example. She enters without hesitation. Such things will not stop her. If this place is hell, then she will have to save her master all the more. She runs up the stone stairs. The expected traps and obstacles do not manifest. The mountain's gate is already in her sight. She should reach it with one more step of her magical energy-infused legs. But her advance ends. No, it's halted by an enemy. Atop a staircase landing, beneath the eaves of the mountain gate, there stands one servant. His name is Sasaki Kojiro. The assassin-class servant, the protector of Ryudo Temple, wields the longsword Monohoshizao. Monohoshizao. I don't know, I'm just going to go with that. Unless he says it correctly, I'm never going to know. Her mind is unrest, Saber readies invisible air. Her master is on the other side of the mountain gate, but the identity of the servant that stands before her is too much of an unknown. The way he revealed his identity with no hesitation. He doesn't take a stance, and his hostility seems transparent, pure. She cannot grasp his strength from such a transparent offering. She can see his power as a servant. Assassin is not powerful, so it ought to be easy to maneuver and defeat him, but her instincts tell her otherwise. They tell her that in a duel, she will not best him.
貴様に用はない。そこをどけ、アサシン。
Saber clamps down in her anxiety and glares at Assassin. There's only one step until she can strike the opponent. To move up or down. The moment one of them makes a move, the other will strike with a killing blow.
聞こえなかったのか。どけと言ったのだ、アサシン。
Her final warning. The longsword-wielding swordsman accepts with grace and poise.
そうか。この門を通りたいのだな、セイバー。
Her green eyes would but pierce his body for such a foolish question. He must like her reaction. The longsword weaves through the night in an arc.
ならば押し通れ。急がねば、お前の主人とやらの命はないぞ。
He laughs with the same cool, collected tone.
アサシン。
Saber steps up in reply. The longsword swiftly strikes, and Saber's invisible blade intercedes. The sounds of clashing swords echo through the breezy mountaintop. Their skill seems equal, but she has no advantage. Frustration builds. The enemy that must be defeated quickly is actually skilled and quite a hindrance.
シロ、どうか。
She grits her teeth, praying with all her might. In that moment, excessive thoughts beyond the duel seep into her skull. The battle does not end. The mountain gate is too far away. Interlude out. Now again, if they were just going to kill me, there wouldn't be an interlude, but we're going to find out real quick. Caster extends her fingers. Damn it. I try to fight back, but my body won't move. My limbs aren't responding. My senses are being taken away. And I'm sure she's going to off me.
さよなら坊や。悔やむのなら、その程度の力量でマスターになったことを悔やみなさい。
My body doesn't move at all and accepts her fingertips of death. I resist the urge to close my eyes and keep glaring at Castor with all my might.
あら、いい子ね。そういう頑張りは嫌いではありませんよ。
Castor snickers at my utmost resistance and puts her fingers on my command spells. Oh. Even my free will is going numb. In my fading thoughts, I hear the sound of clashing swords from the temple gate behind me. What kind of miracle is this? I hear the sound of dozens of objects splitting the air, followed by numerous arrows piercing the ground in front of me. Castor instantly retreats, her black robe swirling like a spinning top. There are arrows piercing the ground by her feet. 13 of them fired from the direction of the temple gate. They were probably fired in rapid succession, and Castor would have been struck center mass if there had been one more in the volley. The one who fired stands there atop the gate. The knight in red then jumps down to ground level, his hands empty.
とうに命はないと思ったが、存外にしぶといのだな。
Archer moves to stand before me, as if to protect me. You, why?
何？ただの通りがかりだ。あまり気にするな。
Where's Rin?
で、体はどうだ？キャスターの糸なら今ので立ったはずだが。
Huh? I check my hand. It moves. My frozen limbs must have regained mobility from that earlier action. I can move. Caster's spell is gone, but...
それは結構。あとは好きにしろ。と言いたいところだが、あれに殺されたくなければ、しばらくそこから動かぬことだ。あまり考えなしに動くと。
アーチャーですって？アサシンめ何をしていたの？
そら、見ての通り、八つ当たりを食らうことになる。女の劇場というのは、なかなかに凝しがたい。まったく、少しばかり手荒いことになりそうだ。
Archer laughs. I can't tell how serious he is.
さて、そう怒るなキャスター。アサシンならばセイバーと対峙している。あの侍、何者かは知らんが、セイバーを押しとどめるとは大した剣豪だ。むしろ褒めてやるべきではないか。
Even though he's facing an enemy, there's no tension in his voice or body language at all. Caster must have noticed that and regained her composure.
ふざけたことを。あなたを止められないようでは英雄などとは呼べない。あの男、剣豪を名乗らせるには実力不足です。
おう、その言いぶり。アサシンが自分の仲間だとでも言いたげだが、いや、そうでなくてはこの状況に説明がつかん。一つの場所に二人のサーバントが今日構えるなどとな。
Caster stares at Archer silently. I can't see her expression well beneath her hood, but she looks as if she's agitated. Archer, is that true? Assassin and Caster's masters are cooperating?
ああ、門の外を守るアサシンと門の内に潜むキャスター。この両者が協力関係なのは明白だろう。マスター同士が協力し合うのも珍しいことではない。現にお前とリントで手を結んでいる。
Oh, that's right. Then there are two masters at this Ryudo temple?
何を言い出すかと思えば随分と的外れなことを言うのね、アーチャー。
なんだ、違ったか。まあいい。君たちが仲間だというのは確信だったのだが。
ええ、見当違いも甚だしいわ。仲間ですって？私があの犬と協力し合う？私の手駒に過ぎないあの男と。
Her laugh is so out of place that the tense atmosphere disperses. Contrarily, Archer grits his teeth. Something finally comes out. It's not Caster's enmity nor a swirl of magical energy surrounding the temple. For the first time since he came here, Archer is showing open hostility.
そう、あなたの予感は正しいですよ、アーチャー。私のマスターは誰とも手を組んでなどいないし、アサシンのマスターも同じ。いいえ、そもそもアサシンにマスターなど存在しないのですからね。
The hell? Assassin doesn't have a master. What does that mean? Servants cannot exist without a master. Weren't they supposed to disappear if they don't have a supply of magical energy?
キャスター、貴様、
Yeah, she did.
ルールを破ったな。
まさかルールを破ってなどいませんわ。だってサーバントを呼び出すのは魔術師でしょ。ならキャスターである私がサーバントを呼び出して何の不都合があるのです。
Yeah. She was summoned and then summoned a servant herself. The witch in black robes proclaims with a sneer. So that means the assassin class servant at the temple gate is a heroic spirit summoned by Caster.
サーバントを操るサーバントか。なるほど。ならばこその架空の英雄か。まっとうなマスターに呼び出されなかったアサシンは、本来呼ばれるべき暗殺者以外のものをアサ サシンにしてしまった。それは構わん。元となる英霊が誰であろうと敵は倒すのみ。
And that's also part of it, because she's not actually a human master. She technically can't summon a real heroic spirit, so she has to summon a fictional one, which is why this character exists, because he technically, written or otherwise, doesn't exist in any written record. So it's argued whether he existed at all.
だがそれは貴様の独断ではないのか、キャスター。
聞きましょう。なぜそのような結論が出せるのです、アーチャー。
何、ただの直感だよ。マスターとは魔術師だ。その魔術師が自分より優れた魔術師を使い魔にした場合、そこにあるのはただの主従関係ではあるまい。
It's not.
マスターが自身より優れたキャスターを警戒するのは当然だ。
As they should.
私が貴様のマスターであるのなら魔女に自由など与えない。マスター本人ではなく貴様だけの手足となるサーバントの召喚など強化するはずがない。
それなりの知恵は働くようですね、アーチャー。いいわ。その賢さに免じて今の暴言は聞き流しましょう。
Caster snickers, though she watches Archer carefully. The only thing between them is enmity. They're about 7 meters apart. With the charge that Archer showed at school, he should be able to slash Caster before she even finishes chanting an incantation.
納得がいった。セイバーやランサー、ライダーは強力な対魔力を持っている。ここの男の高魔力など比べ物にならない次元違いの対魔力だ。彼らにはあらゆる魔術が引きづらい。故に魔術師である君では彼らに太刀打ちできない。となれば策略に走るのは当然だったが、ルールを破り自らの手でアサシンのサーバントを呼ぶ。この土地に今日構え町の人間から魂を収集する。
Uh-huh.
自らは戦わず町中に張った目で戦況を把握する。これだけのことをするのだ。当然自分のマスターは拘束しているのだろうな。ここの間抜けなマスターのようにとっくに操り人形というわけだ。
She smiles silently. That sends a chill up my spine. She's not only collecting magical energy from people in town, she's even using her own master like her own tool, just like she did to me. Caster is dangerous. She's not a pure threat like Berserker, but those who make the situation worse without showing themselves are always the most problematic in a war.
あなたは正しいわ、じゃあ。
Although comparatively, she showed her hand way sooner than anybody else did.
けれど私があなたたちにかなわないというのは間違いよ。聖杯戦争に勝つことなんて簡単ですもの。私が手を尽くしているのは単にその後を考えているだけ。あなたたちを恐れて策を浪しているわけではないわ。
ほう、サーバントを倒すのはたやすいと言ったね、キャスター。
言ったわ。ここなら私は誰よりも強いもの。バーサーカーやセイバーならいざ知らず、アーチャー程度ではかすり傷さえ負わせられないでしょう。それよりあなたの方こそ逃げる算段を立てなさい。一度目は許したけれど二度目はなくてよ。私を魔女と呼んだ者には相応の罰を与えます。
Caster's robe distorts. The magical energy in the air becomes a dense fog covering Caster's body. With that in front of him,
面白い。かすり傷さえ負わぬと言ったな。
Though he's barely audible, Archer sounds amused.
ええ、あなたでは私に触れることさえできないでしょう。
The Black Shadow responds. The Knight in Red laughs.
では一撃だけ。それで無理なら、あとはセイバーに任せよう。
He flies like a squall towards the Black Shadow. The Red Shadow runs. I don't know what... I don't know when he got them, but in Archer's hands, those weapons, twin swords. He does not allow any time for chanting incantations. Archer closes in on Caster before she can extend her arm. He slashes her in half with those twin blades. The robe, cut in half, scatters in the wind. Archer seems disappointed, standing in front of him are the remains of the enemy he just defeated so easily. It looked disappointing. She talked so big, yet lost without even attacking him once. Anyone would feel let down. Archer still gripping the twin swords. A red knight. The black and white short swords are magnificent to behold. Strange. My really keeps getting drawn to them. Those twin swords. They must be great swords with a history, but I don't feel any malice from them. The noble phantasms are supposed to be fantastic weapons, so it only makes sense that they're beautifully crafted. If Saber Sword was visible, I have to imagine they'd likewise be majestic. These swords, however, are different. A sword with a clear purpose of defeating opponents. A sword that was made to leave a mark on history. A sword forged to surpass the skill and craft of another. A sword intended to do some great deed. These blades have none of that. They're nothing like a blade with a famed story or magic lineage. If anything, it seems that they were made because someone just wanted to. There's something raw about them. Unalloyed even. Made like their creator questioned their own significance. That's what I think those are. Mirrored swords without vanity. Black and white, a swordsmith's awkward representation of yin and yang. I stand captivated, because I feel like the way they are is beautiful. Caster's slash body disappears. After seeing it off, the moment Archer looks like he's going to put his weapons away,
残念ね、アーチャー。あなたが本当にその程度だったなんて。
Caster's voice echoes throughout the desolate temple. Archer leaps. The barrage from earlier is mirrored. Bullets of light come flying from the sky to pierce Archer, and Archer repels them with his twin swords. No, this is different from before. What? The ground is burnt red. The magical energy compressed with one of these lights is at least 3 times greater than my full capacity. I'm sure even Archer would have half his body blown away if he took a direct hit. He'd be just like Caster earlier. There she is. I look up at the sky. The moon is invisible, veiled behind a sea of dark clouds. In the middle of that, the Black Mage floats as if she reigns over the heavens.
空間タイムか固有実生力か。どちらにせよ、この境内ならば魔法の真似事さえ可能ということか。見直したよ、キャスター。いや、大口を叩くだけはある。
While looking up at Caster, Archer adjusts the grips on his twin swords.
そうですか。私は見下げ果てたわ、アーチャー。使えると思って試してみたけど、結果がこれでは朝シ以下よ。
耳に痛いな。次があるのならもう少し気を利かせる。
まさか愚か者に次などありません。あなたはここで消えなさい、アーチャー。
Archer becomes a streak. He takes off at full speed to get clear from Caster in this place.
逃げ切れると思って。
Caster's staff moves. The moment it points at Archer, something absurd flashes before my very eyes. No one can hear me say no way. Yeah, it's basically loud. Got it. Caster's attack is like a deluge of rain. The light that streaks down is like a bombing raid. Each spell is a death blow, and Caster rains them down uninhibited. I may be green at this, but even I can tell how off the charts this magecraft is. It was more like a grand magecraft. Something that requires a magic circle and a 10-count instant contract. An incantation of that, at least 10 lines. Because grand magecraft is powerful, it requires more time to cast it. A normal mage would take a minute to cast such magecraft. Even a mage that uses high-speed incantation would take 30 seconds. But she did it in an instant. She didn't even need an incantation, she just pointed her staff. And she's using it continuously. I can't think of anyone who can compare. He must have decided that he can't avoid them all anymore, as Archer sprints while deflecting them with his twin swords. Archer makes for the exit, but changes course halfway there, as if just remembered something. Archer charges toward me with a fierce look. Huh? That makes me realize, the place I'm standing in is no longer safe. I'm already in range of the Rain of Light. Archer makes toward me. Gah! The moment I jump back to avoid him, my body's flying through the air. Huh? I try to shake him off reflexively. You've got to be shitting me. Archer's now carrying me? Let me down, you idiot. What the hell were you thinking? Idiot. You call me an idiot knowing you're an idiot yourself, you idiot? Archer must be wound up, as his words make no sense. But even though he saved me, I can't graciously accept. Just let me go. I can take care of myself. I don't need your help. No, more than that. I can't bear being a hindrance to him. Archer should have been able to escape by now if it was just himself. But the exit is farther now that he saved me. Archer running around the temple must be an easy target for Caster, who is above us. Archer, are you listening to me? Then, Archer drop kicks me. I tumbled to the ground. He must have kicked me hard as I flew at least 5 meters. You? I endure the pain and get up. Huh? Archer is still. The rain of light bullets has also stopped. All that remains is the feeling of cold that hurts my ears. Hey! I finally get my bearings. The very air around Archer is frozen.
気分はどうかしら、あっちゃ。いかに三騎士といえど、空間そのものを固定化されていては動けないのではなくて。
Caster's triumphant voice. Archer must not be able to talk. It's like time has stopped for him.
どうやらこれで爪のようね。外にはセーバーもいることですし、これ以上あなたにかける時間はないわ。どこの英雄だったかは知らないけど、これでお別れよ、あっちゃ。
Caster raises her left hand. From that hand, the light bullet of instant death is dropped. But right before that, Archer murmurs something.
何かしら、あっちゃ。命乞いなら聞いてあげても。
と言ったのだ、キャスター。
His tone is filled with irritation. I try to make out what he's saying, and
たわけかわせと言ったのだキャスター
Archer leaps away. He must have broken the frozen space with force. With the sound of breaking glass, Archer flashes out of sight. Distracted by Archer's angry shout, Castor is baffled. And then, to either side of her, a flash of black and white converge on her. Castor's robes tear. She must have given just enough warning from Archer's shout and narrowly escapes the attack. It should not need explaining, but it is Archer's blades that fly by. It was in an instant. Archer threw the twin swords to either side when he kicked me and got caught in the freezing spell. The blades boomeranged through the sky and made an arc back towards Castor. Guess you gotta hand it to him. Wait, where did he go? I'm left speechless. Castor too. The Red Knight leaps back into view and calls checkmate. He kneels on the ground and aims his bow towards the sky. His target is Castor, and the arrow he has knocked is the same magical blade he shot at Berserker. Archer's voice shakes the air. Castor weaves an urgent incantation, but having clearly anticipated that, Archer shoots the arrow. Is that his noble phantasm? The released arrow twists space itself. Castor's moan fills the air. The tornado-like arrows easily penetrated Castor's defense. Most likely, guessing from the distortion, I bet Castor would have been twisted along the space itself, even if she had teleported. Even then, Castor's still alive. The black robe was scattered, and the body underneath the robe has numerous cuts. Castor is using all her magical energy to regenerate, but I'm sure she would have died instantly without a chance to heal had it been a direct hit. Yeah, Archer's shot did not land a direct hit. The arrow was released into empty space away from Castor, and her barrier of protection was destroyed from the aftermath. The arrow missed. No, that's wrong. He did not miss. He deliberately did not hit her. I don't know what his intentions are. Though he had a chance to finish her off, for whatever reason, Archer let her go. Stillness returns to the temple. Archer remains in front of me, while Castor floats down, glaring at Archer all the while. That last attack must have taken a lot out of him, as I can sense that Archer's magical energy is low. That goes for Castor as well. Although it missed, Archer's attack scraped away most of Castor's body and magical energy. Even if there's a big pool of magical energy here, it's useless if Castor is too injured to collect. Castor lands dispirited. She seems to have managed to reform her body, but she's running on empty inside. It should be impossible to continue fighting. Castor stares at us while breathing heavily. For some reason, she seems to be comparing the both of us. The demoralization in her voice as well. Archer shrugs off as to say it would be obvious. He's crazy. He really didn't seem to come here with any hostility at first.
そうどうやら私と戦いに来たというわけではなかったよねアーチャー
My god, you bots are crazy. Get the fuck out of here.
そこの男が腰抜けなのと同じでね。不必要な戦いは避けるのが趣味だ。剣を取るときは必勝の好機であり、必殺を誓った時のみだ。意味のない殺生は苦手でな。
I don't know what's funny. The caster gives a hearty laugh.
そうならあなたたちは似た者同士ということ
Whoops. We reply in unison. Similar? Me and that guy? What makes her say that?
違うのかしらあなたたちは無益な殺生が嫌なのでしょそこの坊やは私のような無関係な人間を糧にするサーバントが許せないあなたは無意味な殺戮は好まないほら全く同じじゃないだから手を組んでいるのではなくて
How do you figure that? Get your eyes checked. How the hell would anyone think we're even remotely alike?
同感だ。平和主義者なのは同じだが、根本が大きく異なる。厄介事は早めに片付けるのが私の方針だ。この男のように、いつまでも悩んだりはしない。
Pacifist my ass. I haven't forgotten. You shot at Saber along with Berserker. You made Saber fight by herself while you hid away far away. Or hid safely far away.
あの時はまだ共闘関係ではなかった。サイバーの安全よりバーサーカーを倒すことが優先されただけだ。それとも何か目に映るもの全てを助けろなどというのではあるまいな。ならばバーサーカーとて倒す対象にはならないんだ。
Ugh. We glare at each other. Man, I really don't get along with this guy. Why does everything he says get on my nerves? Meanwhile, Caster's laugh is even more amused as she looks between us.
気に入ったわあなたたちは力もそのあり方も希少よ敵に回してしまうのは惜しい
My head tilts in confusion. Archer looks away from me and glares at Caster. Hold on, what are you saying?
わからない私と手を組みなさいと言っているのよ私なら今のパートナーより優れたものを用意できるわ
How would that even work, Caster? I'm a master. He's a servant. The best you could get is the servant. What would you need with me?
坊やにはセイバー以上のサーバント
Who?
アーチャーは今のマスターより優れた魔術師と契約できる
My mind grinds to a halt. I question her sanity and seriousness.
悪い話ではないはずよ私にはこの戦いを終わらせる用意がある言ったでしょ
You were just about to die.
たやすいとどう生き残りたいのなら私に従うべきじゃなくて
There's not even an option here. I decided to fight to keep those who involve innocent people, or stop those who involve innocent people. As such, I can't accept an offer from someone like her. I refuse. I can't cooperate with a witch like you. You really shouldn't use that term right now. I mean, you're being cordial and then you try to instigate. That's all there is to it. It should be obvious where I stand. I can't ally myself with a servant, nor can I betray those I'm already partnered with. I'm going to fight alongside Saber and Archer. I'm going to fight alongside Saber and Archer. I would also never betray Tasaka. Wait. This guy, he's hesitating. Hey, Archer, you...
拒否する。君 の力を借りる理由がない。それ以前に君の陣営はいささか戦力不足だ。いかに勢力を伸ばそうとバーサーカー一人に及ばない。まだ組みするほどの条件ではないな。
I sigh with relief. I had a bad feeling, but he's not like that. I hate him, but he's firm in his beliefs.
そう交渉は決裂ということ。
そうだ。だがここで君と戦う気はない。この場に居合わせたのは私の独断でね。マスターの命令ではないから君を撃つ理由はない。ここは痛み分けということで手を打たないか。
Huh? I doubt my own ears. Did he just say he's going to let Castor go?
意外ね。あなたのマスターは私を追っていたでしょ。なのにあなたは私を見逃すというの。
ああ、お前がここで何人殺そうが知らん。それは私には預かり知らぬことだ。
あら、ひどい男。毒は使いようということ？
I mean, it does, but we're not going to argue the aesthetics of poison or medicine. They're both practically the same, just the doses are different.
私のマスターはマスター殺しに精力的でなくてね。その分、お前が他のマスターを潰してくれるのなら何かと助かる。この戦いの決着はその後でも遅くはあるまい。
He's like, go kill someone first, then we'll talk. Hold on, Castor. Castor seems to have accepted Archer's proposal as she turns around. I run to Castor as she moves to vanish, but Archer stops me.
バカか貴様。追えば確実に死ぬぞ。
He says indifferently. Though true, his words make me feel so furious, I make myself nauseous. Ugh. I stop. Castor's black gown flutters in the wind and disappears like magic. She's gone. Only Archer and I remain on the temple grounds. Seeing him gets on my nerves. He saved me twice today. Castor would have taken my command spells if it weren't for him, and I'm sure I would have died from the deluge of light. But this is different. I can't forgive him for letting Castor go. Archer, why did you let Castor go?
戦う時ではなかったからだ。ここで切り伏せたところで、あれはすぐさま逃げおせただろう。今の空間転移、見逃したわけではあるまい。
That's true. He wouldn't have been able to capture Castor if she really wanted to get away. On top of that, this temple is Castor's territory. She's a witch. Even if she was weakened, I'm sure she had one or two tricks up her sleeve.
理解できたらしいな。キャスターを倒すのならマスターが先なのだ。いかに空間を飛んで逃れようが、よりしろであるマスターが倒されればキャスターとて消えざるを得ないからな。
Going for the master and not the servant. That is the safest and most sure approach in the Holy Grail War. I know that, but still, you're going to let her get away? The incidents happening in town are all her doing, right? There will be more victims unless we stop her. I can't let that be.
なぜお前自身が傷つくことではあるまい。むしろ奴にはこのまま続けてもらいたいぐらいだ。キャスターは人々から正気を吸い上げ、その力でバーサーカーを倒す。私たちはその後でキャスターを倒せばいい。私とリンはキャスターは倒せるが、バーサーカーには及ばないのでな。バーサーカーを倒すまでキャスターには好きにさせておくさ。
My face heats up. Blood rushes to my head and I want to punch him. Don't be ridiculous. Tasaka won't do such a thing.
そうだな。だからこそキャスターには手早くことを済ませてほしいものだ。リンがキャスターに追いつけば対決は避けられない。その前にキャスターがバーサーカーを退治してくれれば理想的だ。何人犠牲になるかは知らんが、 それでバーサーカーが倒せるのならば安いものだろう。人間など結局は死ぬ生き物。誰にどう殺されようが結果的には変わるまい。
Ugh.
キャスターも手ぬるい。いっそ魔力だけでなく命まで奪ってしまえばよいもの。町中の人間が死に絶えれば少しは戦いやすくなる。私のマスターも根は甘いからな。そうなればもはやなりふりなどに構ってはいられまい。
The Red Knight smiles dryly. He sounds amused. He feels the people living here are in the way. He's saying the same things as Castor. You.
ああ、お前も知っての通り、リンは形式にこだわるタイプでね。魔術師としては申し分ないが、マスターとしては汚さに欠ける。そうだな。彼女がキャスターのようになってくれれば、私もここまで苦労はしないのだな。
You bastard! I punch Archer's face. Well, I punch in that general direction, but he easily avoids it.
何をする？私たちは協力関係ではなかったか？
Screw you! I'm nothing like you. I don't sacrifice those around me in order to win. I would never do such a thing.
それは私も同じだ。エミヤしろ。だが、すべての人間を救うことはできまい。例えば、キャスターが聖杯を手に入れてしまえば、被害はこの町だけにとどまるまい。それは、イリアスフィールも他のマスターも同じだ。聖杯を私利私欲で使わぬマスターは、私が知る限り、お前とリンだけだからな。故に、私たちが勝利しなければ、被害はさらに大きくなる。
Yeah, that is an argument to be made. It's like Castor's not necessarily killing people outright either, but she is injuring them by taking their magical energy. She's not really killing them as of yet. But like, if she did have the power, she'd probably use it for selfish reasons. So is it worse for her to be doing it now or versus later if she wins?
ならば、この町の人間には犠牲になってもらい、私たちの役に立ってもらうしかあるまい。その結果で被害を抑えられるのなら、お前の方針と同じだろうさ。
I feel numb. He doesn't need to explain it. I can't save everyone. Kiritsugu always said that. So I should be over it, but it's just the way that he says it that pisses me off.
無関係な人間を巻き込みたくないと言ったな。ならば認めろ。一人も殺さない。などという方法では、結局誰も救えない。キャスターの言う通り、残念ながら私たちは似た者同士だ。犠牲者を出したくないというのなら、協力し合うしかあるまい。
No, I won't cooperate with you. I can never accept you.
そうか。お前が信じたものは、リンだけだったな。
I turn my back to Archer. I'm different from him. I can't let Castor be, so there's only one course of action.
キャスターを追うつもりか？
I ignore him and start walking. My destination is inside the temple. If this is Castor's territory, then her workshop is also inside the temple.
信じられんな。お前一人ではキャスターにかなうべくもない。命が惜しいのなら、やめておけ。
We're also ignoring the fact that Saber's still back there. Archer follows, complaining the entire way.
まったく。せっかく助けてやった命を無駄にするのか。それは構わんが。せめて感謝の一言でも残したらどうだ。先ほどの女性は私なりの行為だったのだがね。命の恩人とまではいかないが、視線を共にくぐり抜けた友人ぐらいにはありがたがってほしいものだ。
Good. Man, he really gets on my nerves. Shut up. Quit acting like we're pals all of a sudden. Hurry up and go back to Tasaka's place. I don't need your help. I turn away and head towards the temple without looking back for good this time. There.
そうか。懐かれなくて何よりだ。
I feel a chilling premonition of death. What? Before I can fully manage to leap up out of the way, Archer brings a sword down on me. Okay. He cuts me at the shoulder. My blood comes pouring out. I feel like I'll pass out in the moment my focus wavers. The pain's so sharp that I feel my skin and muscles are burning. I back away with wobbly steps. I can't even flee. All my remaining strength is sapped, and it's all I can do to remain on my feet. You.
外したか。さっき抑えきれなかった私の落ち度からとっさに反応したお前の機転か。まあ、どちらでも構わないが。
Archer walks towards me with a sword covered in my blood. I'll be killed. My instinct is that I'm going to die, and my feet struggle to move. The temple's exit. I stagger towards the stairs beyond the mountain gate and retreat back. He must know that this is a fatal wound. His steps are unhurried. Everything is going fuzzy. I don't know what I'm doing. I can't even recall why I'm fleeing or why I was cut to begin with. It feels like my thoughts and memory are following the blood dripping from my body. Maybe I'm still conscious because that sword is he's holding. The white short sword. That plain blade holds my attention and keeps me from closing my eyes. But it comes to an end. The mountain gate is right behind me. The stairs are right there, but I can't even turn around. The moment I do, I'm sure Archer will split me in two.
最後だ。戦う意義のないエミヤ四郎はここで死ぬ。
He raises his blade. The white yin sword is raised like a guillotine. What reason to fight?
そうだ。自分のためではなく、誰かのために戦うなど、ただの偽善だ。お前が望むものは勝利ではなく平和だろう。そんなもの、この世のどこにもありはしないというのにな。
I don't. Even as my consciousness fades, I feel defiant. But both my body and mind are at their limit.
さらばだ。理想を抱いて溺死しろ。
His voice is filled with hatred. He swings the yin sword Byakuya. Or Bakuya. Bakuya. I thought it was Byakuya, but it's Bakuya. There we go. The yin sword Bakuya. Got it. Once more the blade slashes at me, this time to sever my very life. But right before that, with only the thought of defying his words, I jump backwards without thinking of the consequences. His sword cuts the air and my body flies through the air. The bottomless darkness is behind me. With a horrible sound, my body crashes to the stonework and then rolls down the mountain stairs. I hear an unfamiliar voice near me. I also hear a familiar voice. Saber! My vision is almost gone. I attempt to lift my body, but I can only collapse in a heap back to the earth. Is that Saber? Saber supports my body and speaks with urgency. Ugh. But that's bad. I don't know their identity, but there's one other unknown servant nearby. If she's tending to me, that leaves her wide open for an attack. It's fine, Saber! She must have realized mid-sentence. She looks back at the servant behind her. He does have honor. Saber tilts her head, unable to grasp the enemy's true intentions.
何その横顔に見とれただけよ。果たし合う顔も良かったが、今の張り詰めようも捨てがたくてな。ついめでてしまったの。
Is that a kimono? The servant dressed as anachronistically turns his back towards us.
今宵はこれで十分。立ち去るがいい、セイバー。
私たちを見逃すというのか、アサシン。
そうだ。この続き、いずれ果たすというのなら見逃すよ。今のお前では満足な戦いは望めない。私だってそれは欲しい。
Saber glares at Assassin. An assassin stares calmly at Saber. Their stare down lasts for a few seconds.
わかりました、アサシン。あなたとの決着は必ず。
良い返事だ。期待しているぞ、騎士王。
Saber takes me in her arms and heads down the stairs. However, I see the knight in red following us from a mountain gate, determined not to let me go.
アーチャー。
Saber says in wonder. He said that he kills when he can ensure it. If he's a man of his word, he can't let me leave here alive. If he swung his sword trying to kill me, I'm sure he will do whatever he can to kill me now. The red cloak flutters like a feather. It doesn't matter whether Saber is here or not. Archer jumps down and slashes his sword at me. Swords clash. A counterattack like a flash of light. The intercepting blade parries Archer's sword, then makes for his neck as he hangs in midair.
アサシン貴様。
Of course he'd interfere. Archer twists his body and lands. The knight in red is blocked by the servant in a kimono and cannot pass down the stairs.
邪魔をするつもりか、侍。
Archer readies his twin swords and faces assassin-class servant. With that in front of him, the assassin adjusts his hold on his sword as if nothing happened.
それはこちらのセリフだ。貴様こそ見逃すと言った私の邪魔をするつもりか。
His voice is oddly pleasant. I don't know what his goal is, but he really intends to leave us, or intends us to leave.
加えて私の役割はここの門番だ。生きては倒産し、生きては返さない。雪は見逃したが、帰りは別だ。いささか雅さにかける首だが、今宵はそれで収めるとしよう。
He intends to go for the kill. Is everything pinging right now? Don't understand. Assassin's fighting spirit is as sharp as his longsword. There is no dominating presence like Archer or Saber where everything feels involved. His is a sharpened razor edge that precisely aims for the neck.
よく言った。セイバーに傷一つつけられなかったキャスターの手駒風情がこの俺と戦うと。
貴様こそあの女狐を驚かせようと送ったというのに、我が身可愛さで逃げ帰るとは失望したぞ。
Their confrontation is short. Both parties demonstrate fantastical swordplay. I'm captivated by what I see. To be honest, I can't even make out Assassin's sword technique. I'm not unused to swordplay, but I can't make heads or tails of it. It's too swift and deadly. The contrast is what makes me so fascinated. Dancing twin blades. Archer managed to defend himself against such inhuman ability, but his techniques look something like even I could do someday. I don't like it, but you could say I'm impressed. He's fighting against Assassin's magical sword with techniques acquired by experience and sheer force of will rather than talent. Damn it, it's obvious that he's strong. It's different strength than Tasaka or Saber. All the training he went through because he's not extraordinary. I bet he didn't have anything. So with his limited resources, he trained his heart out and got to that level. Saber's voice brings me back to reality. We leave Ryudo Temple with Saber carrying me. Assassin and Archer's swordplay echoes behind us without pause. My wound is almost healed by the time we get back. Tasaka's opinion might be correct, as my wound heals quickly when Saber's touching me. Saber demands an explanation once we get to the dojo after treating my wound and getting changed. All without waking Fujine up. I do my best to summarize all the important points. How I was controlled by Castor and went to the temple. The Coleman incidents happening in town and Castor's relation to them. Archer who saved me with my command spells were about to be taken. And how Archer tried to kill me in the end. Saber seems to ponder something. I would get why she would want to organize her thoughts since all this happened in one night. Yeah, he did. He's the worst. He's no different from Castor if he's using her to win. It pisses me off when I think back to it. Damn it, I wish I'd gotten a hit on him. Then, Saber has a weird expression on her face. Saber, what's so funny? Now that she mentioned it, I have been complaining a lot. I can't help it. Archer really gets to me. And worst of all, he made fun of Tasaka, his own partner. Oh, she's right. Archer's actions would constitute betrayal. No, but that is... No, it's not like he betrayed me. I haven't made any promises with him from the start. That's why even though Archer attacked me, I think that's fair. Her tone has a certain fondness to it.
結論から言うと、私も素人同じです。キャスターは放置できませんが、アーチャーは非道ではないのでしょう。
Hold on. What part were you listening to, Saber?
すべてです。それを踏まえた上で、私も素人同意見だと言っています。加えて、彼の嫌疑は清流でした。心によこしまなものがないのでしょう。舞うような剣撃は、彼の人格を物語っていると思う。
I don't like it even more now. Something is wrong with Saber to compliment him. First of all, Archer's technique is... Oh. No, I was just being delusional. He's like yogurt that's about to expire compared to you, Saber. What are you saying? His technique is nothing. He couldn't even kill me with that surprise attack. How can he call himself a servant?
ええ。ですからシローも筋がいいのです。長く鍛えればアーチャーに届く技量になりましょう。
I can't object if she says so while making that face. Anyhow, Saber approves of Archer's techniques. I don't know why, but I can't stand that fact. Saber, you say I have talent, right?
はい。上手れば良い使い手となるでしょう。
I've decided. Then can you teach me some things once my wound heals? Not just how to survive, but I want to learn how to fight. I shake Saber's hand and look directly in her eyes.
あ、はい。シローがそういうのでしたら構いませんが。
Alright. I have no complaints if I can study under Saber. I can't repeat the same failures tonight. And it's not like me to keep on running away. Most importantly, I can't lose to the guy who said we need more victims in order to reduce the total number of victims. People die when they're killed. Alright, anyway. There is one thing I wanted to do. Now that I have a save point, this is perfect. 1 second. I keep adding to my auto ban list, to my auto moderation list, whenever they try to do these stupid messages. But it hasn't. I don't know if it's worked well or not. Like, that's the thing. February 6th. Unlimited Blade Works. Ghost Waltz. Huh? When I come to my senses, I realize I'm in a fantastical place. An endless barren land as far as the eye can see. The unceasing wind blows golden sand into my eyes. There I stand, my mind blank amidst it all. I feel no reason for confusion or panic. I know this scenery. I had a dream of this before. So this must also be a dream. I'm lucid enough to simply wait for the end. A strange feeling suddenly runs up my arm. The sound of metal clanking. When I roll up my sleeve, there's... My arm is now made of blades. Ugh! I jump from my bed. Before I realize that I'm in my room, I check my right arm. Oh, huh? It's fine. My right arm is normal. It doesn't feel hard like metal, nor has it become blades. A dream. I sigh in relief. I don't know why I had a dream like that, but it might have to do with the fact that I made a contract with Saber. Maybe I should try asking Tasaka about it when I have a chance. And more importantly, I need to go prepare breakfast. It's before 6 a.m. Even though Sakura isn't here to starting from today, there's still Saber and Fujine. It's late to start preparing breakfast for 3 of us, even now. I make my way to the living room and trying not to make a sound. I pause and try to figure out how they're doing on the other side of the sliding door. I hear Fujine's restless snoring and Saber's even breathing. Huh. My guard must have gone down as thoughts of what it must look like in there flitter in. I'll be right back. I think my food has arrived. Give me a moment. Oh, man, I'm back. Okay. I have food. I think we're going to take a little intermission because, like, unlike in most scenes, there's not going to be a lot of dialogue as of yet for me to, like, filter in eating and talking and all that sort of stuff at the same time. Oh, man. Oh, yeah, she threw in an apple pie. Okay. Yeah. I'm sure some people like those. I'm not a big fan of the McDonald's ones, though. Or hide my blushing face with my hands and breathe in the cold air from outside. But yeah, so anyway, tomorrow I'm not going to be home. In the morning I'm heading out and we're going to Universal. I'm going with a friend because they wanted to go. So we're going to do that for the day, and then I'm spending the night out there. And I won't really be back until late at night. At least, depending on when we head back. So, just a short little trip, but I'm on 2 weeks of vacation, so I think I can allow myself a little bit of a vacay myself. So if you don't see me around, that's why. But there will always be like the YouTube videos. I will see when I get back tomorrow if I can start, or not tomorrow, but the day after or so, Wednesday, if we're good on that front. Um, but I've never been to Universal before, so I'm not sure what to expect. I've just never gone. Now, again, I'm trying not to give too much away, but the fact that I even bring up Universal should already give you an idea. But there used to be like a studio out there that no longer exists. At least when I was a kid. So I'm curious if it's still there in some capacity. Like not as like I know they've renovated it and changed it around and everything else like that, but it would be interesting to like see it. You know what I mean? Like an old relic. And with everything prepping up for October and the Halloween stuff, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of horror stuff, which would be really cool. I don't know what they're going to do necessarily, but that would be still cool. I'm almost done, so this should be fine. I might not even finish this, to be honest. But yeah, so basically, it's going to be me driving north and then heading to the place, which is like a 3-4 hour drive. And I'm going to try and make sure that we don't get into any trouble, but it's going to be like early morning stuff. We should be there before the park opens, but I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, I'm also nervous because I've never been, right? And so since I've never been, I'm like, oh man, I don't know what I'm going to do. And since I like, not that I haven't done like these sorts of things before, but I basically planned every aspect of this trip. Like the tickets, the rooms, all that sort of stuff. And I'm like, I really hope nothing goes wrong because I've never really like been to the place before. So I'm just like, all right, what could possibly happen? But I don't know. Probably why I need a credit card too, but I just have never gotten one. Well, that's not true. I did get a credit card once, but I never renewed it because I didn't care. But it's just 2 days, right? And the drive's not that far. So, like, if anything happens, I could always drive all the way back. I don't want anything to go wrong. I want this to be smooth and everything else. At the same time, I have to prep for anything that might possibly go wrong. So I'm like, all right. Well, in this case, we're going to do this and this and this. And it's just like, all right. We'll try to do our best. And again, financially should be okay. At the same time, there was that hack not too long ago where they stole all those social security numbers, which is also not great. Although I do have security on my account, so let me know if there's anything weird. But, yeah. I don't know. I guess I'm just nervous to be nervous. I should be fine. I should be okay. Although I'd feel more comfortable if, and this is nothing serious. Like, I gave the go ahead for like a couple of loans from my account. This is to the family, obviously, and they've been working on it through the summer. But the long and short of it is, like, there's supposed to be a return for that I haven't seen in 3 months. Which is fine. I knew that this was a possibility. It's just one of those things where if it did come back, it would be nice if it happened sooner rather than later. Alright, I'm good. I ate what I wanted. So, that's also why I'm streaming a little bit earlier than usual, is because I want to make sure that I've got my stuff packed, I have all my backup supplies. And again, this is just in a hypothetical sense of something going wrong. Ugh. All right. Sorry for the pause. I need more training. Let me go make breakfast. I shake my head and walk away. But I don't think it's good for my mental health to have girls sleeping under the same roof as me after all. Okay, okay. Do your best on your work in the morning too. Fujine bows and heads to school. Well, there's still 30 minutes. I'm already done cleaning up, so I should fulfill yesterday's agreement. The wounds from the slash in my shoulder and from when I fell down the stairs are completely healed. On top of that, I have some time, so I'll train with Saber first thing in the morning. The sounds of our practice swords echo. The clashing of bamboo makes a pleasant sound. Learning by watching others cannot be underestimated. Just picturing an example before I grip my sword makes it a lot lighter and easier to use. As usual, Saber repels my attacks without losing her breath. But is something wrong with her this morning? Until yesterday, I would have lost consciousness the moment I got parried, but I'm now able to manage her counter attacks today. Well, when I say manage, I mean I can avoid the worst case scenario where my vision goes completely white, even if her counter attacks are still effective. Phew! I put down my bamboo sword and breathe out a heat buildup in my lungs. The clock is already pointing at 8 a.m. Before I knew it, an hour had passed since I started training with Saber. Since my body is able to react better to the saber's sword, and probably also because she didn't seem to have it with her, it was easy to get carried away and lose track of time. Man, I worked up a sweat, but what's wrong with you this morning, Saber? I don't feel as much severity in your attacks compared to yesterday.
そのようなことはありません。私は昨日と同じように打ち合いました。それを軽く感じたのは、シロの技量が上がっているからです。
My skills? Really? Saber nods. Well, it doesn't seem like flattery, and Saber isn't the type to say those kinds of things to start with. Really?
驚きました。シロの技量は昨日とは別人です。
You think so? No, that can't be true. You just aren't doing as well today. Martial arts instructors would lose their jobs if someone could get better in just a day.
それは同感ですが、そうですね。具体的に言うと、型に無駄がなくなりました。シロはもともと体は出来上がっていますから、適した剣筋を身につければ、それだけで一段階上の剣士になれるのです。
Fewer unnecessary movements. Come to think of it, my body did move well this morning. It seemed as though my sword parried Saber on its own, even though I couldn't consciously react to it. All I did was copy what he was doing.
やはりそうでしたか。私に指示すると言っておいて、アーチャーの剣筋を手本にしたわけですね、シロは。
Wait, so you can tell?
当然です。もともとシロには基本となる型がありませんでしたから。それに筋が一つ通れば、誰が見てもわかります。
Well, it's not like I was ignoring you. It's just that since I was around him a bunch yesterday, it was engraved in my mind.
いいえ、私に断らずとも結構です。シロが強くなる分には、私も文句はありませんから。
Liar. What's with that obviously dissatisfied face? I'm telling you I'm sorry. Besides, even if I were to try and model myself after you, I can't even see how you're attacking. We have different physiques on top of it all. It's impossible to copy you.
なかなかに正論です。では、私はあくまであなたの練習相手ということですね。
I feel like I just dug myself into a deeper hole. No, let's stop talking about this. Anyway, it's clear that I'm able to fight a bit now.
何を言うのです。確かにシロの技量は上がりましたが、それはあくまで最低限戦えるというレベルです。私やアーチャー、バーサーカーと向き合えるものではないのですから、間違っても単独で戦闘など挑まないでください。
Saber is firm. It feels like our mentor reprimanding her cocky student, which makes me break into a smile. Well, having such a cute mentor is oddly amusing. I get to school over an hour late. The hallway is crowded with students between classes. It seems like 2C also finished class just now, as many familiar faces file out.
いや、お疲れ。なんか知らねえけど、タイガー怒ってたぜ。4次元目は覚悟しとけとさ。
How did 3 periods happen in an hour? Oh yeah, I have English today. My classmates tell me the very thing I don't want to hear. The moment I sluggishly put my hand on the door. The history teacher comes out. Good morning, Mr. Kuzuki.
遅刻かエミヤ。今日の授業は試験範囲を確認したものだ。後で友人にきちんと聞いておくように。
Yes, I'm sorry for being late. Kuzuki nods and leaves. Shoichiro Kuzuki is an ironclad teacher that teaches world history and ethics. He also is in charge of the student council. Though he's a terse talker like that, he's kind of a rarity in the school where his popularity grows as people come to know him. Morning. I make my way to my desk and greet people as I go. It's a little embarrassing to show up late like this.
随分と遅い到着だね。
Someone greets me, so I turn around. There. It's Shinji, strangely all smiles. Shinji, what's wrong? You're acting weird. Did you not get enough sleep last night? I tell him my honest opinion. For a moment he scowls, then his smile returns. Shinji was strange yesterday, but that doesn't even compare with this morning. Shinji, were you attacked? You idiot, I thought I told you. I'd stay home if you want to protect yourself.
うるさいな。何偉そうな口聞いてるんだよお前。
Shinji?
何それとも遠坂と仲良くやっていい気になってんの？勘違いするなよな。遠坂と手を組んだところでお前が強いってわけじゃない。強いサーバントを手に入れて嬉しいのはわかるけどさ、思い上がるのはみっともないよ。
Shinji glares back at me. Now it seems like he's lost all composure, which is really unlike him.
まあいい。君が来てくれてよかったよ。ほら、エミヤが来ないんじゃさ、面白みに欠けるだろ。
That must be all he wanted to say as he goes back to his seat chuckling. It's lunch break and the classroom gets louder. Huh? Issei's already gone. He must have gone to the student council room again to go nap. I made lunch again, so I would like to avoid eating in the classroom. Huh? The guys in the class are making commotion. Hey, what's going on? I call out to them. The boys are huddled in a secret meeting and looking at me suspiciously.
何かあったではござらん。それ、教室の外を見てみるがよい。ただしこっそり、あくまで隠密。
Okay, don't know what that's about. Goto must have been watching some kind of period drama last night. The way he's talking. Still, I do as he suggests. What? There. Outside the classroom in the hallway, someone's acting even more suspiciously than Goto.
三重の遠坂だよな。うちのクラスに何か言おうかな。
間違いござらん。先ほどから盗み見ていたが、あちらも同様の草っぷり。さりげなく、しかし大胆に我らが教室を覗いておる。とは
だよな。こうなると偶然じゃねえ。つうかさ、なんか目つき悪くねえか？遠坂さん、もっとこう、普段は涼しげな顔してない？
あ、お前もそう思う？こう通りがかるたびに目尻が上がってんだよな。近寄りがたくなってく一方だ。ありゃイライラしてるね。なんか気に食わないことでもあったんかな。
Oh, I have an idea.
待ち人来たらずというより、待ち人気づかずというところ。こう、誕生日にこっそりプレゼントを仕掛けておいたのに、送られたやつは1年経っても気づかないんで、もうブチ切れ寸前といったところであろう。
後藤ってさ、時々すごい表現するよな。的確すぎ。何？お前前世は軍師か何か？
The guys are saying whatever they want. I timidly look out into the hallway again. She's pissed. I don't know what she's pissed at, but I feel like Goto's guess is right. So, what should I do? I mean, the answer is all the same. Hiding from her is not going to work. She's after me. I'll obediently go outside. I bet the odds are greater than 50-50 she's after me. What bothers me is how she's acting. You'd think based on her personality that she'd just drag me right out if she had business with me, but waiting around more like a regular everyday girl? I want to ignore her, but I don't think it's wise. I'm scared of what'll happen if I ignore her. True. I get up from my seat holding my lunch, bracing myself for the interrogation that's sure to come from Goto and the others later. I make for the hallway. Chisaka, what are you doing here?
何って散歩に決まってるじゃない。お昼なんだから昼食をとるのは当然でしょ。
Tasaka is acting too suspiciously. She's restless and doesn't try to make eye contact with me. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Then go find a good spot. I'll be at the student council room. I raise my lunch to say goodbye and turn that way.
ちなさい。あんたわざとやってるでしょ。
I turn back around. Look, Tasaka, I don't know what happened, but I can't read minds. If you have something to say, out with it. Tasaka just stares at me, still unable to explain. Could this be... Did you forget your lunch money? I won't give you my lunch, but I can lend you some money if you want to get a sandwich.
なわけないでしょ、このアンポンタン。
Tasaka basically screams. The hallway goes quiet at once. After a few seconds, everything resumes as if nothing happened. I see. They rejected reality to substitute their own. There's no way that Rin Tasaka, the beautiful idol of the second years and model student moreover, would raise her voice in the hallway, let alone say something like jackass. So what just happened has been ignored and entirely erased from memory. Lucky. I wish I could do the same for the past 4 days or so. So if it's not about lunch money, then what is it?
そのお昼ご飯なんでしょ。それだったらついてくる。生徒会室よりずっといい場所知ってるんだから。
Tasaka says in a roundabout way while peering at me from time to time. Oh, basically she wants to talk to me and have a strategy meeting. Wait. Is this really the much better place, Tasaka? It's cold. The rooftop is mercilessly cold. It would be crowded with students enjoying the breeze during the summer, but it's a desolate shopping district on New Year's during winter. It's cold. I say it one more time. Oh, it's an honest opinion. I'd really like the person next to me to take a hint.
何よ、男の子でしょ。これぐらい我慢しなさい。
My objection is shot down right away.
エミヤ君、こっち。ここなら風も来ないし、人目にもつかないわ。
She quickly moves to her destination and doesn't make eye contact. I eat my lunch. She must have called me over since she had something to talk about, but she doesn't speak up at all. Even so, when I sneak a peek at her, she's looking at me as if she wants to say something. I keep eating my lunch. There's nothing else I can do to keep my cool. At this point, I don't care that it's cold or quiet. It's just... This is making me anxious. Since the places where we can avoid the wind are limited, Tasaka is eating her bread right next to me. We're so close that even if I move my body just a little, our shoulders will rub. Doesn't it look like we're eating lunch, like, together from the outside? Ugh. I try my best to keep from blushing. Damn it. Why didn't it occur to me that she invited me to the hallway? It's only natural that I can't keep it together. Though she's my ally now, I've admired her for quite some time. Well, I can't say this to Tasaka since she would just laugh it off, but man, I wish she happened to be more considerate into a case like that. My chopsticks hit the bottom of my lunchbox. Finished. All that's left is to clean up after myself. It seems like Tasaka finished a while ago, as she is watching me idly. Man, lunch break is going to end in a few minutes. I guess I'll just have to ask her what we'll do after school today.
ちょっといい？
We speak up simultaneously. Our eyes finally meet for the first time today.
いや別にない。登坂こそ。
話があるなら先にどうぞ。
We talk at the exact same moment again and look away in embarrassment. Silence follows. The end of lunch break is nearing. I'm relieved and disappointed that we might have to go now. Then...
もう昨日の夜はごめん。
Tosaka murmurs in an apologetic voice. Huh?
だから昨日のこと、あーちゃんにはレイジを使っといたから。そんなんで今さら済まされないけど、ごめん。
My frivolous thoughts pause. What happened last night? Archer tried to kill me and Tasaka says she used a command spell on him. Tasaka, so that means...
ええ、協力関係にある限り、絶対にエミヤ君を襲うなってレイジュで命令したわ。だから、 今後は昨日みたいなことは起きないから。
Oh, right. She didn't have to use her second command spell because I never finished the attack. Got it. So she had one to spare. That is a relief. It's a relief, but Tasaka used a command spell on something like that? I see, but that's nothing for you to apologize for. That's something he did on his own. You didn't know what he was doing either, right?
けどだからって無関係じゃない。昨日のことはあいつに自由行動させた私の責任よ。
She looks down, dejected. This is really unlike her. It bothers me more that the fact that I got attacked by Archer. Alright. I'll say that's the case if you say so. But I'm surprised Archer actually told you. I would never think that he would actually report to you he had attacked me.
そうね。けど自分のサーバントが傷を負って帰ってきて、しかも魔力が空っぽなら何かあったって思うでしょ。あいつ隠し事はするけど嘘はつかないから。何をしてきたのか尋ねたらあっさり白状しやがったのよ。
Oh, you're back to normal. That's good. It's not like you if you're like that.
ちょっとそれどういう意味よ。
Don't worry about it. So where's Archer?
家に置いてきた。なんか昨日から様子がおかしいし、昨日の今日でエミヤ君に合わせるのもあれでしょ。
Yeah, I don't want to see him either. It's obvious we would just end up insulting each other if we saw each other. Okay, but Tasaka, why did he attack me?
それが敵は少ない方がいいだって。エミヤ君はどうでもいいけど、セイバーは後々厄介になるから今のうちに潰しておくべきだとかなんとか。昨日みたいに簡単に他のマスターに操られると迷惑だから、ここで切り捨てた方がいいって判断したんだって。
I mean, it's a fair, logical assessment. Damn it, I can't object to that. I'm certainly burdensome falling into Castor's trap like that. He must have figured that the moment I was caught in her spell. I got it. Don't want to harp on this too much. It was partially my fault as well. And in any case, I don't know what would have happened if he hadn't come. See? It evens out in the end, so don't feel bad for it.
そう言ってくれると助かるけど。
She looks away awkwardly. The strong sense of responsibility must be getting in her way of her agreeability. Oh. The bell rang just in time. Lunch break is over. Didn't even taste anything because of the situation, but I guess this wasn't bad at all. Let's get back inside. We'll be late for 5th period. I stand up and head to the door. But Tasaka is still sitting. Tasaka, the bell rang. She doesn't answer, but she looks at me as though she wants to say something.
少し付き合いなさいよ。一つぐらいサボっても平気でしょ。
As long as it's not English. The words a model honor student would never dare say. A bell rings to indicate the start of 5th period. Yet, what are we doing? Drinking coffee in a place like this? On a side note, I had to go buy canned coffee real quick like.
授業開始まで5分あるでしょ。1階の購買からここまで5分もあれば十分じゃないかしら。
Christ. So was the devilish request from Tasaka.
それでエミヤ君はどうなの？
Oh, when I started learning Magecraft? Yeah, I think that's about right. I begged my old man for something like 2 years, and he finally taught me.
じゃあ足掛け8年か。エミヤ君のお父さんも随分と半端なことするのね。どうせ教えるんなら生まれた時から手を加えればよかったのに。8年前って言えばもう二次成長期後でしょ。そんなに大きくなったら刻印を刻むこともできないし、体もいじれないじゃない。
That's probably why he didn't. Tasaka says dangerous things. Well, I know this is the part of the part of her that's a mage. I guess, like I said before, my old man never intended to teach me Magecraft, so that's why he didn't go through the proper steps like you did. Wait. What do you mean by doing something when you were born?
言葉通りの意味よ。歴史が古くなればなるほど、その家系の魔術刻印は大きくなる。魔術刻印は形になった魔術回路だから、ほんの少し体に刻むだけで人間の体が拒否反応を起こしてものすごく痛むのよ。で、それを少しでも和らげるために子供の頃から少しずつ移植していくってわけ。ついでに中身も無理が効くように苦い薬草やら怪しげな骨を砕いた粉とか飲み続けて体に耐性を作っておくの。
Gross.
まあ魔術使いであるエミヤ君には関係のない話だからあんまり気にする必要はないわ。今から無理して真似されても困るし。
I don't intend to. But are you okay? That sounds painful just hearing about it. I don't know how to explain it. I've never known a normal practitioner of magecraft. But when I went to Tasaka's house, I felt an inexplicable pressure. A family that passes along a long history. Children that have a duty to succeed when they're born, secluded from the normal world, completely disregarding anything they may want. I bite my lip, daring to imagine how painstaking and tiresome that must be.
そういう心配なんてしてるんだ、エミヤ君は。
What's up with that look? I'm not worried or anything.
当然よ。心配なんてされる覚えはないもの。私は好きでやってきたんだから、そこに後悔なんてないしね。そのあたり、エミヤ君も同じなんじゃない？
Why are you asking me? What? Wait, the same. Tasaka and I?
まったく。本当に自分のことはわからないのね、あんたって。確かに私の修行は大変だったわ。けど逃げ出したいなんて思ったことはなかった。それはエミヤ君も同じでしょって言ったの。
Oh yeah, that's true. But I was never asked to do anything as hard as what you were doing.
バカ言わないでよ。9年間まっとうに育っておいて、それから魔術を習うなんて正気じゃないわ。エミヤ君の日課がどんなものかは知らないけど、それよっぽど危険な鍛錬なはずよ。失敗したら命がないっていうぐらいギリギリのライン。
Oh no, since I'm an amateur, it's not supposed to be that dangerous. It won't even compare to what you went through, Tasaka.
そうね。私だってあなたと比べることはできないもの。魔術の鍛錬なんてね、結局はそういうものよ。唯一共通なのは命を計りにかけてるってこと。計りには個人差があるけど、要はその計りをどれほど傾けられるかでしょ。その点で言えば、あなたは私なんかよりずっと厳しい。私、死ぬような鍛錬なんてしたことないもの。そもそも失敗することがないし。
I don't fail. Wow, you actually went there. She casually dunks on me. Tasaka basically said that she doesn't know what it feels like to fail, unlike the rest of us.
ほら、そこすねない。今の褒めたんだから。
I don't exactly feel thrilled being told what I did. I did well this time from someone who always gets perfect scores.
今回はなんて言ってないわよ。要するにね、確かに教えは厳しかったけど辛くはなかったってこと。だから逃げ出さなかったし、今もずっと続けている。それ、エミヤ君も同じでしょ？
Hard but not painful. I do think that's what I feel like. I never felt that it was painful or hard. No, to be honest, I couldn't afford to think that. I just wanted to catch up to Kiritsugu. I'll become like Kiritsugu someday. I've kept training to become a hero of justice that Kiritsugu couldn't. Looking back, most of my memories are about the training I did in the shed. I never regretted that. Perhaps it's because I believed that that was the most important thing to do for myself. I see. I haven't really thought of it like that. I guess it means I've done my share too, huh?
そういうこと。エミヤ君は独学でここまで来たんだから、もっと自信を持ちなさい。
Tasaka says proudly. I'm a bit embarrassed. It's worse when she's happy about it, as if it's her own accomplishment.
さて、話がまとまったところで少しは真面目な話をしよっか。協力者としてお互いの特技はしておかないとね。
Strengths. Oh, the magecraft that we can use. Isn't it late for that? You already know what I can do.
ええ、エミヤ君の魔術は強化だっけ？珍しいとまでは言わないけど、メインに据えてる魔術師はそう多くないじゃない？それが不思議だったのよ。あなた、どうして強化にこだわるわけ？
Well, it's the only thing I can use. I tried other things, but I could only do strengthening. The rest are basic things like making a blueprint and stuff. That's not something to be talking about.
そう。私のところは転換かな。力の蓄積、流動、変化ってところ。そのあたりを基本にして有名どころの魔術は抑えてある。結界作りも教室ぐらいの広さなら形だけは整えられるわ。
Mm-hmm. Conversion of power. It's the most basic and all-rounder type. In other words, she's saying she can transfer magical energy to any vessel and transform it. I see. I'm glad you're telling me, but is it really okay for you to tell me your magecraft?
前にエミヤ君、私に教えてくれたでしょ？なのに私だけ隠してるのはフェアじゃないから。
Tasaka says and puts her left hand out.
この前見せたけど、これが私の魔術刻印。遠坂の家に伝わるのは転換の技法でね。自分でも他人でもともかく力を移し替えたりするのが得意なわけ。普通魔力っていうのは体外に出すと消えるでしょ。魔力だけで神秘は起こせない。外に出して魔力が消えてしまう前に魔力によって魔術っていう式を発動させる。だから魔術にしていない純粋な魔力は移し替えるのが難しいんだけど。
She stops there and takes out a small stone out of her pocket. Is it a gem? The transparent polyhedron reminds me of kaleidoscope.
例外として私は他のものに自分の魔力を蓄積できる。いいえ、自分の魔力だけじゃなくて他の術者の魔力だって保存できるし、難しいけど移し替えられるのは魔力だけじゃないわ。で、その保存場所に一番相性がいいのが宝石なの。宝石が想念をためやすい場、流れをとどめる牢獄ってことは知ってるでしょ。加えてずっと地中で眠っていた鉱石には強い自然霊が宿っている。そういった宝石や魔力を込めるだけで簡易的な魔術刻印になるのよ。まあ宝石である以上、一度でも込められた魔力を解放すれば壊れちゃうんだけど。
Tasaka shrugs and puts the gem away. Man, that's a waste. By breaking, you mean it'll go away and once it's used, right? Do you have to replace such an expensive thing like a gem each time?
そうなのよ。おかげでうちは年中金欠でさ。遠坂の魔術師は後継ぎになったらまずお金を稼ぐところから。
I see, yeah. We all have our different problems, Tasaka. She looks away as if she said too much. Yeah. I think this every time, but Tasaka is actually really awkward deep down. Fifth period is about to end. Tasaka finishes explaining things to me, so I ask her about Shinji since she's also from a family of mages. Hey Tasaka, did you know that Shinji's family, the Matao family, is a family of mages?
ええ、知ってたわ。けどマトウ家はここ数十年で衰退したって父さんが言ってた。それは本当。だからシンジがマスターになったって聞いて驚いたけど。
So she did know. Oh, so she did know. Of course, she supervises this land, so she knows all the families with a mage history. She should know that Shinji's a master. Wait, hold on. Tasaka, you knew that Shinji was a master too?
ごめん。私も今朝知ったのよ。シンジがマスターになるわけないって鷹をくくってたのが裏目に出たみたい。
Tasaka says if it's nothing. However, something's off. She was searching for her third master at school, yet she doesn't seem to consider Shinji a problem at all. Tasaka, Shinji is a master, right?
ええ、けど別にどうってことないでしょ。シンジ自身に魔力はないんだし、そう大それたことはできないわ。私たちの敵は学校に潜んでいるマスターだもの。シンジはマスターとしての気配もないし、私たちが探している相手とは別物よ。
So does that mean we're actually 4 masters at our school?
そうなるんじゃない？まあ、シンジにはおとなしくしておけって言ったから邪魔されることはないでしょうけど。
Another statement that bothers me. Wait, first of all, how did Tasaka find out that Shinji's a master? Tasaka, can you tell me more about what happened this morning?
詳しくも何もシンジの方から話しかけてきたのよ。僕もマスターになったから2人で手を組まないかって。
I'm starting to get a bad feeling about this, but I can't stop her now. So what happened after that?
続きも何も当然断ったわ。だっていうのにあいつしつこく食い下がってくるんだもの。ついシローがいるからマトウ君はいらないって言っちゃった。
Tasaka laughs, recalling it. That must be the reason why Shinji was acting so strange. However, so what are you going to do about Shinji? Are you going to let him be? He's the one who set up the bounded field around school, right?
Huh?
Tasaka freezes. I knew it. She didn't notice that Shinji was the one who set up the bounded field. You're wrong, Tasaka. It's true that Shinji isn't a mage, but he set up the bounded field. I'm sure he has a servant that excels in magecraft like Castor. Tasaka grows pale. Tasaka, you didn't notice?
おう、あの結界がサーバントによるものだって気がついてたけど。
She couldn't make the connection with Shinji? I recall how Tasaka was acting until now. I bet she was so worried about last night's incident she couldn't think about Shinji. This might be the biggest mistake she's made in her life.
まずい。下手したらシンジのやつ。
Tasaka gets up instantly and glares at the exit. At that instant, an abnormality around the school openly reveals itself with perfect timing.
結界？
The sky is tinted red. Stagnant red air immediately begins suffocating everything within the school grounds. It won't affect mages who can cycle magical energy through their body to ward off this effect, but normal people will pass out, and if enough time goes by, they'll die. Tasaka!
分かってる。急ぐわよ、シロー。
Red surrounds everything in the school. The hallway red as blood. The air red as blood. Thick air sticks to my skin and creates a sense that this is all just one horrible dream. Disgust threatens to rip itself through my lips. Like coolant, I try to force reasonable, controlled thoughts through my confused and heated brain. I break for the classroom closest to the stairs on the 4th floor. Tasaka stops for a second, hesitant to enter this disastrous scene. Ugh. I know how she feels. I don't like it any more than she does. They're still alive. It's not too late to save them. I check the nearest student for their pulse and breathing. There's not a conscious person left in the room. The students who are sitting on their seats and the teacher at the podium are all lying on the floor. Most of the students are unconscious, limp, and their eyes are clouded over. The few others, a small handful of students, had more unusual reactions. Their skin is congealing. As if scorched by cold flame, their skin is stripped of all vitality and shines in the eerie light of them like melted wax. Tasaka is breathless before this sense of disaster. We have no time. To get to the bottom of this as fast as possible, Yeah, this makes the most sense. That's the best choice we have. If Shinji's servant set up a bounded field, I just need to call for Saber. Tasaka, I'm calling for Saber. Teach me how to use the command spell.
ちょっと待って。セイバーを呼ぶなら私も。
You used yours yesterday, so it's my turn now. You can call Archer if calling Saber isn't enough. So how do I use it?
左手に意識を固めて。目はつむった方がいい。頭の中で自分の霊樹の形をイメージして、スルッと紐解くだけでいいわ。もちろん、解くときは命令をしながらよ。
I close my eyes. I can't take my time, so I clear my thoughts as much as possible. I concentrate my second command spell. I'm counting on you. Come, Saber! And release the second mark. Ugh. The back of my left hand hurts. Or burns. Simultaneously, a mass suddenly forms. A knight in silver emerges from the space distortion next to me. Saber.
召喚に応じ参上しました。マスター、状況は霊樹を使うほどのことなのですね。
It's just as it looks. The servant set up a bounded field. I want to eliminate her as soon as possible.
承知しました。確かにこのフロアにサーバントの気配を感じます。このフロア4階にいるっていうの？サーバントが。間違いありません。ミン、それが何か。ああ、セイバーの感知なら確かだろうけど、それはおかしいのよ。結界の起点は1階から感じられる。サーバントの気配を感知するのはサーバントであるセイバーのが優れてるでしょうけど、こと魔術の功績に関しては私だって負けてない。
Are you saying that the servant is on the floor even though they set up a field on the first floor, Tasaka?
断定はできないけど、私はそう感じてるわ。この結界の起点は1階にあるんだって。
So we have to choose between the two, huh? If Shinji placed the servant on this floor, then one must definitely be a trap. If we make the wrong choice, we'll be sacrificing everybody in this school.
リン、アーチャーはどうしたのです？彼がいるのなら、もう少し確かな判別ができる。それがあいつ、呼んでも答えないの。この結界、完全に内と外を遮断してる。霊樹を使うか、あいつがこっちの異常を感知して駆けつけてくる以外ないわ。
Tasaka and Saber glare at each other. This isn't the place for it, though. Think. Tasaka has lost her composure. The best thing we can do right now is... Alright. I'll go search the first floor. I feel bad for leaving the servant to Saber alone, but she should be able to fight for herself. Saber, I'll leave the servant to you. You can handle it on your own?
無論です。ではシロは
I'll hurry down to the first floor with Tasaka. It would be dangerous by myself, but it should be fine if I'm with her. Besides, she's the one who can detect magical energy. Let's go.
ええ、当然よ。言われなくても一人で行くつもりだったわ。
It's decided. So now...
何してんのよ。椅子の足なんて折って正気？
We should be armed, right? I can only use strengthening, so I need something. I swing the leg of the chair I broke off. It's like I'm recreating what happened that one time with Tasaka. My success rate seems to be going up, as I can easily manage this time, so I grab another leg just in case.
シロ、外に微弱な気配がします。どうやら包囲されたようです。
Huh? Surrounded by what?
わかりかねます。ですが、外に出て確認するだけの話です。
You're right. Can you take the lead?
無論、あなたの盾となるのが私の使命ですから。
Saber jumps out into the hallway. Let's go, Tasaka. We'll press onto the first floor. What the hell? The instant we go out to the hallway, find out what's surrounding us. Are those bones? Puppets made out of inhuman bones swarm to the other side of the hallway. Tasaka, what are those?
ゴーレム、スカイマの類でしょ。いいからこっち。あいつらはセイバーが引き受けてくれるってば。あんなの何体いようがセイバーの敵じゃない。
Sorry, Saber. I run to the stairs. The sound of Saber crushing the strange bone puppets echoes through the hall behind me. We go down the stairs. It's not far from the 4th floor to the 1st. However, damn you! I smash the bone dolls, blocking my way, and the chair leg in my hand. This is the 3rd one already. Maybe it's because of the horrible state of this place, but I don't even care about the violence overtaking us. My mind is going numb. Hatred, fear, sadness, cowardice, all of it is locked up in my brain. The only thing I can think of is make it to the 1st floor. I just keep on swinging these 2 weapons in my hand just like him. Oh, no you don't. I mow down the fourth body of bones. The bone puppet that tried to attack Tasaka from one side crumbles as it crashes into a wall. Are you okay, Tasaka? Good, she's fine. Where's the origin of the field? Tasaka points to a room about 10 meters ahead. There are a few more bone puppets that followed us down the stairs. But we don't have time to deal with them. I parry the attacking sword with a weapon in my right hand. Then slash the exposed body with a weapon in my left. The 5th bone artifice crumbles. But they just keep coming. There's still more than 10 of them swarming the hallway. Damn it, they're persistent. When will you guys run out? I retreat a bit. The chair leg in my hands are worn down. Even though I strengthened them, they're originally just stainless steel. I don't know if I can take one more attack. I'm surprised, but I retreat like I'm told. At that instant, Tasaka jumps out in front of me as if tagging in and throws a gem at the bone creatures. My vision goes white. Was that some kind of release incantation? There's no sign of destruction in the hallway, and only the scattered remains of the bone figures are there.
ありがとう。助かったわ。トパーズなんてめったに使わないから用意するのに時間がかかって。正直、エミヤくんがいなかったら数で押されてた。
She drops her shoulders in relief, but she only does so for an instant and glares at the classroom.
行きましょう。あそこにシンジがいるはずよ。
Tasaka runs to our destination. I follow her and step inside the red classroom. This is absolute hell. The air filling the classroom cannot be called a gas anymore. The vaporized blood dyes the eyes of onlookers like paint. I hear voices of anguish from all directions. This is the source of the bounded field, the place where absorption is strongest. The students collapsed on the floor are entirely different from the students on the 4th floor. The groans that I hear are just my imagination. The fainted students have pale faces and are still as wax figures. Tasaka just gazes at the scene, her legs shaking. A clicking sound. It must be to suppress her emotions. Tasaka chatters her teeth as she beholds this horror. She lifts her shaking leg and moves forward. Between the desks, there is one clearly animated person. Sitting hunched among the fallen students, Shinji Matao looks up to Tasaka.
Shinji, Anta.
A stern voice. He must have reacted to that. Shinji lets out a strangled cry and clambers away from Tasaka.
言い訳は聞かないわよ。あんたがやったことの代償はどんなことをしても払わせてやる。
Tasaka approaches Shinji.
違う。僕じゃない。
He shakes his head violently and backs up to the wall.
僕じゃない？よくもそんなことを言えたものね。いいから今すぐ結界を解きなさい。解かないって言うならその顔吹っ飛ばしてでも。
違う、だから違う、僕じゃないんだ。殺したのは僕じゃない。
Killed who? Eh? Stranger and stranger. Shinji flees from Tasaka, but not really. He's looking at the floor at our feet. Why there? I look down. The only thing there are students lying unconscious on the floor. Other than that, there's nothing else. Tasaka. I call to her and point. A stunned voice. Her anger towards Shinji turns to confusion. The moment she sees the thing lying on the floor, the animosity fades. My breathing catches. The thing collapsed on the floor is completely dead. Long purple hair. The woman in black, the servant who attacked me, Ryder. Tasaka's voice is flat, emotionless.
だから僕じゃない。僕がやったんじゃない。結界を起こして誰も動かなくなったのに、ライダーはあいつに。
This servant in black, Ryder, was killed with one blow. What kind of weapon was that? How was she killed? Only one blow against a servant. It was a single strike to the neck, which was ripped to pieces. I can't imagine how that happened. She must have been caught by surprise, but the enemy must have been skilled to sever her spine in one blow. No, it was more than severed. It's as if her head was set in a vice and then her neck was twisted, muscle, bone, and all. Ryder disappears. At the same time, the red world fades away. It seems like the field was set up by the servant after all. However,
シンジ、これをやったのは誰？
Shinji enters back to the hallway, cornered by Tasaka.
言ったでしょ。学校にはもう一人マスターがいるって。その忠告を無視して騒ぎを起こしたあんたの落ち度よ。どうやらサーバントを見殺しにして生き残ったみたいだけど、相手の顔を見たんなら次はあんたの番よ。どんなマスターだかそ
んなことあるもんか。僕にはもうサーバントはいないんだ。マスターじゃないんだから。狙われるのはお前たちだけだろ。
そうね。まあ確かにその通りか。あんたにまだ霊樹が残っていようと放っておいても害はないもの。うろちょろして見苦しいかもしれないけど、ハムシじゃ人間は殺せないし。そうね。あんた次第でここで息の根を止めるのを待ってあげる。
ハムシ？僕がハムシ？
害虫に例えなかっただけでもありがたく思いなさい。
We're still forgetting something. Saber's fighting something on the fourth floor.
マトウ真珠は魔術師でもなければマスターにもふさわしくないから人畜無害だって言ってやったのよ。で、見たんなら答えなさいよ。今のあんたなんてその程度の価値しかないんだから。
Shinji scrambles back, but Tasaka's very presence is a threat. Well, I don't even know if she'd actually follow through with her threat. But she's seriously angry. She's lost control of herself seeing this nightmare.
さあ、あんたのサーバントを仕留めたのはどんなサーバントだったのよ、シンジ。
知るもんか、マヌケ。怯えるのはお前たちの方だぞ、遠坂。次あいつに狙われるのはお前たちなんだからな。
この
Shinji runs out to the hallway and Tasaka starts to go after him. She stops though. It seems to occur to her that what she has to deal with. No, that's wrong. It's not like it just occurred. She clenches her teeth, looking back at the collapsed student body in frustration. Her expression is somewhat typical of her, but her knees are shaking and her eyes are wavering so much she looks like she's going to cry. I can't tell if she's more angry or sad, but I'm convinced. She has a strong attitude, can do anything, and this is a distinguished mage. But deep down, she's just a girl that acts her age. Okay, Tasaka. Everyone's still breathing. It's not like it's over.
息があるってみんなに？
Yeah, I know it's hard, but look closely. Everyone's still alive. The field is gone, so all we have to do now is call for help. So, do we call an ambulance or somewhere else in this case? Should we contact the church if there are injuries caused by magecraft? I ask in a calm voice. Seems like she's finally able to gather her senses as Tasaka slaps her own face with both hands.
連絡するのは教会でいいわ。きれいに状況を説明すれば、後の手配は全部やってくれる。
Alright, then let's call him right away. Tasaka nods and dashes into the hall. Her destination must be the office. There's a phone there so she can make a call right away. We finish contacting the church and go outside. It'll be a problem later if we're found out to be the only ones unharmed, so Kirei orders us to pretend like we weren't at school today. So, Saber, you were fighting Castor?
はい。ゴーレムを操っていたのはキャスターのサーバントでした。校舎に潜んだキャスターを倒しはしましたが、あれは影に過ぎないのでしょう。
I see. So that means that Castor was controlling those golems from Ryudo Temple. And there's no doubt that Castor was the one who attacked Shinji's servant. So the Force Master at school is Castor's master, huh? It's possible that she used Shinji to lure Ryder into a trap.
そうでしょうね。シローの話では、ライダーは一撃で首を切られている。何らかの理由で動きを封じられ、無抵抗なまま倒されたとしか思えない。
That's worrying. But we found out that Castor's master is at school. It wasn't a complete waste. I turned to Tasaka for confirmation. Tasaka only stares back at me silently. Ever since we left the classroom, she's been looking at me as if she wants to say something. Tasaka, if you have something to say it. I get the willies when you look at me like that. I get worried about when I'll get hit from behind. Tasaka still stares at me for a while, then, with a serious expression,
エミヤ君冷静なのね。意外だった。
she says, "Yeah, no way. I've been a basket case. I'm still really pissed off too. We both are, aren't we?"
それでもみんなの傷を把握してたじゃない。私にはできなかったけど。
No, it's nothing. I'm used to seeing corpses, so I can tell.
死体は見られてる？
We head out. It'll get busy here once the ambulances arrive. So we'll head out into the forest and make our exit from there. That's when.
なんだ。セイバーがいるとは驚いたな。
On the way out back, we run into that tardy bastard.
あーちゃあ、あんた今頃やってきて何のつもりよ。
決まってるだろう。主の異常を察して駆けつけたのだ。もっとも遅すぎたようだがな。セイバーがいてリンが無事ならことはもう済んでしまったのだろう。
Technically, yes.
もう済んじまったわよ。あんたがのんびりしてる間に何が起きたのか一から聞かせてやるからそこに直れっていうの。
Grab him by the ear.
どうやら最悪のまで到着してしまったか。
The two of them quarrel, leaving us aside. Well, it's more like Tasaka is yelling at Archer, while he just calmly brushes it off.
やはり仲がいいのですね、あの二人は。リンが怒っているのはアーチャーを信頼していた裏返しですし、それを黙って聞いているアーチャーもリンに申し訳がないからでしょう。
I get what you're saying, but why are you explaining it to me, Saber?
いいえ、 シローが難しい顔をしていたものですから代わりに解説してみただけです。
I don't know what's so funny, but Saber's smiling as if she figured something out. That makes what I was seeing before even more unpleasant.
分かった分かった。次からは体裁など気にしない。それで今回の件は分けということにしておこう。で、結局脱落したのはどのサーバーだ？
Archer's expression changes. His usual caustic and laid-back attitude withdraws, and in its place is a rational warrior. The rider servant disappeared. We don't know what happened, but she must have been defeated by Castor.
キャスターに？では、キャスターはどうなった？よもや無事というわけではなかろう。
I don't know, but Ryder was defeated in one blow, so I think Castor's unwounded. The three of us were in agreement on that. Then...
ふぬけめ。所詮口だけの女だったか。勝ち抜ける器ではないと思ったが、よもやただの一撃で倒されるとは。まったく敵と相打つぐらいの気迫は見せろというのだ。
He goes back to his usual manner and insults the late Ryder.
アーチャー、ライダーはマスターを守って死んだ。ふぬけなどとあなたに言う資格はない。
何を言うかと思えば、ふぬけはふぬけだろう。英雄を名乗るのなら最低限一人は殺さなければ面目が立つまい。それができぬのならせめて命がけで相打ちを狙えというのだ。
勝手なことを。それができぬ状態だったからこそ無抵抗で敗れたのではないか。その散りざまを罵るとは貴様こそ英雄を名乗るものか。
どのような理由であれ無様に敗れたことに変わりはあるまい。まあ確かに英雄であるからというのは失言だったな。英雄であろうがなかろうが弱ければ死ぬだけだ。この戦いにふさわしくない英雄とやらは早々に消えればいい。
よく言った。ならば私と戦うか、アーチャー。
お前とこれは驚いたな。何が勘に触ったかは知らんが、協力関係にある者に戦いを挑むとは。だが残念。私はお前たちと戦うなと令状を下されている。今挑まれてはライダーと同じく無抵抗で倒されるだけだが、そんな相手と戦うのが君の騎士道なのか、セイバー。
The two glare at each other wordlessly.
アーチャー、そこまでよ。
Tazaka's quiet, but firm order stops them.
セイバーと喧嘩してる場合じゃないでしょ。ライダーは消えてマスターも一人脱落した。けど学校にはあと一人正体不明のマスターが潜んでいることは間違いない。私とエミヤ君の協力条件は学校に潜むマスターを倒すまでよ。それとも何？あなた今度はセイバーと戦うななんて令状を使わせたいの？
そうだな。セイバー殿があまりにも王道ゆえからかいに今日は乗ってしまった。すまんなセイバー。私と戦うのは協力関係が終わってからにしてくれ。
いいえ私も大人げがなかったようです。凛に免じて今の発言は聞き流します。
Saber takes a step back, still glaring at Archer, and stands by my side. Tasaka and Archer also step back to clear the air.
まあ話は今の通りよ。私たちの協力関係はまだ続いている。今日はもう無理だろうけど明日になれば学校でキャスターのマスターを探すことだってできるわ。つまりは現状維持ってわけだけどエミヤ君はそれでいい？
Yeah, of course. What's the plan after this? Are you going to try and go to Ryota Temple after all?
そんなわけないでしょう。アーチャーの話じゃ竜道寺に行くのは自殺行為だって話だし、キャスターを倒すんならマスターを探すのが先決よ。
And it would be easiest because the school.
こうか不幸か、キャスターのマスターは毎日学校に来てる。こっちからつついて警戒されるより、今はそれを続けさせた方がいいわ。
I tried to think of how she came to this conclusion. Tasaka had noticed that there was another master at school. That must be because there's someone with magical energy other than Shinji. Since Castor appeared during everything, the master hiding in our school would be Castor's master. So Castor's master is coming to school for some reason. It means that instead of staying at Ryudo Temple under Castor's protection, they are coming to school defenseless. In other words, after we find out who their master is, we attack them before they can go back to the temple?
そういうこと。どうもね、キャスターのマスターは私とエミヤ君がマスターだって知らないと思うのよ。
Ah. There we go.
だって知ってたら学校になんか来ないでしょ。
Oh yeah, that's true. Then Castor's master didn't know Shinji was a master either, huh?
説明はつかないけど、その可能性は高いわ。あれだけ魔術に長けたサーバントを連れておいて、そんな間の抜けた話はないと思うんだけど。
Right. Even I, who has no knowledge as a master, got this far thanks to Saber. If you have a servant like Castor, I'm sure you wouldn't be so reckless as to go out.
それは違う。前提を間違えているんだ、リア。
アーチャー？
キャスターのマスターに自由意志はあるまい。いや、自由意志があるつもりでいて、やはりキャスターに操られているのだろう。あの女は人の下につくものではない。マスターなど最初の一手で排除し、都合のいいように扱うだけだ。
キャスターのマスターは傀儡だっていうの？キャスターに騙されているか、自分がマスターだって忘れさせられてるとか？
なるほど。本人が意識していないというのは面白いな。本来サーバントはマスターには手出しができない。マスターを殺害すれば自分が存在できなくなる。
Right.
逆にマスターには令状がある。サーバントが逆らえば最悪マスターはサーバントを殺すことができる。
Also correct.
となるとマスターは排除するより騙す方が安全だ。
Tasaka ponders that. But I'm not convinced. Really, Castor's been doing a lot of evil deeds, right? Is it possible for her to hide all that from her master? Wouldn't the master be more on guard the stronger the servant is?
その点は問題ない。絵に描いたようなお人よしがマスターであるなら、都合のいい言い訳などいくらでもできる。キャスターのマスターもそういう善人なのかもしれん。
Hey, don't look at me like that.
ここに前例があるからな。キャスターのマスターが間の抜けた人間という可能性とってゼロではない。
なるほど。確かにあなたの言い分には一理ありますね。
Don't agree with him. Hey! Why are you agreeing with him?
オッケー、わかったわ。キャスターのマスターがどんなやつであれ、とにかく明日も学校に来る可能性は高いでしょ。私たちは引き続き学校の調査で、キャスターのマスターを発見次第襲撃でいいわね。
Well, that seems like a reasonable course of action, but how are we going to look for them?
それは今日の宿題。各自家に帰って考えること。どのみちエミヤ君とセイバーは疲れてるでしょ。ここで無理して倒れられても困るし、今日はここで解散しましょう。
Huh? No, I'm not that tired. It's still early and we can still... Hey, Tasaka!
いいから言う通りにしなさい。どのみち今日は学校に入れないし、手がかりもゼロでしょ。ここにいても仕方がないし、何よりアー ちゃんが様子が変だって気づいてないの？昨日の今日でエミヤ君と顔合わせなんてしたらまとまるものもまとまらないじゃない。
Fine, I'll go home. So, don't get so close and whisper like that.
じゃあまた明日ね。もうないだろうけど夜は気をつけなさいよ。またキャスターなんかに連れ出されたりしたらそれこそ承知しないから。
Alright, I'm going home.
それと今日はお疲れ様。ちょっとだけだけどあなたをマスターだって認めてあげたから。
Tasaka hops back.
行くわよあーちゃん。帰ったら本気でさっきの不始末を追求するからね。
ああ、やはりそうきたか。どうもな、凛にしては口汚さが足りないと思っていた。
あんたね、ほんと一度とことん白黒つけないとダメなわけ？
Tasaka and Archer leave, complaining all the while. Let's go home too. I'm a bit tired, so we should eat dinner early today.
いいですね。その意見には賛成です、シロ。
We leave the woods, trying not to be seen. Yeah. I pull myself together and go buy ingredients to the shopping district. I make a big dinner and rest my mind and body. We can discuss Castor and our master after a lot. After we finish eating dinner, I receive a call from Tasaka. Regarding the incident in school, it seems like there are a lot of fewer victims than we had thought. Must be because Ryder, the servant who set up the battlefield, was defeated quickly. From what I understand, the students that were in the same classroom as Ryder need to stay longer in the hospital, but most of them just have anemia. School's not going to close down, and we'll have classes like usual tomorrow.
シロ、リンは何と言ってきたのですか？
She says that school's going on like normal, so we'll go tomorrow and look for Castor's
そ
master.
うですか。では、あの建物にいた人々に大事はなかったのですね。
There were a few. Oh, I think Fujine's not home yet because she's busy with staff meeting or something.
それは
That
よ
should
か
make
った。
sense.
大河のことですから、明日の朝には何事もなく食卓に座っているでしょう。
Yeah, I'm relieved too. Well, she has extraordinary strength, so I wasn't worried I heard everyone safe.
ではシロ、先ほどの話の続きですが。
Saber leans over the table with a serious expression. So you haven't given up yet, Saber.
当然です。昨夜のような失態を繰り返さないためにも、私はシロの部屋で眠ります。それに文句はありませんね。
Of course I have complaints. Having Saber sleep in my room is like telling me to die.
シロ、元はといえば、あれほど離れた場所からの遠隔催眠にかかるあなたが悪い。私ではキャスターの魔術からシロを守ることはできないのですから、せめて同じ部屋にいるのは当然でしょう。魔術の感知は近ければ近いほどいい。キャスターがシロを狙うのなら、私とで離れて眠るなどできません。
Well, that is a very sound argument, but Saber. I don't think Castor would use the same strategy since she failed once already. That's what I think, but if I were to say that to Saber right now...
甘い。先ほどのデザート、白玉あんみつチョコまんじゅう並みに甘い。そのような考えだからこそ、キャスターなどという土下道にたぶらかされた挙句、アーチャーのような少年のねじれ曲がった野郎に罵倒されるのです。
It'll be something like that.
聞いているのですか、シロ。私が女性だからなどという言い訳は聞きません。今夜からシロの部屋で睡眠をとりますから、夜な夜な土蔵などに逃げ出さぬように。
Saber glares at me. Oof, she even anticipated that I was going to run away to the shed. I'll have to hold out and try to get her to agree on compromise. Alright, I'll have you sleep near me.
ようやく承知しましたか。ええ、マスターとしてそれが当然の選択です。
But not in the same room. I know there's an empty room next to mine, right? On the other side of the sliding door.
ええ、知っていますが、それが何か。
That place should be good enough to protect me while I'm asleep. Right? Well, first of all, the enemy won't come in if we're sleeping in the same room. If you're standing by in the next room over, then you can attack the enemy at the moment they've let their guard down. Oh, I feel like I'm making sense here. That's enough, right, Saber? To be honest, I don't know about two people sleeping in that small room. We physically can't fit. I think it's bad as servant to make her master's lack of sleep cause her master lack of sleep.
今夜はやけに弁が立ちますね、シロ。わかりました。多少言い訳じみたものを感じますが、いいでしょう。その案で手を打ちます。
Phew! Good. Man, being a master is hard enough. If I sleep in the same room as Saber on top of that, my processor will overheat. With that, the chaotic day comes to an end. It's becoming a habit to train with Saber until 11 and spend an hour doing my routine in the shed. I get back to my room when the date changes and hear Saber's breathing as she sleeps. I feel myself getting flustered from the thought and try to keep my cool as I get into bed. I close my eyes, shaking away any thoughts, and let myself go to sleep as soon as possible. As if I can sleep that fast, stupid. I tried my best to not think about Saber and look back at what happened today. The Red School. The field of blood that would have created lots of victims had we not stopped it. That blows my frivolous thoughts away. The students collapsed in a red classroom. She was desperately bearing the sight of Ryder collapsed on the floor and students that collapsed like or looked like corpses. Oh, I remember. At that moment, I was able to find out a deep part of her.
次に会ったら殺すわ。だって敵同士でしょ、私たち。
Though she acts like a distinguished maid, she's never crossed the final line. She's brave, strong, and has a charming regality about her, but she's also incredibly good-natured. That difference must be her burden. The one area where she fumbles. The more she tries to act like a mage, the more she denies herself. Yeah, but man, I'm one to talk. I sigh and pull the covers over my face. How do I put this? I'd like to do what I can to support such a perfect girl. But there must be something unscrewed in my head to think such a thing. February 7th. Unlimited Blade Works. Interval Level 1. I'm dreaming. Like blood flowing through a thin circuit, I see a memory that I can't reach. For what did he fight and keep running? He never told anyone his innermost feelings. Everyone around him saw him as an eccentric. On top of it all, he wore a mask of stoicism and few words, so others must have believed him ruthless. His objectives were unknown. Or at the very least, nobody was informed or found out. Even after becoming a hero burdened with so many things, he never once let his intentions slip. And so nobody was able to grasp his character even at the end. Nobody understood. Though he was a convenient hero that saved lives, his motives and ends were left in the dark. Thus it inevitably came to be that all would feel uneasy by his presence. So he should have claimed at least one such reason. Greed, fame, selfishness, revenge, devotion. A clear reason that would have been so universally understood. Had he but one such thing, this end would not have come. His reward for success was always betrayal. The things he picked up sifted through his fingers like sand. He got used to it. Like a fool, he got used to it. From the beginning, his reward was not what he received from those he saved, but the act of saving them itself. The repetition of what makes me so mad when I want to punch him, but it also makes me want to cry. The reason he was called a hero. His intentions were never revealed to anyone. Those around him never came to know, and even he, the one who could know, he eventually forgot. This all inherently makes me just want to cry. On the long, long path from the start to the finish, he miraculously never once strayed from his original purpose, despite no longer knowing what was and was no longer right. And the end comes. The Savior is nothing but a nuisance to those who are not saved. He understands his own powers and the extent of the world. He accepts that there are those he can and cannot save. And so, he wanted those within sight to be happy at least. Many others despised him, decrying his hypocrisy and narrow values. And he had more enemies than allies, and he died abruptly at their hands. So, what is seen here is not a location in the world. This place is his end. It is nothing other than the illusion he saw on the verge of death, the only pride he had within himself. The hero that used his view as his weapon is consumed by his own darkness in his final moment. He arrives on a hill of swords. The end of his battle came on a mound and rusted, ownerless blades. Alone after all. Even then, there was nothing to regret, if he was able to save everyone within view. He smiles with satisfaction and lets go of the sword. That's why he never had any regrets. His objective had long been fulfilled. From the start, he kept on running with the utmost effort, not for himself, but for those who had nothing to do with him. I rub my heavy eyelids and get up. It's 5:30 a.m. I don't feel sleepy, so I guess I was able to sleep well despite everything. Man, I guess it's pretty simple. I grumble while getting out of bed and changing my uniform. I can hear faint breathing if I listen carefully. Saber's presence is apparent even from the other side of the door. Oh, breakfast. I'll go make breakfast. That's good, good. I shake an intrusive thought out of my head and tiptoe out of my room. The breakfast table. My expectation would be that it would be a quiet breakfast considering what happened yesterday.
そこでそのお医者さん、なんて言ったと思う？藤村さんは稀に見る健康体ですから、献血でもしていったらどうですか？わっはっはっはだよ。
Uh-huh, and you did?
私だって病人だって言うの。ああ、もう次からあんなところ行かないんだから。
He is overturned by Fujine, who is even more hyper today. If this were a horse race, this situation is both the dark horse and also somehow the most likely winner.
あ、お味噌汁おかわり。玉ねぎ抜いてね。
Alright, so what happened after that? I heard that the students who fainted were taken to different hospitals, but did they all come to afterward?
そうね。個人差はあるけど、昨日中には回復したはずよ。4回。1年生の子たちはただ眠ってたのと大差なくて、2年生の子たちは記憶が飛んでる子もいたみたい。3年生の子は2階の教室にいた子より大事はなかったけど、1階の教室はちょっとね。
Fujine looks down as though it's difficult for her to talk about it. I feel bad. All last night, Fujine went to one hospital after another. The classrooms on the first floor, she just saw what kind of condition the 3A and 3B students were in. Sorry, we can't talk... We can talk about something else. Anyway, the school is happening like usual, right?
けど3年生はもうじき自主登校だし、体調が悪い子は休んでいいことになってる。3年の子たち、ほとんどが休むんじゃないかな。
I see. It'll be mainly first years and second years coming to school today. Hey, Fujine, who's connected to Ryudo Temple at our school?
一星君じゃないの？彼、お寺の跡取りでしょ？
Yeah, never mind. Forget what I just asked. I set down my bowl and look up at the ceiling to think. The only person at our school who has anything to do with Temple is Issei. But it's too rash to assume so easily he's a master. And most importantly, I don't think he could be. I'm heading out now. Take care while I'm gone, Saber.
シローも気をつけて。あの校舎から結界がなくなったとしても、キャスターのマスターがいる以上は油断できません。0時はあと一つだけなのですから、行動には細心の注意を。
I know. If I find Caster's master, I'll come home and report to you first.
はい。
Which is a lie.
期待に添えるよう、私も魔力を回復させておきましょう。
Saber sees me off as I leave the gate. Fujine seems to have some things to take care of regarding the incident yesterday, so she finished her breakfast quickly and went to the hospital immediately. Everything at school doesn't look any different after what happened. It's 7:30 a.m. and the school gate is crowded with students. The students are talking about what happened yesterday and seem to be creating a fuss over it. And, in the middle of all of it, in front of the school gate, there stands Tasaka, waiting with her arms crossed. I have a bad feeling about this. I have a bad feeling, but I can't sneak past her when she's standing in the middle of the school gate. Yo, morning, Tasaka. You're late today. I stop and greet her on the way to the school building.
つまり一星が怪しいと思うのよ。
I'm glad we can disagree. Whoa. First thing that came out of her mouth is straight to the point. What do you mean by suspicious?
キャスターのマスター、竜道寺に巣を張ってるキャスターと竜道寺から学校に通ってる一星。これで因果関係がないはずないでしょう。
No way. That could just be a coincidence. I try to defend Issei.
そんなわけないじゃない。いい？ここ数週間、竜道寺の山門はずっと閉じられているのよ。部外者は入れないし、寺から外に出てきたのは一星ぐらいのもんなんだから。
Yeah?
これで怪しくなかったら真犯人は誰でもいいってレベルでしょ。
Hey now, you said nobody comes out, but don't monks usually stay at the temple?
バカ、あんたいつの時代の人間よ。檀家周りあっての総門でしょ。山寺に引きこもってお賽銭だけで食っていけるんだったら明日にでも出家するわよ。ええ。
Saka is surprisingly serious. If Issei were here, I'm sure he'd be yelling at her for being an offering thief. I'm interested in what's going on at the temple, but that's not that's not the problem. Right now, let's be mindful of our surroundings. We're at the school gate. We're surrounded by students on their way to school, and they're frozen hearing the school idol ranting like a madwoman.
何よその目。何？エミヤ君は一星をかばうってわけ？いいわよ私は。あなたが現実的な推測を無視するって言うんなら、こっちだって勝手にやるんだから。
That was weird. Yet the school's idol is the only that does not realize this situation. Tasaka, come over here.
何よ、逃げる気？
I'm not running, just come this way. I pull Tasaka's hand and start walking.
ちょっとエミヤ君。
She can complain later. Let me just get out of here for as soon as possible. The morning practice must be canceled due to yesterday's incident because the archery range is empty. Phew. I'm glad. We won't attract any attention here. So the remaining problem is Tasaku, who's staring me down. I know. I can tell what you want to say. I know. So don't make that face like that. I don't know what to do when you sulk like that.
すねてなんかない。
Oof. I'm stunned by the immediate comeback. But I have to deal with her calmly. Issei's life is on the line. Knowing Tasaka, I bet she would do something crazy to test Issei.
あなたこそごまかさないで。キャスターの本拠地は竜道寺で、一星は竜道寺から学校に来ているのよ。だっていうのに、どうしてそれを無視するのよ、あなたは。
Tasaka yells at me. It may be true, but I don't think Issei is the master for a different reason.
何よ、反論があるっていうの？
But if I gave some half-assed reason, I would most likely die before Issei. At the same time, I can't leave Tasaka like this, so I have to convince her somehow. Alright, you're saying Issei is suspicious no matter what, right?
そうよ。エミヤ君にはわからないかもしれないけど、今の竜道寺はとにかく変なの。キャスターが根城にしているってこともあるんだけど、それにしたって揺らぎが大きすぎるっていうか、集まりやすすぎるっていうか。
Collecting way too much. Are you talking about the magical energy being sucked up from the town?
それは関係ないことだから気にしないで。
Nah, you're way more suspicious than Issei right now, Tasaka.
ともかく、そんなところから涼しい顔でやってきてる時点であいつは怪しいの。前からあいつには一発蹴り入れてやんなきゃなんないって思ってたし、今回の件はちょうどいいわ。
Tasaka is serious. I had always heard that they didn't get along, but I didn't know it was this bad. Actually, what the heck did Issei do to earn this from her anyway? I'm a bit curious about what can make Tasaka dramatically violent. No, now's not the time for that. Yeah, I agree that Issei's position is suspicious.
当然よ。これ以上かばったりしたらそれこそ同罪なんだから。
Yeah, so leave Issei's case to me. I'll make it clear whether he's a master or not. Whoa. The look she gives me says she doesn't trust me at all. Trust me, I won't take it easy just because he's my friend, and I'm not gonna lie. First of all, you don't have anything to worry about. There's no way Issei would do something so evil. The silent onslaught continues. I imagine Tasaka is worried that I might do just that and go easy on him. Which is fair enough, so I'll have to take this scrutiny. I can only get her to trust me.
わかったわよ。一世のことはあなたに任せる。
Yes. This is Unlimited Blade Works, correct. Tasaka. I sigh with relief.
けど、どうやって見極めるのよ。エミヤ君、マスターの見分け方覚えたの？
Huh? Tasaka asked me a fundamental defect in this proposal. I mean, it's an ending I already knew. Are you I guess I need to understand what exactly you're asking. Like, because like the Fate route is the one I just always knew from long ago. Oh,
まさかいつもの調子で「おい一世、お前マスターか?」なんて問いただすわけじゃないでしょうね。
Listen, I would never be able to know. I just know that I saw the anime long ago. Like 2000s time frame.
いくら協力関係でもね、そんなたわけたことをやろうって言うんなら、ここであなたとの決着をつけてやるわよ。
Why am I rare? 2006 was a good year. So, like, just to give you an idea, anything that's Fate that has come out in any form that wasn't, like, manga related or anything like that, I've probably seen. So, Fate Stay Night, Unlimited Blade Works, the movies for Heaven's Feel like a couple years ago. Like that's the whole fucking point of watching all three. Like, when Unlimited Blade Works came out in anime format, I didn't actually know what to expect. Because when I saw Fate originally, I didn't even assume that it was like a sim in any way. I just assumed, okay, this is a standalone thing. But I knew better because it's like, okay, we also have, you know, Carnival Phantasm, which goes off on different tangents about different heroes and everything else like that. Why? Okay, so explain why they're skewed about Saber. Like, that's what I want to know. Why do they have a problem with Saber route? Why are they concerned about the Saber route? Because I'm not going to spoil anything, but, like, honestly, like, there are things we're going to talk about later on. Once I have all the routes down, we're going to go ahead and just delve into it. What, just that it's like a combination of all the routes? Like, that's the best ending for anybody, honestly. Like, the Saber ending is the best possible route. In my mind. Because I wonder if it's even in the flowchart. It's not in the flowchart. It's fine. But we'll get back to it at some point when I go to the main screen. FSM. No, that's true. No, that's exactly right. Like, there's a lot of, like, things out there where getting the routes adjusted is weird. Yeah, no, that's exactly it. Although, God, what's the one? I forget what it's called. I think it's like School Day. It's not, I don't think it's School. Is it School Days? Or something like that? Is that the one I'm thinking about? Where they literally put in the worst possible ending? No, not Higurashi. Higurashi just basically has bad endings built in anyway. Yeah, no, that's exactly it. They just took the bad ending and said, nah, we're going to run with this one. Which is hilarious. Like, it's so like fun and quirky at the start, and then everything just goes to shit. No, I agree. She's mad. Seriously mad. Hold on. It's okay. I have a way of finding out whether he's a master or not, without having to ask him. I'll make sure to find out today, so please don't do anything. I'll contact you once I figure it out. She starts walking, making a gesture that obviously tells me she's not convinced.
もし一星がそうだった場合、下手な行動は命取りになるんだから。
Sokka says and heads back to the school building. Once I see her off, huh? Could it be? I belatedly realized that she was really just worried about me. That's basically why she was worried, yeah. It's lunchtime, so I go to the student council room. Excuse me, I say and open the door. Issei is eating lunch by himself inside. Good, this is convenient. How are you doing? How did yesterday's incident turn out? I sit at the table and try to act casual.
それが説明されずじまいだ。1階の空き教室に置かれていた薬品がどうしたとか、そんな当たり障りのない話だよ。昨日の午後から朝まで散々校舎を調べ回って出た結論がそれだとさ。
He seems unhappy as he bites off into a stiff carrot.
しかしお前も運がいいな。昼休みから珍しくサボりかと思えばなお逃れたという。うん、普段の行いがようやく報われたということか。
Assume you watch... Yes, I did watch the Ilya, uh-huh. I didn't even assume that Julian was an evil Issei, but I could see it. I could definitely see it. The fact that Kyrie is like the fucking noodle chef is kind of nuts. Gone in the Miyu timeline? I still don't understand the Miyu timeline. Because Miyu is basically Ilya in an alternate timeline, is what I understand. And then there's Dark Ilya, which is just like a whole other thing altogether. It's like, oh, I need your magical energy, and then, you know, stuff happens. We're not going to talk about it, but yeah. Like a couple of them were, yeah. I don't know. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, the Ilya Prismer, like, all that sort of stuff. It's fine. I'm trying to figure out what their target demographic is, and that worries me. Because I enjoy it, but not for the reasons that the anime would suggest that I should enjoy it. If that makes sense. Because there's a strong push for a certain type. Yeah, see, that's the thing. It's like, I don't know how I should feel. It's like, I like Ilya. She's fine. But what's with this whole thing about, like, alright, we're gonna dress her up or put her in a bath or make her do these things? It's like, but why? Nah, that's fair. I'm not gonna spoil anything, but like, it's just like, why do they do these things? Yeah. Back to Issei. This time he sips on his tea happily. Well, this is awkward. It doesn't seem like the right time to interrogate him, so I'll wait for a while and see. Huh? Damn, there's only 5 minutes before break is up?
どうしたエミヤ何かひらめいたか
I didn't come up with anything, but I remembered something. I don't have time to slack off. I hurriedly wrapped my lunch back up and faced Issei.
不穏な空気言っておくが金の無心はするな
I've never asked you for money once.
ねだられてもないものはない
I get up from my chair. There's no time. I just have to dive right in. Issei, don't ask any questions. Take your shirt off. I forgot about this. Don't ask any questions. Just take your shirt. Oh, man. All right. I demand as firmly as possible. Yeah.
なんでそう
I said take off your uniform. Not just your jacket, but your shirt too. This isn't going to work unless you're stripped down.
何を言い出すかと思えば正気か貴様あれか新手の押し問答かそもさんなのか
Yeah, bring it on. Hurry up and strip. It'll be too late once school ends. I grab it, you say.
やめるかたわけ貴様それでも武家の息子か
Please don't give me that image. They're gonna pop up this image and I'm gonna be so mad. Alright. In the end, there's no command spell on Issei's body. I searched thoroughly, but I didn't see anything that looked like a command spell. Good. Man, I'm glad. I nod to myself. Okay, he's dressed again, thank God.
ここまでやっておきながら何もないとはどういうことだ
Oh yeah, sorry, Issei. I can't tell you what's going on, but there was something I had to check. But it's done now, so there's no problem anymore. I bow my head and apologize.
悪いことをしたと思うのなら謝罪の一つもするというもの
Issei goes silent with a serious expression. But now it's back to square one. If Issei, whose ties with the Ryudo Temple, is innocent, then there's no one else that could be applicable as Caster's master. Hey Issei, has there been anything unusual at the temple lately?
変わったことというと
I don't know, is there anything different than usual?
そうだな最近の話なら見慣れない女が一人いるぐらいかだがそれだけだ親父も兄貴たちも静かなもんだぞ
I don't know if it's the weirdest day of his life, but it's one of the weirder ones, that's for sure. Issei says calmly. A new woman? Could that be Caster? Well, I'm sure that servant would pretend to be a human without a problem. Or could that woman be Caster's master? Should I try and ask Issei? Maybe. The answer is yes, of course we try to ask Issei. I'll try asking him. She's not one to reveal herself even to Issei, but I might be able to get some clues. Issei does live at the temple. Issei, what kind of person is that woman? Is she from a foreign country? Does she hide her appearance behind a turban-like cloth?
なんだそれはそのような怪しい女ならばすぐさま放り出しているどんな思惑で知りたがるのかは聞かないが彼女は真っ当な客人だ兄貴などは毒札なんだと喜んでおるが俺は不思議と気に入っていてな一度しか話したことはないのだが悪ぶっているように見える
She seems a little foul. Oh wow. It was worth asking you this question. It's rare for you to praise a woman. What, did you fall in love?
バカを言うなったわけ俺が感心したのはあの女が自分でも気づいていない部分の話だ大体だな兄と仰ぐ総一郎の相手に化粧するなど
And we have our answer. Issei suddenly stops talking and lowers his face. He might have felt dizzy as he falls face down on the table and doesn't move. What happened, Issei? Is it anemia?
いや、体の調子が悪いのではない。
He lifts himself suddenly. I laugh, picturing him like a wind-up doll, suddenly full of energy. Issei? I don't even have to look at my slashed stomach. My eyes go to the knife in Issei's hand.
獲物がかかった。私を追求する者に遭遇した場合のみ、この人間に植え付けた命令が作動する。
Maybe this was the bad end. I'm trying to recall, but I feel like that was the smarter move. Like, at least asking him would be the fine, but like... I also knew she'd set up a trap like this, but it's just like, I can't remember what was the correct interpretation. I think maybe the teacher might show up and just give it away. It's fine. A voice that doesn't belong to Issei comes out of his mouth. When I realize it's the voice of the servant I met at Ryudo Temple.
この人形ももういらない。
It's like I'm looking in a mirror. My consciousness fades from the blood loss. The wound, the pain from the wound reaching my organs isn't causing my consciousness to fade. Instead of the death from blood loss, eager to deny my sight before me, my mind rapidly freezes my consciousness. Issei falls down before me, without knowing what's going on. I collapse to the floor from my knees. I don't even press on my own wound. I just stare blankly at the face of my friend, who is now just a corpse. Okay, so this was the bad end. Alright, fine. That was a quick one, though. I'll take a quick one over a long one. It's basically, don't ask stupid questions. You should have known it was a trap. Yeah, let's do it. Might as well. I mean, no, but fine. It was such an irrational and sudden death. This is totally fate and absolutely awesome. True, it was irrational and sudden. Mm-hmm.
なぜかその市内には勝てません。
禁止なんだから。
I like that this Taiga is well aware of magecraft and everything going on, where the real one just doesn't have any fucking clue.
弟子1号が私に勝つには野生のライオンとか近代兵器を持ってくるしかないんだから。さあ、いい加減反省した？
はーい、反省してます。もう悪いことはいたしません。
うん、いい子だ。これで少年の願いも叶ったというもの。喜べ弟分。このルートではイリアちゃんはおとなしめだぞ。
はいはい、今回はおとなしくしてればいいんでしょ。まあ、いつも暴れっぱなしっていうのも芸がないしね。リンルートではいっそシロを助けてあげて他のヒロインを食っちゃうのもいいかな。
なあ、そこまで考えていたというの？反則コスだけでは飽き足らず、本編でそんな美味しいシチュエーションさえ演じるなんて。イリア、怖い子。
怖い。Yes. I won't ask. No, it'll be too dangerous to keep on talking about this. Issei lives at Ryu Temple after all. If I make him suspicious about this woman, then he might get curious and do something. And if that woman is a master, Issei would be in danger. This is it for today. I'll call it good since I found out that Issei has nothing to do with the Holy Grail War.
ああ、そういえばエミヤ、シンジの妹、今日はいなかったな。
Sakura is absent today?
シンジも休んでいただろう。二人とも無断欠席。うちで何かあったのではないかと職員室で問題になっている。
I'm at a loss for words, being confronted with a problem that I'd forgotten about.
昼休みも終わりだな。教室に戻ろう。
Issei ushers me out of the student council room. All the while, the thoughts of Sakura being absent and what happened to Shinji after losing Rider swirl in my head. Interlude. We get an interlude for what? Unlimited Blade Works. The sound was like hitting steel. Okay, this makes sense. He arrived there still breathing heavily. His footsteps are loud and the rhythm is erratic. Staggering forward, he leaves the door flung wide open. He can hardly stay on his feet, pulled forward only by his falling body. He looks around. The church is empty after morning service. Light is only provided by the sun streaking through the windows above. The silence creates a solemn air, and the still atmosphere creates a profound stillness. His very presence is heresy. No, that would be wrong. He had not merely come to this place, with ragged breath and unfocused eyes, with shaking limbs that wither and sway. He desperately fled for shelter. That is the true answer. His wretchedness is that of prey fleeing from a predatory hound. He forces his body upright. Just when did this man appear? With bloodshot eyes, he peers at the priest standing at the altar and mutters incoherently. The priest frowns. He cannot understand the boy, but assumes he's here to ask for help. He wants protection. The master who lost his servant may ask for protection under the condition that he withdraws from the war. That place of refuge, that last sanctuary, is this church. And the master of this place, Kyrie Kodamine, is the priest. The boy responds to that solemn voice with a sparking flame.
当たり前だ。僕に死ねって言うのか。いいか。サーバントがいないんじゃ殺しようがないし、マスターなんてやってられない。僕は普通の人間なんだ。いわば被害者側だろ。そういうのを狙ってさ、一方的に殺すなんて不公平じゃないか。
The priest does not answer and only looks at the intruder. He looks beyond the boy, as if to peer beneath the skin, bone, and sinew at which lies beneath.
なんだよ。なんか文句あるのかよ、お前。
意見などない。君は今回一人目の放棄者であり、我が教会始まって以来の使用者だ。管理者としてここに根付いた父に代わり丁重にもてなそう。
なんだよ。リタイアしたのは僕だけだっていうのか。くそ、みっともない。こんなことじいさんに知られたらなんて言われるか。ああ、それもこれもお前たちのせいだぞ。ライダーなんてカスをつかませやがって、あんまりにも不公平じゃないか。
He pounds his fist into the floor in a rage. The sound echoes like a bell, and the priest smiles with great interest.
ではライダーは役に立たなかったと。
そうだよ。たく、大口叩きやがって。あいつ、この僕があんなに手を貸してやったのにあっけなく死にやがった。あれなら他のサーバントの方がよっぽど役に立ったんだ。ああ、それでも僕はうまくやった。ちゃんとじいさんの言いつけ通りやって準備は万全だったんだ。だっていうのにあいつら揃って邪魔をしやがって。2対1だぞ。そんなの勝ち目なんてないじゃないか。そうだ、負けたのは僕のせいじゃない。単にサーバントの質の差なんだ。それをあいつら偉そうに勝ち誇った顔しやがって。
And then he squirms on the ground. He strikes the floor bitterly, laments his misfortune, and obsesses over his obstacles. But his resentful force dissipates quickly. Hatred of such a level cannot break the silence of this church.
くそくそくそ。
He repeats his cries of agony. In the midst of it, footsteps. The priest's steps echo through the room as though they were shattering the frozen air. The father slowly puts his hand on the child's shoulder.
つまり君にはまだ戦う覚悟はあるということだな。
He looks down at the loser and says so with a gentle voice. He cannot understand the priest's words. The clergy in black has a polite smile on his face.
君は運がいい。ちょうど一人手の空いているサーバントがいてね。
The priest offers a new salvation, barely able to restrain the rapturous joy. Interlude out. School's over. Probably because of yesterday's incident, students are not allowed to remain at the school for any reason. There's still time until the sun sets, so... Shit. Meat's on sale today. The one that makes the most sense for me is to go check on Sakura. Even though it does, for this route, make more sense to go for Chisaka, I think checking on Sakura does check out a little bit better. In my mind. I'm worried about Sakura, who's absent. There's that thing with Shinji, so I'll go check up on her. I go back home to drop off my bag before I head to town. Sakura's house is on the other side of an intersection, the upper part of the residential area. It's about the same distance as from the intersection to my place. I go up the hill that's different from the Japanese-style residential area. Then... Huh? In the distance, I see a familiar figure in front of my destination, Sakura's house. Tasaka! I confirm one more time. Her red clothes are rather noticeable. That itself catches my eye, but her lower half is black, as if to emphasize the red color. She probably picked something to balance out her dark hair. That outfit's pretty fitting for someone like Tasaka. Something thumps. Shut up. This time it thumps twice. Shh, damn it, shut up. I'm busy right now, be quiet. It doesn't stop thumping. Geez, you're not... you're not a taiko at a festival. What the hell is it? Oh, it's me. I calmly answer. It was my own heartbeat echoing through my ears. Quiet up till now, it sounds ready to rapidly beat out of my chest. The cause is simple. I've never seen Rin Tasaka wearing her own clothes. Gah! I can't imagine what kind of face I'm making right now. I can't even explain why I'm reacting like this in the first place. I saw her in her personal clothes. I saw her in something other than her school uniform without expecting it. That's all, right? You're unbelievable. Why am I hung up on this? It's just her clothes. This isn't a big deal. First of all, we're allies. She trusts me to have her back. So I ought to be prioritizing living up to that trust. Hey, Tasaka. I call out to her. That was not the noise I was expecting. Tasaka sees me and gets surprised and starts looking around. Tasaka, what are you doing here? I get closer and call out to her. Huh? I have no time to resist. Tasaka grabs my arm and pushes me to take cover. Ow, my back. What are you doing, Tasaka? Wait. It's really soft. Error. Processing error. My brain is blown away. The heartbeat that had forced its silence earlier sounds like a drum solo now. Tasaka, hey! Be found by who? Tasaka pushes her body into mine. Tasaka, too close! She's so close to me that I'm getting dizzy. I feel like I'm babbling nonsense, but I can't understand myself. My boiling thoughts cool instantly. A strange guy standing in front of Sakura's house? There is someone there. Blonde? A foreigner? Unfortunately, I can't see the look of his eyes from here. Tasaka, let's switch places. I want to see too. We bend down trying to hide ourselves in the confined space. The footsteps approach. He goes down the hill without stopping. What was that about? I think he's a normal human being. He seems like a real full-fledged human with form. Yet, I feel something weird. I don't know who he is, but I have this strange feeling our lives will come to an end if we go after him. It's such a strange, unnerving presence. Tasaka murmurs. What? Sakura? Oh, now it kicks in. Tasaka jumps back out of the alley as fast as Lancer. Well, that's my question. But you took me and shoved me in there like an overdue package. I explained precisely to her. She must have understood as she freezes. Well, she stopped with the unreasonable complaints. But now she's just glaring at me. Hey, I'm the one that's annoyed here. You're the one who dragged me into like that. It's not fair that only Tasaka gets to make a face like that. She shouldn't have done it if she didn't want to. I feel stupid getting all embarrassed about it, damn it. Tasaka, Issei has nothing to do with this. I say it while turning away from her. Yeah, Issei isn't a master. It's fine if you don't want to believe me. Tasaka replies nonchalantly. Damn it, I lost. A sigh escapes my lips. I feel even more stupid for getting all worked up about it when she says it like that. Above all, I feel better just from hearing those words. Well, I checked whether he had a command spell or not. That's something he can't hide no matter how much he suppresses his magical energy, right? Tasaka nods in agreement. She must have thought of something else as her head tilts. I took his clothes off. I mean, he resisted like any normal person would have, but I stripped him by force and didn't find anything. Tasaka freezes, staring at me in stunned silence. I think she's acting strange. Like, what part of that was unclear? The Matao household is silent. Shinji isn't home, and I don't see Sakura either. Just I'm wondering what I should do. Tasaka asks as if it were nothing. Tasaka, you know Sakura Matao? What about Sakura? What's up with that evil smile? Tasaka smiles meaningfully. It's really humiliating, but more than that. Tasaka, why do you know that Sakura comes to my place? She says as she starts going up the hill. Tasaka, are you going home? Tasaka says goodbye and casually leaves. Then she looks at me seriously from a distance. Tasaka? That's fine, but what is it? What is she getting at? A child that's adopted without any say. Throwing away their previous life and starting a new life with a complete stranger. They say that you can't choose your parents, but if I think about what a child who doesn't have any choice in the matter would feel about being thrust in a situation with a stranger. I shake off those thoughts. What am I getting emotional over? I shouldn't even need to think about this. Well, I don't think there's a specific thing they'd feel. If the place they're adopted is good, then I'm sure they won't have any complaints. But I'm sure there'll be some issues if it isn't any good. Kids are pretty simple, Sasaka waves goodbye and goes up the hill. Her house and mine are in opposite directions. Remember this conversation for later. Well, I have to get back to home before dark. Dinner ends before I realize it. I came home, trained with Saber in the dojo. Fujine came home, made dinner, and the three of us ate, and now it's already past 8 p.m.
セーバーちゃん、もしかしてあっちじゃ有名な達人さんなの？セーバーちゃんが教え出してからこっち、シローったら別人みたいなんだけど。それは私も驚いています。ですが、シローの死は別にいるようですから、私の手腕ではありません。
We're having our post-meal tea. It's good that Fujine and Saber are getting along. I don't want to interrupt, so I sip my tea quietly and rest my body. Saber's training really did a number on me.
師匠が2人？ありゃ、二股かけてるってことかなそれ。本人に自覚はないようですが。ですがまあ、結果がいいので黙認することにしました。確かに、シローは自分に合った戦法を身につけた方がいい。体はとうに出来上がっているのですから、あとは自身をうまく動かす思考を組み込むだけです。あ、セーバーちゃんは分かってるじゃない。そうそう、シローはずっと鍛えてきたんだから、体はしっかりしてるのよ。今まではね、本人にやる気がなかっただけなんだから。体を鍛える。確かにあのような道場があったのなら鍛錬にも身が入りましょう。加えて大河といういい対戦相手がいたのですから素質がないはずがない。
Saber nods emotionally and sips her tea. Then
あの道場で剣道をするのは久しぶりだよ。セーバーちゃんが来るまであそこは剣道場じゃなかったもん。
Fujine corrects her while biting into a rice cracker.
剣道場ではなかった。シローは道場で竹刀を持たなかったのですか？
Saber looks at me with surprise. Huh? Well, no, I haven't picked up a sword since my old man died.
そうよ。シロー、暇さえあればキリツグさんと試合してたのに、キリツグさんが亡くなったら途端に竹刀を持たなくなってさ。私は悲しかったな。
Taiga nibbles on the rice cracker while resting her head on the table. I have a bad feeling about this, or rather, I can predict what's about to happen. When Fujine gets like this, the conversation always goes to,
ああ、どうしてかな。あの頃は剣道少年だったのに、今じゃ風太郎だよ。そりゃお世辞にも剣の才能はなかったけど、弓道はちょっとこの子大丈夫なのかなって思うぐらいだったのにやめちゃうしさ。
I knew you were going to say that. Fujine, stop harping up about the past. You're getting so negative. I glare at her. Fujine sulks and eats her rice cracker. Phew. She backs off this time.
ほう、シローの幼年期の話ですか、タイガ。
Gah! She was over it. Why'd you have to bring it back up, Saber?
何？聞きたい聞きたい。はい、興味があります。
Why the fuck did they have a sonic ring sound right now?
よーし、ならお姉ちゃん話してあげよっかな。
The morale of the Fujimura army goes up due to reinforcements from Saber Camp. Not like I could stop her now. I don't want to interrupt, so I'll quietly drink my tea. I'll focus on resting like I originally planned.
それでね、今はこんなにひねくれちゃったけど、子供の頃は可愛かったのよ。人のことを疑わなかったし、お願いすれば何でも二つ返事で引き受けてくれたり。でも妙に頑固なところがあってね、一度決めたことはなかなか変えなかったりしたっけ。そのあたりキリツグさんとは正反対だったかな。キリツグは素人は正反対だったのですか？そうだよ。キリツグさんは何でもオッケーって人だったから、いいことも悪いことも人それぞれ、 人生なるようになるさって人だったな。そのくせ困ってる人を見たら何とかしちゃうのよね。シロウもそんなキリツグさんの真似ばっかりしてた。シロウはキリツグさんよりはっきりしてたから、悪いことはダメだって町のいじめっ子をバンバン叩いてたっけ。うん、その時からシロウは正義の味方だったんだ。
Fujine happily talks about boring things. And besides Fujine,
なぜシロウは正義の味方なのですか？
Saber asks a simple question. Well, it's hard to explain. I guess it's just because I admire people who do the right thing.
憧れている。その正義の味方に。
Yeah, well, I do. Makes me embarrassed when she says stuff like justice straight to my face.
それはどうして？
Well, it occurs to me just then. There's really no reason for it. I've admired people like that since I was a kid. I try to be of help to people and support anyone that is sad to the best of my ability. It hasn't changed even now. But the reason behind it, why did I try to be of help to people? You can leave your dream to me. That is the answer. The last moment of the person that meant everything to me. He died peacefully because of something I said. I wanted to protect that trust he had in me, even after he died, so that he would be able to rest in peace for an eternity. But is it really the real reason?
シロウ。
I hear my name and come to my senses. Oh, sorry. I'm going to my room now. I stood up, overwhelmed with an inexplicable anxiety. I leave the living room as if fleeing that feeling. No, ifs, ands about it, I ran. That was a simple question, but I was scared that something might come to light when Saber looked at me with those eyes. Why? What am I scared of? An uneasiness that even I don't understand myself. A shapeless fear, nausea welling up. I hurried to my room trying to suppress a headache. Fujine went home, saying she had work left to do tonight. Saber sleeping in the room next to mine, just like yesterday. I stare into the darkness, unable to sleep again. It's not that I can't sleep because I'm conscious of Saber. Why would he act like that? Those words. It's because that question still remains in my heart. She asked me why, and I said I found him admirable. It's obvious why I ran away then. Because if she asked me why I admired them, I would have nothing to say in response. No, I do have an answer. But something is keeping me from saying it aloud. The reason I want to be a hero of justice. Why ask that now? I was desperate to be like Kiritsugu when I was a kid. I admired people like him because there was an ideal that I could not fulfill. And that should be the source of it all. The true form of an ideal that I have now. No, the ideal that I've had for the past 10 years. If I could save someone, I glared up at the sky thinking it would be a lie unless it could save everything. But which one is the lie? The ideal of justice I admired. The older I get, the more I stray from it. The ignorant child that knew no bounds grew up, gained knowledge, and learned of that limit. That some truly cannot be saved. Miracles are beyond human ability. Even then, I believed that I could become like Kiritsugu when I grew up. Yet, all I gained was wisdom to decide that ideals are just that. All I can do is clean up afterwards. Even though I was made acutely aware that it's meaningless, I've continued doing what I can. Even if that means just saving one person. Though my goal was to save as many lives as I could, I've lost and discarded things along the way. Also, I wouldn't lose the most important part. Though reality continuously knocks me down, if my heart does not accept defeat, I can stand strong even if it's a bluff. That ideal, the ideal where nobody is hurt, is wonderful. You can leave your dream to me. Yes. If no one's going to. I just thought I would inherit his dream myself. That's why I have to become a hero of justice. I have to succeed Kiritsugu and protect what he's longed for. How good would it be if everyone could just carry on as before without making any sacrifices?
そんなものはこの世のどこにもありはしない。
Shut up. I don't know unless I try. I desperately reject the words that popped to the back of my head. He said to drown in my ideals. Ominous words as if to say, Jesus Christ. Ominous words as if he could prognosticate my very fate. Still early. Okay. February 8th. Unlimited Blade Works. My dear stray dead. Then I see his dream. The memory of the man who is celebrated as a hero. The story of a knight who is not understood by anyone. It is a simple story. At the very heart of the matter, there is something wrong with him. He had a reasonable amount of power and a fair amount of ambition. Yet he used his strength in the wrong places from beginning to end, and died a miserable death. It came as a reasonable consequence. Power exists to grant your own wishes. Pity does no good for others. There's a balance because the actions you take come back to you. So Kyrie regularly says. One is fed because their actions circulate to generate more vitality. But not having that means never being replenished. If one lives for someone else instead of oneself, it's obvious they would run out of energy right away. It would be like money if it were disposable. If others use it, there's nothing left for you. It's easy to take advantage of, and it's a given that it'll be used. And that's why in the end, he saw many betrayals, and his life was ended by someone he saved. It just makes me mad. I want to know why. He worked hard, made superhuman effort even though he was an ordinary person, and he accomplished a miracle with his own blood. His reward for that was betrayal and death. And though it seemed ludicrous, he died satisfied. It's not my place to criticize another's life. It's not my place, but I can't stand that one major point. I've had this dream multiple times now, and that is my belief. Usually I wake up here. Yet, it seems like this morning there's more to this dream. He was standing in that hell. It is a scene of devastation by natural means rather than human hands. I would make a contract. I will serve after death, and in return, I would take compensation now. He weaves a spell of contract. Thus, he was changed as if possessed and saved those who would normally not be saved. Oh, this must be how he became a heroic spirit. From this perspective, it isn't really that great of compensation. He probably saved a number not even in the hundreds. This is barely qualification as a hero in such a small number, and normally it wouldn't count for that level of a heroic spirit. Yet the number is irrelevant. The qualification is one who surpasses human bounds and is unable to change the fate of those destined to die. Something that upends fate itself. It doesn't matter if he is not powerful like a hero, so long as it was a disaster that could not be avoided, however small, that he changed. No. The world would gain a heroic spirit in turn, as compensation for this miracle. He became a hero that saved many lives that could not have been saved. As a result, he became a heroic spirit after he died and now repeats the same things he did in life. As a servant, as a slave. I guess the payment for the miracle is to become a disposable tool in service of others even in death. Heroic spirits. Superior spirits chosen by humanity, guardian spirits of humanity. But they are not ones with free will like servants. Heroic spirits, guardians of humanity. Guardians do not have free will. They operate merely as sources of power. They are extermination weapons that are only summoned to protect the world when circumstances appear that could destroy it. They are summoned to destroy these circumstances. The servant system is nothing more than a ritual that uses these guardians. Guardians are summoned into any era. After eliminating the threatening presence or threatening circumstances, they disappear. I would hate to be like that, but he must have been determined to take that role. In fact, he might have even desired it. Nothing made him happier than being able to save people even after he died. Since he didn't have the power to save them when he was alive, he must have believed that he could avert any tragedy once he became a heroic spirit. With that in mind, he readily made a deal with the world to give up his life after death, and saved 100 lives. After that, he believed that he could save tens of thousands more. What an idiot. There's no way that could be possible. Because by the time a heroic spirit is summoned, where they appear is already gone to hell. Places where heroic spirits, guardians, appear are only hell. They only appear when the world is about to be destroyed by mankind. Humans are creatures that perish from their own doings. That's why the process of destruction is always the same. Jealousy, hatred, selfishness, desire. The man who loved and tried to be of help to others was shown the same ugliness even after he died. He's summoned to such places and fulfills his responsibilities just as the contract says. He killed. He killed and killed and killed and killed. He killed all the humans where he was summoned to save humanity as a whole. I don't know how many times he repeated it, nor do I have the means to know how many more times he will continue to repeat it. There's only one thing I can say. He has been betrayed by many things, but in the end he was betrayed by the only thing he believed in, his ideals. When I wake up, I have nothing useful to say. My body feels strangely tired, and I can't move from the bed. My mind is the only thing that clears, and still blankly stare at the ceiling. Interesting. I sigh and gaze at the ceiling. This sucks. He could have told me that I might get a glimpse of his memories while I'm sleeping, since masters and servants are connected spiritually. If he told me, I could have cut my consciousness so I wouldn't have to deal with that. I get my body out of bed. My body feels heavy and my eyelids are as heavy as a stone. I resent how I'm not a morning person and slowly change from my pajamas to my uniform. I'm not sure whether it makes sense or it is unexpected. He used to be a pretty hot-headed man back in the day. I don't know what hero he was, but he seemed more honest in the past. Have a brief laugh. My reflection in the mirror looks so serious, like I'm about to cry, so I try to laugh it off. Otherwise, I won't be able to face Archer at all. I get ready and drink the freshly brewed tea in the living room. I don't usually eat breakfast, so I'm quick. There's 15 minutes until I have to leave for school. This cup of tea is like a ritual I perform every morning to wake my half asleep body. Yet there's one fool that I can't read the room. That again? Archer keeps on suggesting that I cut off my truce with Shiro Emiya at every chance he gets.
そのエミヤ君なら何があっても裏切らないと思うしさ。
本来信頼は駆け引きで築くものだ。理由のない信頼などそれこそ信用ならん。いいか、あれは勝ち残れる人間ではない。協力者を選ぶというのならまだキャスターのマスターの方が賢い。
ふざけないでアーチャー。あんた私にあんな下道と志を同じにしろっていうの？
He kind of is, yeah. I set my teacup down and look at Archer. Even if it was sarcasm, I can't ignore his implication. The atmosphere freezes. I'm seriously getting pissed, and Archer looks like he has no intention of backing down. We stare each other down.
確かにキャスターは下道だが、あれはあれで実に魔術師らしい。その点で言えばリンは戦いには向いていない。魔術師ならば志より結果を取るべきだ。
皮肉を言っても無駄よ。私は方針を変えないわ。
まったくどうしたのだ一体。エミやシロと知り合ってからの君はおかしいぞ。以前の合理性はどこに行った？
I realize without you even having to say it, but I can't help it. He hasn't gained anything even though he's a mage, and he's dangerously narrow-minded. There's no use in trying to scheme against such a guy, and besides, he's,
リン、どうした？ようやく自分の愚かさに気づいたか？
そうね。ええ、私はどうか知ってる。けどアーチャー、それもこれもみんなあんたがつまんないもの見せるからじゃない。
何？
いいわ、忘れて。とにかくあんたが私のサーバントである以上、私は私が信じることしかやらない。私はエミやシローほど甘くはないけど、それでも譲れないものがある。相手が何者であろうと、それを譲る気なんかない。
I can't clamp down on the anger. And that makes me realize I don't feel any sympathy even after learning about his past. I'm just mad.
あーちゃん、返事は？
So I take it out on him as much as I can. The knight in the red coat sighs and assumes what seems to be his favorite pose.
仕方あるまい。主が不調ならば支えるのは進化の役割だからな。君が本調子になるまで陰ながら見守るとしよう。
He replies with an answer that's neither yes or no. I wake up. I feel heavy, like there's a lead inside my head. What is this? I haven't been waking up well lately. I don't know if it's because there's a lot to think about or if I'm having a weird dream. Ugh. Even though I usually don't dream, I feel like I've been experiencing something like a dream recently. Well, they were beautiful swords. I often vaguely dream of swords. Among them, his blades appear frequently. Yeah, I like them. So what? I curse at Archer, who's not even here, and get out of bed. It's before 6 a.m. I can't be getting distracted by strange dreams. I should go prepare breakfast. Saber sees me off as I leave the house. I've gotten used to this lifestyle, and the morning passes by smoothly without any particular happening. I don't see Tasaka by the school gate. Since the only lead we had as Issei ended up innocent, I bet she's busy running around gathering information. Yeah, but this is my problem too. I need to do some investigating as well. But the question is how to do that. Tasaka's probably investigating the people at school, so I should investigate the building one more time. Well, it's not like we'll be able to conveniently find out what we didn't know before. I used the break in the first half of lunch to look around school, but I couldn't find any abnormalities. He must have finished lunch already, as Issei acknowledges my efforts while reading an old poetry anthology. Thanks. I'll be having tea since I'm going to eat lunch. Wait, where's the teapot?
ああこっちだ。しかしな、今日は昆布茶しかないがいいか。
Kelp tea? Huh? Then I'll just have plain hot water. I just can't handle how thick kelp tea is.
そうかそうか。では明日までに職員室から緑茶でももらってこよう。
I leave a rather cheerful Issei to himself and pour myself water before I sit at the table. Guess I'll dig in. I clap my hands together and open my lunch. At the same time, someone knocks on the door. Oh, there's someone at the door, Issei.
こんな時間にか。
Issei slowly goes to the door. The visitor is Mr. Kuzuki, the teacher in charge of the student council. I run into him often, and I bet he thinks I let myself into the student council room overly frequently. I quietly eat my ground chicken lunch. He must have nothing to report today, as Issei and Mr. Kuzuki are just chatting. I munch on my food. I work on finishing up.
先生、そろそろ時間ですか。
そうか、邪魔をしたな。言わずとも承知しているだろうが、戸締まりは忘れないように。下校時間も厳守したまえ。
はいはい、分かってますって。
Mr. Kuzuki leaves, and Issei comes back in a rather good mood. Wow, that was a rarity. Soichiro Kuzuki chatting with a student. With that, and with that normally rather shy Issei. Well, they might get along because they're both stubborn, but it's still odd. Hey, Issei.
なんだエミヤ。
You know, I've been wondering for a while, but are you close with Mr. Kuzuki? Oh, he's surprised. No, it's fine if it's private. It's just thought if that was the case. Don't worry about it.
ああ、違う違う。そういえばエミヤには言ってなかったな。と気がついてね。仲がいいのは当然なのだ。
Alright, here's the roundabout way to get the information. That's fine. The direct approach apparently triggers the trap. Apparently this one's doesn't. Huh? Mr. Kuzuki like Issei's big brother? Hold on, what do you mean?
だから兄貴分だって。総一郎。久月先生は3年ほど前からうちに居候をしているんだ。見ての通り朴訥な人柄だが、裏表のない誠実な心をしている。同じ屋根の下で暮らしていて、人間として尊敬できるのだ。兄として慕うのは当然だろう。
Kuzuki lives at Ryudo Temple? I feel like the back of my head has been hit. But I force myself to stay calm on the outside and ask Issei to continue. Oh yeah, you said there's a woman there lately, right? Does Kuzuki know about her?
知ってるも何も。あの女は久月先生の言い名付けだ。近々祝言を挙げるから、それまで部屋を貸し与えている。
A second shock. Issei. I don't think... Would you just call her some new woman in that case? I try my best to object through dizziness.
見慣れない女は見慣れない女だ。久月先生の言い名付けであろうと、名前も知らない女など、それで十分だろう。
Issei ends the conversation, clearly uncomfortable. Anyways, regardless of the source, this is news I can't ignore. Soichiro Kuzuki commutes from Ryudo Temple, and a woman who is staying at Ryudo Temple. I heard that Mr. Kuzuki's fiancée showed up about a month ago. If that was Castor, then we pretty much have our answer. So that's what I heard. In class after school, there's only 10 minutes until we go home, but I tell Tasaka about Mr. Kuzuki. What do you think? Considering Issei's situation as well, I don't think we should suspect him just because he lives at the temple.
久月先生か。マスターとしての気配っていうより、そもそも魔術師じゃないんだけどな、あの人は。
I don't know if she's even listening to me. She frowns like she's not convinced. Not a mage. Well, that's good. So we can count Kuzuki out then.
なんで？ 怪しいやつマスターに決まってるじゃない。
Okay, I guess I'm starting to get used to this. But I can't keep up with Tasaka's thought process.
今夜にでも仕掛けるわよ。学校に手を回して夜勤になるように仕向けるからエミヤ君も準備しといて。
Hold on. We can't do that. Getting him on the night shift? Are you saying we'll fight him tonight?
当然でしょ。クズキが明日も学校に来る保証はないもの。機会は待ったなし。夜まで学校に残らせて帰り道であいつがマスターかどうか試すのよ。
Let me ask just in case. How are we going to test if he's a master or not?
実力行使。エミヤ君の時と一緒。
The way she says that sounds oddly honeyed. She really does like pushing people around. Maybe in another lifetime, the two of us fought over a playground's peace as children. I'm against it. There's got to be a less violent way to check. There's no need to take such dangerous measures.
危険じゃないわよ。私だって見境なしじゃないわ。影から軽いガンドを撃つだけよ。もしクズキ先生が一般人でも2日風邪で寝込む程度だし。
Oh, well, that's a problem too. If Mr. Kuzuki really is a master, then we'll be in a battle right then and there. As long as we attack first, we won't be able to talk to him.
わからないわね。それなら余計好都合じゃないの。一体何が危ないっていうのよ、エミヤ君は。
You also don't get it. I'm saying that's dangerous for you. Tasaka must have finally realized as she pauses. But only for an instant.
そう。別にいいわよ。それなら私一人でやるだけだもの。
She decides just like that. Ugh. Damn it, I guess there's no use saying anything to Tasaka once she's made up her mind. Fine, I'll go with you. I don't know what kinds of crazy things you would do if I let you be.
それはこっちのセリフよ。まったく何を言い出すかと思えば。下校時間ね。それじゃあ待ち合わせは午後7時。橋の下の公園。戦闘になるだろうからちゃんと準備してくるのよ。
She looks away and starts walking. I leave the classroom after her.
では今夜キャスターのマスターに仕掛けると。
Well, we don't know for sure yet if it's Kuzuki is the master, but that's pretty much the plan. I give Saber a detailed account of today's events as soon as I get home. Saber agrees with Tasaka and already seemed roused by the prospect. So we won't be training today. I'll prepare dinner right away, so let's get ready for tonight. Wait, is it bad to eat before going to battle?
なぜそのようなことを聞くのです。戦闘時に空腹では問題があると思うのですが。
Of course she'd say that. Well, I thought it might be too heavy on the stomach. We don't even have any hour left, so it might be better to eat dinner once we come back home.
いえ、そのようなことはないと思いますよ。口にしたものを素早く消化するのも戦士の素質です。普段から正しい生活と鍛錬をしていれば食事はあまり問題ないかと。
She just wants food. So does that mean I can cook dinner?
はい。そちらの方が大変力が出るのでは。
I see. Well, I've also trained so that I can move right after I eat, so I guess there's no problem. But well, I'll still make something light just in case. Then I'll be in the living room. What about you, Saber?
シローの邪魔をするわけにはいきません。私はもうしばらく気を整えておきます。
I guess she means to meditate. Got it. I'll come get you once dinner's ready. I leave the dojo. It's completely dark outside. We're meeting at 7 p.m., so that means we'll ambush Mr. Kuzuki at an hour after that. If Mr. Kuzuki is a master, then we'll have to fight. Castor is a cautious servant. If she found out that her master was attacked, she won't get another chance. Or we won't get another chance. Then we have to make sure that it's fatal if we're going to attack. We can't let our opponent escape and don't have the luxury of fleeing ourselves. No matter the opponent, in order to stop Castor from attacking all the people in town, we must defeat her master. If all goes well, we'll take away his command spells and he won't be a master anymore. But if worse comes to worse, and we're unable to manage that, it'll probably turn into a fight to the death. Oh yeah, I have to take a weapon. A weapon from here. The easiest thing to pass energy through is probably a wooden sword. My success rate at strengthening has been going up recently, so even a wooden sword would become a good weapon. But that is only the case for a normal fight. I'll need a better weapon to fight against servant or a master. If I were being greedy, swords like his. I imagine what I saw in my dream. The black and white twin swords. They're a length that even I'd feel comfortable using. And ultimately, I would be able to fight decently enough with them. I want to protect myself without being a burden to Saber, and be able to proudly say that I'm her master. Man, there's no use in wishing for something I don't have, idiot. I sigh and head to the porch. I'll just do what I can do. For now, I put my energy and strength into making dinner. Saber is so serious, but it seems like she looks forward to meals. It has secretly been a joy to make her happy with them. It's 7 p.m. Tasaka came right on time.
お待たせ。必要なものを揃えてたら時間かかっちゃった。で、そっちの準備はどう？
I hand her a practice sword bag. There's a Bakuto, a wooden sword inside. This is all the preparation I can do.
まあ、しょうがないか。そもそも白兵戦ならこっちはセイバーがいるんだし。エミヤ君は様子を見ているだけでいいかもね。
That's true. As long as Saber is here, all I have to do is back her up. Well, I find it hard to think of a situation where I actually need her to watch my back. Or watch her back.
リン、なぜアーチャーはいないのですか？
Then, with a sharp look, Saber asks a question. Huh? Tasaka, you didn't bring Archer?
ええ、あいつなら置いてきた。今夜は奇襲だし、セイバーがいるなら必要ないでしょ。正直なところ、あいつとキャスターを合わせたくないのよ。
That's a fair statement. Tasaka starts walking. I don't know what she's thinking, but that means we won't have the help of Archer this time. Time passes. We have to cross this intersection to get to Ryuta Temple from school. It's already taken an hour to set up our territory. The simple bounded field set up by Tasaka.
外から見られるのはアウトだけど、防音だけは完璧よ。ここ一帯ミサイルが落ちても周りには気づかれないわ。
Gee, thanks. According to Tasaka, the surrounding area is too quiet. It might also be because Tasaka's field is working, but everything feels too lifeless. It's already been 7 days since the Holy Grail War started. It seems like the town's spirit is slowly being stripped away without anyone noticing.
来た。エミヤ君、隠れて。
I move to the wall. I can't even hear the footsteps. There's a figure beneath the streetlight. A tall, lean physique. That familiar figure is definitely Shoichiro Kuzuki. Mr. Kuzuki passes by in front of us with his usual orderly footsteps. He's too defenseless. I'm assaulted with the feeling that Mr. Kuzuki might be innocent. Hey, Tasaka, don't you think Mr. Kuzuki might be innocent after all?
まあ、やってみればはっきりするでしょ。
Tasaka seems to be half in doubt as well. It seems like she's still carrying on with her plan as she points her index finger towards Mr. Kuzuki. Gender. It's a curse that lowers the target's physical ability, considered to be simple magecraft. Tasaka is more like a gunshot instead of Gander, but I'm sure she'll lower the intensity this time.
準備はいい？エミヤ君。
She whispers. There's still time. A possibility that Shoichiro Kuzuki is innocent. Isn't there another way other than Gander to check and see if he's a master or not? Again, given what we know from before, if Castor's master is Shoichiro, which we truly believe it is, then she's probably got a countermeasure. So I feel like this is the smarter option. But That's what we're going to do. We're going to hold off. We can't do this. This method is too violent. Tasaka, hold on. This is too rash.
今さら遅い。ここまで来てやめられるか。
Gah. Tasaka sticks out her left hand. A black shot is released, followed by the sound of something piercing the air. She must have said something aloud on purpose. The gander's speed is slow, and the black haze flies towards Kuzuki like a change-up pitch. The wind of disease that will cause him to be bedridden for 2 days. But 2 days of not being able to move would be fatal for a master. There has to be some kind of reaction to Mr. Kuzuki as a master.
やば。
Tasaka moves. Kuzuki doesn't react. Tasaka's gander mercilessly hits Shoichiro Kuzuki's head. It is interrupted just before that. A robe suddenly appears in the space between them. The man who was supposed to be hit by a gander looked at us, as if he knew that we were here all along. Tasaka! I immediately pull the wooden sword out of my bag and put the magical energy into it. I don't have the time to be fumbling around with strengthening. The swirl of cloth in front of Kuzuki now takes shape. Slender limbs appear from the indigo robe. Teleportation. Actual teleportation is considered true magic in this modern world. This dark witch caster uses such mystic with ease and appears before us.
忠告したはずですよ、宗一郎。このようなことになるから、あなたは竜道寺にとどまるべきだと。
She must not think anything of us as Caster talks calmly to her master Kuzuki.
そうでもない。実際に獲物は釣れた。
そうね。あまり大きな魚ではなさそうだけど、大量であることは間違いないわ。さあ、そこから出てきなさい。バカな魔術師さん。
It'd be difficult to run now. No, if Caster and her master are in front of us, then all there is to do is fight them. Even if this is the middle of the town. But before
出
that,
てこないの？残念ね。顔ぐらいは見ておきたかったのですけど。
何よあのタヌキ。こっちの素性なんてもう分かってるくせに。
Tasaka curses in her hiding spot. She must have heard that.
3秒あげるわ、お嬢さん。それであなたがしたことをそのまま返してあげましょう。
Caster says cheerfully and points her hand towards us. The absurdity of what she says before returns to my mind. She's not that naive. I'm sure she would destroy this whole area along with the wall that we're hiding behind.
エミヤ君、合図をしたら飛んで。セイバー、準備はいい？
I sense her nodding behind me. But there's something I need to confirm before that. Sorry. Do that later, Tasaka. I don't wait for a reply. I go out into the intersection from the shelter, wooden sword in hand.
シロ！
Tasaka must not have it in her to leave me alone in this and follows me out.
あら、意外ね。少しは物分かりが良くなったのかしら、坊や。
Caster watches us calmly. Kuzuki stands next to her. The distance between us is about 10 meters. No matter how I think about it, Caster's fingertips would be much faster than me running to them. With full knowledge of the situation, I step forward. I have to do something before we fight. That is,
遠坂とエミヤか。マトウだけではなく、お前たちまでマスターとはな。魔術師とはいえ、因果な人生だ。
to confirm the identity of Shoichiro Kuzuki as the one Caster is protecting.
どうしたエミヤ？話があるのではないのか？
He asks in his usual manner. I don't feel the presence of a mage from Mr. Kuzuki. No, I don't even feel a desire for victory in this so-called war. Then, Kuzuki, has Caster put you up to this? It's possible that Mr. Kuzuki is being manipulated by Caster like Archer said. Until I get this cleared up, I just can't fight him. I can feel Caster's desire to kill me. That alone tells me the question is off limits for her.
うるさい坊や、殺してしまおうかしら。
Yet her words are not quite a threat. However,
待て、その質問の出所は何だ、エミヤ。
Mr. Kuzuki stops her in his usual manner.
疑問には理由があるはずだ。言ってみるがいい。
My throat is dry. It must be Castor's murderous glare. The woman in the indigo robe tells me without words that she'd kill me if I say something wrong. I bear it, and I don't know how you became a master, but you're a decent person, right? And there's no way that you've overlooked what Castor is doing. But since it seems like you are, I just thought you might not know about it. I glare back at
キャ
Castor.
スターがやっていることだと。
Yeah, she's holding up in Ryudo Temple and collecting magical energy from people in the town. The Koman incidents that have been happening recently are all her doing. The victim count has been increasing as well. As long as Castor continues stealing more magical energy, I'm sure there will be people who will die eventually. She said that everyone in this town is a sacrifice. It won't be long before it's too late.
なるほど、そういうことか。通常善良な人間ならばキャスターを放置できない。にもかかわらずマスターである私がキャスターを放置しているのは彼女に操られているからだと考えたわけだな。
Yeah. If you're still letting her be while knowing what she's doing, then you're just a murderer. I won't hold back, but it's a different story if you're being manipulated in all of this. We'll just defeat Castor.
いや、今の話は初耳だ。
His statement leaves no room for interpretation. He doesn't seem to be lying either. Shuichiro Kuzuki is the same as when he lectures at school. Phew. Though relieved, I still keep my guard up against Castor. Mr. Kuzuki is also a victim if he's being manipulated. And so all that's left is defeat Castor.
だがエミヤ、キャスターの行いはそう悪いものなのか？
And yet still, Shuichiro Kuzuki says this as well. What are you...
他人が何人死のうが私には関わりのないことだ。加えてキャスターは命までは取っていない。まったく随分と半端なことをしているのだな、キャスター。そこまでするのなら一息で根こそぎ奪った方が良いだろうに。
What? The way he says it is no different than usual. He gives an honest opinion. Shoichiro Kuzuki is the same as when he lectures at school. Are you going to involve innocent people in this?
すべての人間は無関係だが、まあ私が何者であるかはそちらで言い当てただろう。私は魔術師などではない。ただのそこいらにいる朽ち果てた殺人鬼だよ。
Kuzuki takes a step back. He watches us from behind Castor.
キャスターの傀儡というのは当たっているがな。私は聖杯戦争など知らん。キャスターが殺し、お前たちが殺し合うというのなら傍観するだけだ。
Uh-huh.
もっとも、私も自分の命が一番可愛い。キャスターが何を企もうと知らぬ。私はただ私を阻む者を殺すだけだ。では好きにしろキャスター。生かすも殺すもお前の自由だ。
Castor stands in front of us, smiling in victory.
ああ、もうとんだ狸同士じゃないあいつら。
Sokka clicks her tongue and doesn't move. Or rather, she can't move. In terms of skill as a mage, we aren't a match for Castor even put together. For masters who claim to be mages, an opponent like Castor far exceeds what we're capable of.
そうか。ではここで死しても構わんのだな。キャスターのマスターよ。
Huh? A voice behind me. Before I could turn around. A knight of the sword, the servant Saber, dashes forward. Saber? My voice can't even keep up. Saber, already clad in silver, charges towards Kuzuki like a gust of wind.
お待
ちなさい、セイバー。
Caster confronts her with a spell. She recites 5 verses. If Saber is a gust of wind for completing 10 meters in a breath, then Caster must be lightning for casting a spell even faster. A bolt of lightning from a raging storm. 5 bullets of light are shot in less than a second and stab at Saber like fatal thorns. Fatal.
大魔力。いえ、私の魔術を防ぎきる騎士など知らない。
Caster screams. Even Archer had to dodge Caster's spells, but Saber is nullifying it just by glaring at it. Yet her focus is not Caster, her target. The opponent that she must slash is none other than the master Soichiro Kuzuki. Saber slashes Kuzuki without hesitation.
宗一郎様。
Silence returns to the intersection. Saber is frozen after unslashing her sword. Everyone here assumes the match is decided because of how quick the attack was. Yes. Everyone except Soichiro Kuzuki, who stands there calmly. We get an interlude for this? Why? Charge, halt, attack. Having repelled all of Caster's divine words, Saber concludes the match without any opening for counterattack. The speed at which she charges, the force of her planted feet, and the horizontal line her sword draws brings an unavoidable strike. She swings her invisible sword at the enemy master. A perfectly timed attack. With a slash so satisfying that it would sever a large tree, Saber splits Shoichiro Kuzuki in twain. No, it should have split him in 2. She gasps in bewilderment. Her eyes must be playing tricks. Saber stares at the enemy before her in astonishment, still mid-swing.
バカな。
Comprehension eludes her. The fatal attack cut a perfect line. That attack is stopped. Just shy of the enemy's body, the sword was caught between.
足と腕。
Is such a miracle possible? Her sword has been stopped by her enemy, Soichiro Kuzuki. Between raised knee and cocked elbow. The man stopped her high-speed slash by catching it between his elbow and knee. Of course, she is unaware. There is an Eastern martial arts technique that is used to catch opponents' weapons with one's bare hands, and there are experts today who still practice it. Even then, she wouldn't have stood there with naked amazement had it been a normal battle. But this is a servant battle, and the enemy is just a human. But to stop a fatal attack from a sword blade that cannot be seen with his bare hands, there's no way this man could possibly be sane.
侮ったな、セイバー。
His voice is deep, as if echoing from the depths of the earth. Saber's body moves. She tries to pull back her sword with all her might. And in that instant, a sudden surprise blow strikes the back of her head. She doesn't understand what's going on at all. It's her first time fighting someone who can stop a sword without any arms or armor at all. Wait, was that attack done by his bare hands as well? She must have been punched. The back of her head was struck with such close range she could feel her opponent's very breath. She avoids it without knowing what it is. Something grazes her temple. Saber perceives that it's a fist strengthened by some kind of magecraft and leaps back. As she wields the long weapon, she's at a disadvantage at close range up against an unarmed opponent. Saber retreats to a range where she can make use of her sword. She faces the enemy the entire time. Her only goal is to move out of range advantageous to her opponent. It is a basic, established tactic to pursue a retreating target. But he does not give chase. Though he still will be defeated if he remains stationary, Caster's master does not move. He strikes at her solar plexus. The wind is knocked out of her. She feels the impact. The attack is hindered by her armor, which keeps the blow from piercing her body. The impacts continue. They are nothing more than human fists that precisely target her vital areas. Could she even comprehend time? By the time she realized that those stone-like fingers were the cause of the impact, the match had already been decided. A rain of fists repeat. His fists are fired in rapid succession with an intensity and weight as if they are made of divine iron. How can it be explained? His arms are flexible like a whip, but only move at right angles. If his arms are shot out in a flash, the way his forearms fall are the technique of a demon. The barely perceptible blows target all of her vitals. He allows no counterattack. Even her arms are targeted, and that pain reaches her core even though through her armor. The attacks all come from outside and shift inside. A wide swing of the arm changes direction, using the elbow as a fulcrum, attacking Saber from all directions. The attacks are keen and causing dulling. Though not an instant death, each blow contributes to a slow-acting poison. That is the death that seeps in with each blow. Each blow cannot be avoided, and each strike alone is not enough to maim. But the pain numbs her mind each time. And with the opening from that, his fist seeks the back of her head once again, like a curling cull of death's scythe. Intuition allows her to avoid it. The attacks are going for her arms and chest are fine. But if the back of her head is struck, she's done for. And so Saber concentrates her muddled mind on that one blow. She's a beast that can block her sword empty-handed. Intuition alone gives her insight necessary to face this unknown style that she has never faced the likes of. The enemy's arm stops. His stance is like his fist, firm like a rock. The man's body moves. What was different about this attack? Saber's able to avoid all fatal blows up until this point. Could not evade the next blow. Her consciousness fades. The impact landing on the back of her head shakes her brain. But then she raises both arms. The man's attack cannot penetrate her armor. Then the man will go for her unprotected face. She raises both her arms and protects her own face. The impact weaves past her limbs. It's like a snake that crawls through the dense forest. The enemy's fist effortlessly wakes its way through her upraised arms. Her consciousness drifts. The body of a metaphorical snake, his left elbow hammers into her collarbone. Saber avoids it by retreating a short distance and adjusts a grip on a sword. The course of the fist after that, she prepares for a blow coming from the left that will change direction at the elbow and aim to the back of her head. She cannot afford to make light of him. If her opponent demands her consciousness, then so be it. In return, she will claim his arms. She opens her eyes. And is astonished by the change. Using his elbow as a fulcrum, the blow comes straight down from above. The circular orbit of attacks up until now into a straight line. She immediately moves back to avoid the blow going for the top of her head. The impact falls on her shoulder. As she glares at the enemy for wrecking her shoulder, a freezing sensation shoots down her spine. The man cocks his upper body. His right arm, still this entire time, finally moves. At the height of her throat, his arm is released like a cannonball. Unlike the previous attack followed the downward line, this jab comes straight in like a thrust. His fist flies at Saber. With such force and precision, it will skewer her. The blow comes with all of his might and will easily pierce her throat, sever bone, and rip her head off. but it misses. Surprise attacks don't work on her. Intuition, like seeing the future, is hers to command. The snake's fist grazes past her neck. Seeing that, she steps into attack, but in that moment, right beside her neck, an unbelievable sound. The snake's fang pierces her. The instant Saber avoids his fist, his fingers grab her with a sickening crunch. The astonishment passes through her as a shudder. Yes, a hand is usually something used to grab, not punch. He must have received aid from Castor's magecraft, as his fingers easily crush Saber's neck. Saber raises her sword. She swings to cut the enemy's arm off before her neck is crushed. But she's unable to finish her attack. Before she can bring her sword down, her entire body is swung like a sword in his hands. She feels herself fly through the air. He swings like a baseball pitcher. While still holding Saber's neck, the man throws her with one arm. A fastball using a person in place of a ball. There's no way she can break her fall. He tears away at her neck as he throws. She then smashes against concrete. Whoa! Amelia, hello. No more. He tears away at her neck as he throws. He smashes against a concrete wall at 200 kilometers per hour. True. Hopefully this doesn't mess up my thing. But if it does, we'll just reload. It's fine. But hello, welcome. I keep forgetting my own command because I'm used to moderating for everybody else. I do not have an SO. It's just an S. Minecraft. Well, hello, everybody. You are actually at the tail end of my stream, but we're actually in a crucial point. How do I explain this? So this is the visual novel. It's okay. It's all right. We've got plenty of time still. For Fate's Day Night. So if you have ever seen Fate or wanted to see Fate and don't want spoilers for anything, I suggest looking away now. If you don't mind and you're ready to sit in for story time, by all means, you are more than welcome to. Right now we are in Unlimited Blade Works. So this is a different storyline from the main Fate storyline, but it is an alternative story. So just keep that in mind. Right now we are in a critical battle moment. So we're going to see how this all turns out. But again, thank you for being here. Thank you for watching. Thank you for joining me, Amelia, of course, bringing everybody over who is watching your stream. And we'll just keep going. So if you haven't already, feel free to follow Amelia Rose VT on her channel. I do highly suggest. She is a big old cutie and deserves all your love. So give her a like, a follow, all that fun stuff. All right, so we are continuing on. Right now, we are in the middle of the fight with Castor. Saber has been thrashed about a little bit by Castor's current master. And yeah, we're figuring out how this is going to go out. Also, if you are a little bit squeamish, please keep that in mind that there may be blood and stuff that happens in some frames, so just warning you now. Her body's forced to shut down. Interlude out. Everyone watches in astonishment. Not just me and Tasaka. Even Castor, who ought to have been thrilled in the turn of, by the turn of her favor, stares at her own master in wonder. Saber's swift attack to Kuzuki's counterattack. From the nightmare-like neck grab to the impressive throw, it was all incredible, even to the losing side. Saber doesn't move. She was thrown by her neck and smashed back first into a wall. Her neck injury must be fatal. On top of that, she hit a wall with speed that was clearly meant to finish her. I don't think it killed her, but I'm sure she can't move. At the least, she'll be laying on the ground until the wounds on her neck and bruises all over her body heal. No. I murmured without realizing. Even though his fists were strengthened by Castor's magecraft, Kuzuki's body is still human. Who would think that he would be able to overwhelm a servant in melee combat? The lean figure turns. He just proved to us that he just proved that to us just now. Therefore, these two are their fighting roles as master and servant are completely swapped. The enemy, Kuzuki, stares at Tosaka. Saber is less of a threat to him than Tosaka, who can attack at a distance. So Kuzuki is wary of targeting us. He feels that mages ought to battle other mages. He's already done all the hard work. He nods silently and walks towards us. Behind him, Castor faces the collapsed Saber.
ちょっとセイバーは面食らってやられたけど、あいつのネタは分かってる。要は近づかれる前に倒せばいいんでしょ。
Tosaka slowly retreats, glaring at Kuzuki. A fight between a mage and a warrior is a fight for distance. No matter how many monstrous fighting techniques he may have, Kuzuki has no magic resistance. We can win if we land a hit at range. Victory is ours if we can manage to cast a spell before he reaches us. Kuzuki faces Tosaka and doesn't move. Castor walks towards the wall that Saber was thrown at. That action is a mistake. There's an opening I can take advantage of, so I'll... The problem is, I am the melee fighter. I don't know if Tosaka's going to be able to hold her own for very long. Okay, I'm going to make the stupid choice first. Only because I do feel like it's the dumb choice, but it might work out in my favor anyway. I'll protect Tosaka. Saber isn't dead yet. Even if Kuzuki was an unexpected monster, Saber hasn't lost yet. On top of that, Castor shouldn't be able to finish Saber off. I tighten my grip on the Bokuto in my hand. My eyes lock on Kuzuki not to miss even a blink. The moment he turns toward Tosaka, I'll move between them. Knowing Tosaka, I'm sure she's going to leap to the side and shoot Kuzuki. There was no time to take action. It was in an instant. The moment I thought Kuzuki's body wavered, he was in front of Tosaka. Tosaka is astonished, but she immediately points her hand at Kuzuki. And the right hand of the enemy, the hand that wrecks Saber's neck, strikes her in the chest. Ow. Time seems to stop. All the air in Tosaka's lungs go out and from that one blow. This is it. If a mage can't breathe, They can't cast a spell, incantation, or carry out the most of their abilities. Though she's just barely managed to leap back, it seems she only had wind knocked out of her. But the next attack, even though she jumped back, it was only a meter or so. Such a distance. It's inconsequential to someone like Kuzuki. I move in between them. Using my wooden sword as a shield, I plant myself between the attacker and the prey. He thrusts his fist. What? I can't even see it. How did Saber dodge something like this? I desperately protect from my left side. A heavy striking sound follows, along with the sound of my sword snapping. I see Kuzuki coming with his next attack. I'm going to die. I instinctively know it's coming. The strengthened sword was just the same as steel. If he can destroy that with one blow, then he can destroy my body no matter where he hits me. I can't stop him. Tasaka is coughing painfully behind me. I can't see his attacks, and my only weapon was destroyed. His fist aims precisely for my temple. Shiro Emiya will die from that hammer-like blow. I'll die if I don't stop it. A weapon. I'm no match for him. I need a strong weapon to make up the difference in our strength. It closes in on my brain. I imagine myself dying. No, if that happens, I will end up dead if I can't stop it. A weapon. I need a weapon. A weapon that won't get destroyed by him. Not a wooden sword taken in haste, but a proven strong weapon. An extraordinary weapon beyond my ken. Yeah, like the ones he uses. Trace on. Then I make them. I'll make them even if it's impossible. I'll make them at any cost. Strengthening and reproducing. Something that does exist and something that doesn't. I'll force myself to believe that they're the exact same. I don't have time. I can't overthink it. Fake it no matter what. I don't care if I break or lose something in the process. Faster. I don't care if it's fake. Hurry. Forget it all. I'm not the only life at stake here. If I don't hurry, if I can't stop it, Tasaka will. A sight beyond hope. Tasaka speaks for me. A muffled voice. Was that Kuzuki? Something might have happened to my ears. I can't hear properly. No, not just my ears, but the sensation in my limbs is numb. Only my right eye is functioning adequately. I see Kuzuki's approaching fist. It's like watching someone else block it. My arms feel hollow. I don't have any sensation in them, but I swear I can hear my nerves fraying. His twin swords are in my hands. The Yang Kunshao and the Yin Bakuya. The names of the swords. Even though they were reproduced haphazardly, the swords still present themselves to their owner. But I'm sorry. I can't project you perfectly with my skills. Gah. We spring apart. The twin swords that parried 30 strikes shatter, as if to say they can't take anymore. It's not because they lost to Kuzuki's fist. The twin swords disappeared because I couldn't maintain my image of them. The twin swords must be unexpected, as Kuzuki shows hesitation for the first time. Then, a strong wind stirs up at the intersection. Saber. I look toward the wall. Saber must have recovered as she stands. Castor is in front of her, rapidly steps back. Yes, that's why it was a mistake. Just because she was defeated, it didn't mean that she lost her powers. There's no way Saber with strong magic resistance could be cornered by Castor. It's Kuzuki's role to finish Saber off. Despite that, Castor made a mistake. She seemed to be planning something, but that excessiveness cost her the chance of victory. Kuzuki retreats. He stands protective of Castor as the ward against Saber. He makes an apt decision.
マスター。いいえ、セイバーは手負いです。あなたなら先ほどのように。
二度通じる相手ではない。侮ったのは私の方だったな。あと一芸手を凝らすべきだった。
Kuzuki is correct. Saber was cornered because Kuzuki's attacks were unnatural. But that was before. I would be able to deal with them no matter how many times I saw them, but Saber is already used to them. Tactics are supposed to be unknown to an opponent. Kuzuki's attacks are powerful, but since they're so unique, their exposure renders future attacks followable. The first strike must be fatal. The difference between skills that have been polished into an art form and a single move that has been trained to the utmost limits.
わかりましたわ、宗一郎。ええ、サーバントである以上、マスターの命令には従わないといけませんものね。
Who is that directed to? She spits in disgust and flutters her robe dramatically. There's nothing after that. After the indigo robe wraps around Kuzuki's body, they vanish from the intersection like magic.
やられた。いくらなんでもこうなったらクズキは竜道寺から降りてこない。
I'm surprised you can even breathe. After Castor and Kuzuki disappear, without concern of her wounded chest, Tosaka grits her teeth in regret. I understand how Tosaka feels. At this point, Kuzuki won't come out of the temple. If we are to defeat Castor, we're going to have to take the fight to them this time and make an attack in their territory. But Assassin is the gatekeeper at the temple, and Kuzuki and Castor are not opponents that can be defeated easily. We'll be defeated again if we attack recklessly. Yet we have no other choice but to go to the temple if we want to defeat Castor.
リン、忠告しますが、あの寺はサーバントにとって鬼門です。
We know.
アーチャーを動員したところで、力押しでは勝機は薄い。
私だってあの山がどれぐらい変化ぐらい分かってる。悔しいからってすぐに追いかけたりしないし、あなたのマスターを強攻策になんか巻き込まないわ。
では、キャスターを撃つのは諦めると。
冗談。やられっぱなしは性に合わないし、何よりキャスターは放っておけない。そのあたり、あなたのマスターも同意見だと思うけど。
Damn right you're right. She turns her gaze towards me. Saber follows Tosaka's lead and looks at me as if there is a question. Of course, I can't let those two be. Castor's not going to stop collecting magical energy, and her master, Kuzuki, said he won't stop her either. So it's up to us to stop them. Assassin is still at the temple, but everything will be settled if we defeat Castor's master, Kuzuki.
そうね。クズキ先生がおとなしくレイジを消させてくれるとは思えないけど、とにかく取り押さえればなんとかなる。
Again, you're assuming you can hold them down, which you cannot do.
当面はこっちも作戦を立てるしかないわけだけど。
Then, I don't know why, but Tosaka suddenly.
それよりエミヤ君、さっきのは何？あなたの魔術って強化だけじゃなかったの？
She asked with a serious expression, as if watching an enemy. I'm at a loss. The magecraft from earlier, is she asking about reproducing Archer's swords? Well, I'm also surprised that I can do that, but it's not something that ought to earn me that look.
黙ってないで答えなさいよ。前に言ったわよね。俺が使える魔術は強化だけだって。
Well, yeah, the first magecraft I was able to use was projection, but I was taught to use strengthening instead since projection is inefficient. Wait, did I not tell you about this?
言ってない。頭にくるぐらい聞いてない。
Her glare intensifies. I really don't get why she's so angry with me.
じゃあ聞くけど、あなた、投影魔術は今回が初めてじゃないのね。
Oh, well, I guess not. Whenever I fail at strengthening, I often use projection to clear my head. But it's not like I was able to conjure anything useful like earlier. I can get them to look similar on the outside, but everything would be empty on the inside.
中身は空っぽ？何？外観だけしか複製しないってこと？
No, well, I tried for the inside too, but it never went well. That's why I'm surprised myself. What I imagine isn't close to the real thing, but those swords earlier were pretty close.
じゃあエミヤ君、あなたは強化より先に投影を習得したってこと？
It's more like that was the only thing I could do. But my old man said it was useless and I should change my focus to strengthening.
そうね。 私でもきっとそうさせたわ。でもおかしな話よね。アーチャーの剣をあれだけ長時間複製できるくせに普通のものは投影できない。属性が限られているのかな。汎用性はないけど、ある事柄に関してのみ優れた魔術師ってのもいるし。
She starts thinking out loud. Tasaka doesn't try to look at me.
とりあえず今日は帰りましょう。セイバーも自己回復に魔力を使ったようだし、休ませてあげないと。
And she goes home by herself just like that. There's no one at home. The hallway is dead silent. My ears might be screwed up as I can hear my own I can't hear my own footsteps. The numbness in my limbs won't go away, and I don't feel the ground under my feet. Surprised that I can walk in this condition, I head straight to my room without conversation. Let's not train tonight. You must be tired too, right? You were wounded badly too. Saber follows me to my room.
いいえ、私の方は問題ありません。回復のために魔力を消費しましたが、まだ十分に補えるレベルです。それよりシロ、あなたの方こそ体に異常はないのですか？
No, I'm fine. My limbs are still heavy, but I think they're just sore. It should be gone by tomorrow.
わかりました。ですが、もし体が痛むようでしたら、声をかけてください。
Yeah, you can wake me up if anything happens. If you get hungry in the middle of the night, I can make you a midnight snack or something. I can't provide Saber with magical energy, so the only thing I can do is make her food to cheer her up.
シロ、くれぐれも無理はしないように。
She heads to the room next to mine. Yeah, I should just go to sleep. I make my own bed and lie down. My limbs still feel numb. It might be a side effect of magecraft that I'm not used to, but I feel ready to pass out. No, stupid. I'm actually tired. The ringing in my ears bothers me, but it seems like I'll be able to sleep well for the first time in a while. Gah. Hugga. Hugga. I claw at my futon. It feels like molten steel is coming up my throat. Every muscle and bone in my body is screwed. The grinding sound echoes in my numb ears. The sound of creaking bones comes from within me. What is wrong with them? The bones of my limbs are splitting in complaint, and my ribs are squirming as if trying to burst through my chest muscles. Agony runs through my entire body. My body feels like it's going to be crushed by my massive vice from without, but the pain comes from within. I'm being crushed. I'm being pulled apart. Gah! On top of my bed, I squirm like a bug and try to bear the anguish. My forehead is hot. My brain must not be able to bear this pain. It burns like a sauna. I no longer care if this is the compensation for using magecraft beyond me, or if this is the abnormality that Saber warned me about. But for some reason, I don't want to call Saber for help. I don't want to worry over something like this. I have to handle it myself. It's just how it should. I desperately suppress every groan as I sweat profusely. The clock that I look over is absolutely it's not even midnight. It would be easier if I just go to sleep, but I'm sure this pain will wake me up even if I do so. I'm going into a daze, my consciousness fading away. The pain should go away once the sun comes up. But until then, the fact that I have to bear this pain for 7 more hours is like a nightmare. Another interlude. Okay. We're really kicking it off, aren't we? Such a place was not pleasant. Frustration and delusion, envy and jealousy. This place, permeated with Stygian emotions, is cursed. It should have been his, yet it was never used for him.
人気臭いんだよここ
He clicks his tongue, but this is all his delusion. A stranger's child spent a few years here and threatened the Matau lineage for the longest time. That's the only past he knows. His father never told him anything, and his grandfathers let slip what happened here. His father did not choose him and thought of ending the Matau bloodline, but his grandfather wished for his lineage to continue. So he has no regard for his father, the one that brought him into being and taught him failure, while his grandfather brought him privilege and taught him superiority. Shinji laughs, wondering what his mother had given him. First of all, women are not needed in the Matau household. He heard that his mother was a carrier, but she must have been useless after she gave birth. Something of his mother probably remained in this room, but he has no intention of searching for such a thing. He does not even want to see the organism that gave birth to his inferior self. The basement is filled with decay. Strange insects cover the floor in the depths of the darkness. There should be no more nutrients to claim, but the insects still nest in his underground training area. No. From the beginning, this is not a place to raise humans, but a place to raise insects. Swarms with black wings can be glimpsed in the black. Blech. Even the shadows on the walls must be dark, slimy insects. In the midst of that, there is a man that gives off a golden shine, incongruous with the lowest of places.
なんだアーチャーここにいたのかい
The golden man, Archer, does not even look at the person who came down and just stares into the deep.
聞けよ朗報だぜ琴峰のやつ僕らの行動には目をつぶるってさ見どころがあるやつだって思ってたけど本当に使えるよなあいつ要するにさ僕たちが何をやったってお咎めなしってことだろそれ
His voice is full of delight as he makes his way to Archer. Archer finally notices. The red eyes move.
いや別に文句を言いに来たわけじゃない君がどこで何をしていようと構わないさサーバントの自由意志ぐらい尊重するよ僕は他の連中と違って猟犬が広いからね
Shinji is overpowered by his red eyes, but he still approaches Archer. Even if Archer has an ominous presence, he is only a servant. Therefore, he maintains his arrogance. He shows deference, but still makes known who stands superior.
そうか琴峰は随分とお前を買っているようだな
ああ何でもじいさんには借りがあるんだって得体の知れない三流枚寿司が残るより僕のように歴史のある血筋が勝利すべきとか言ってたなそんなの当然じゃないか何を今更って気はするけどまあ人を見る目だけはあるよ一応世話になったしさ聖杯を手に入れたら例の一つでもやろうかって思案中
His joyful snicker echoes.
それじゃあ始めようかアーチャーもう人目を気にする必要もないんだ手っ取り早く殺しまくってさじゃんじゃん魂を食べて強くなってよそうしたら次はあいつらだ目障りなセイバーを潰して絵になるお礼参りをしないと
He pats Archer on his shoulder. Archer watches his hand as if he's been touched by something unpleasant.
何ほら行くって言ってるんだよアーチャーどこの英雄だろうがサーバントってのはマスターの命令には絶対服従なんだろう
And that was his first mistake. He must have imagined making Saber submit to him and having his friend crawl on the ground. He makes his order with high spirits, but the golden man doesn't move.
シンジお前は聖杯というものを理解していない
He calls his master by his name for the first time.
聖杯が欲しいのなら 他のマスターなど放っておけ。連中は所詮生贄に過ぎる。真に聖杯を手にするというのなら、先に抑えておくべきものがある。
先に抑えておくべきも
The boy, Shinji Matao, looks at his servant timidly. His feet shuffle back unconsciously, and the hand that was on Archer's shoulder is no longer there.
まずはそれを手に入れようか。俺は聖杯を手に入れるためにお前に力を貸している。我らにとって共通の目的は聖杯だけだ。ま、お前の気持ちはわからんでもないが、復讐は気持ちがいい。快楽を求めるのは人の証だ。するべきことを済ませたのなら、お前の遊びにも付き合おう。
Yet amused with himself, Archer's lips curl into a smile. Sensing something brutal in it, Shinji finally sees some uneasiness about the servant's identity. The eighth servant. The heroic spirit that should not exist. The king of heroes, the strongest of them all, a survivor of the previous Holy Grail War.
そういえば聞いてなかったね。
Shinji attempts to maintain his feeling of superiority.
聞けば答えるぞ、マスター。
お前の望み、聖杯を手に入れたらさ、お前はどうしたいんだ、アーチャー。
It's a natural question. A half-immortal heroic spirit said to have owned all the treasures in the world. What could this man possibly desire now?
なんだ、そんなことも知らなかったのか。
Archer asks, surprised. He breaks into another smile at this new development.
我は豪勢なものを許す。装飾カビなど最もめでるべきものだ。だが余分なものに与える意義などない。
余分なも
昔の話なのだがね、10人の奴隷を選び、その中でいなくとも良いものを殺そうとしたことがある。どうなったと思う、シンジ。
のはあ、みんな奴隷なんだろう。なら全員殺したんじゃないの。
いやいや、それがな、一人も殺せなかった。いかな人足とはいえ、無駄なものなどいなかったのだ。かつての世界。
Mm-hmm. Archer shrugs his shoulders in the irony and steps forward. Into the deep. He lifts his leg over the floor veiled in shadow.
だが、この世界には余分が溢れている。10人どころか1000人という人間を選んだところで、殺せない人間など出てきまい。
Because they aren't laborers. I got it.
まったく恐ろしく人間に優しい世界になったもので。
わけわかんないな。結局何が欲しいんだよ、アーチャー。お前だって欲しいものがあるから聖杯を手に入れようって言うんだろう。なら
Archer doesn't answer. The golden man doesn't even turn to face the boy.
簡単な話だ。多いということはそれだけで気色が悪い。
He lowers his foot to the deep darkness. A crunching sound. Crushed insects dot the dark floor, and more still swarm their corpses. Yes, okay. It is actually like that's perfect timing. So, February 9th, Unlimited Blade Works, Strike Lovers. back to title. Like I said, I am going to be out tomorrow, and I will be back late Wednesday. I'm not sure exactly what time, but that is the plan. Still don't know if Noble Phantasm. Neutral evil, though. And of course, the one ending. It's called True End here, which is a little weird, but that's fine. But yeah, let me quit out of the game here. So yeah, I am going to be with a friend for a couple of days. We're gonna do some exploration at Universal because I've never been. So I'm a little apprehensive because I've never gone. So that's where I'm going for tomorrow, and then Wednesday we're gonna spend like most of the day there as well. I'm not exactly sure what we're gonna do, but I've got to go ahead and pack everything up and get ready to go. So I'm going to do that. So that means I'm going to shower now, going to pack up my thing, going to set an alarm, and then it'll be a long day of driving tomorrow until we get there. Yeah. So don't really have a raid target for today. What I'm going to do is immediately after I end a stream, I'm going to start the upload so it goes to the YouTube channel. That way there's not a delay on that. At least if somebody wants to catch up, they can go ahead and watch the videos on the YouTube channel, !socials, to check all that out. And then if I'm back early enough Wednesday, then we'll start it up again. If not, I'll do it Thursday. Again, I'm off on vacation for the next couple of weeks, so this is fine. But yeah, so thank you. Appreciate you. I do greatly appreciate all being here and all that fun stuff. I'm a little like, I'm not going to be too far away from home to like where I'm going to be in an emergency situation, but I'm also stressed out because it's like, I want everything to go well and I'm not there yet. You know what I mean? So until I'm actually there and like in the place I want to be and I have like a comfortable understanding of where I am, like I'm just sort of like, I need to be there. I need to get there. I need to get this done. So, yeah. But I am excited. I do want to do it. I've never been to Universal, so this will be interesting. I will tell you all about my experiences once I get back. And yeah, we'll continue on. So I think this is a pretty good spot. We've met Castor like 3 or 4 times at this point, which is a lot more than we did in the first playthrough where we met her like 1 time and then she died immediately. So this is a completely new and it's different and a whole different route, and we haven't seen Berserker in like 50 years. So that's another thing we're going to have to come back to, or Lancer for that matter. Like, the fact that Lancer's been gone for so long is also crazy. Yeah. So, I'm going to take care of all that. Again, if you're watching on the YouTube channel, like, comment, subscribe, put stuff. If you're enjoying it, it means a lot. I am doing my best, obviously, like, as time goes on, when I'm reading the text, it sort of gets to me, but, like, I am doing pretty good, I think. I do not have a raid target for today. Everybody I'm looking at is like busy with other things, and there's nothing like in the same scope. I might like literally be like one of the few people in this category, to be fair. I haven't looked, but like the first day that this game remaster release came out, I think there was like 3 people that were doing anything. And so I might be like the top of the top in this niche area, so I'm okay with that. But yeah, I'm having a good time. And honestly, for $30, like this, I think it's worth it. But like that's just because I like a story-driven narrative, and you know, I like visual novels. They're fun. They're enjoyable. So anyway, thank you. Appreciate you. And I will see y'all next time. Bye.